you guys. Happy Halloween, happy Halloween, happy Halloween. Thumbs up as you come into the sanctuary. Replay gang, Bush babies, active members, active streamers, active commenters. Everybody needs to have a thumbs up the video. You guys know this helps to get through the algorithm and it triggers up the YouTube notifications. And it's going to guys to bully the hell out of that thumbs up button. Bully it down to the ground. Hope you guys are having a safe and exciting festive Halloween. We are here to get into the things, girl. Y'all have been blowing up my inbox about this Megan Thee Stallion documentary. I just paused in the middle of it because where I paused at is pretty much where the meat and the potatoes are in terms of the clips that are circulating right now, creating a buzz around the documentary, which obviously has to do with the infamous shooting. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Thumbs up the video. If you guys are coming in, hello to everybody. Y'all already know what to do as you enter. Just share the stream out. Thumbs up the video, and if you're new here, definitely subscribe. Alright. If you guys are doing that, we got some things to get into. We got some things to get into. Oh yeah, there's a lot going on. And y'all know how we do over here, girl. I'm non-biased. You know, your fave can get dragged. My fave can get dragged. You know, everybody gets this opportunity over here. You know, we can defend folks who we don't like at times. And we can definitely hold them accountable that we love all the time. Okay, all the time. So you guys, thumbs up. Welcome, everybody coming in. Thumbs up, you guys see me. It grows. Notification goes out. And you guys will be coming up. It's almost 100 of y'all in the building. We could easily get 80 likes on period. But it could be likes. I know I was thinking about way of violence. I'll talk to this as well if we have some time. Like, there's a lot going on. We got 53 likes now. Come on, y'all. Let's already be at 80 likes, baby. Ain't no weirdos over here. So I don't know why these likes be slacking like this. Y'all already know what to do. If y'all think this can work to click, if it can work to scroll, it ain't nothing wrong with them fingers. All of a sudden, when it's time to hit that thumbs up button, it's $3.99 now. Y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Leave one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Alright. Audio sounds weird. I don't know why the hell it sounds weird. I might have to go to my studio. Hold on. Do it still sound weird? Does the audio still sound weird? Let me know in the chat. Okay, I don't know what yes means. Okay. All right, so what? It's hold on. Let me pull it up on my end. See what it sounds like. I forgot I can hear myself. Hold on. Let me pull it up on my end. See what it sounds like. I forgot I can hear myself. Hold on. Okay, no, it sounds good. All right. Yeah, it sounds good. Maybe it was the music playing. All right, so let's get into it, girl. Y'all please thumbs up this video. I really don't want to have to. I don't want to have to seize the kingdom, honey. I don't want to have to aggressively drag y'all by y'all fades and y'all cornrows and y'all goddess braids and y'all goddess locks and shit. Okay, to get them thumbs up. Let's just do it on period. All right. Welcome, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Halloween. You guys know what we're here to get into. This is going to be a very dynamic commentary. There's going to be a lot going on in this commentary. So I'm going to already let you know strap on your seatbelts, baby. This was a much requested video. I was already going to watch the documentary, but you guys have been blowing up since it debuted today on Amazon Prime. So if you guys have Prime, you guys can go and check it out. That's where I'm watching it at. I have a Prime account. It's actually really good. It's, I think, 2 hours long. And it's well shot, well produced. We'll get into it. Before we do so, please continue to thumbs up, up, up. Run these ups. Run these likes up until they're absolutely stuck. Also, if you're new here, definitely go ahead and subscribe. Also, shout out to all the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your MySpace, your Snapchat, your Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, and your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know they're real loud, real live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, you guys, let me speak to the Conscious crew in the building before we get started into this riveting review, honey. What's going on? Happy Halloween, Cynthia. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Kiwana. Hey, High Maintenance. What's going on, Young Stacy, brother? What's going on, Candace? Hey, Abina. What's going on, Sherry? Hey, Sam. Hey, Sheila. What's going on, Irenda? What's going on, James? Hey, Moon Witch. What's going on, High Maintenance? Hey, Queen Roy. What's going on, Kita? What's going on, my other sin? Hey, Janie. What's going on, Star? Hi, G Nicole. What's going on, Miss Silk? Hey, Alex. Hey, G Nicole. What's going on, Dreaming Edmund? What's going on? Hi, y'all. Hey, Her Story. What's going on? Hey, Intersex. What's going on, Travis? Hi, what's going on, Miss Alchemy? What's going on, Brand New Joy? Hey, boo, what's going on? Hi, everybody. Thumbs up as you're coming in. Hey, Foxy Brown. What's going on, Stephanie? Hi. Hey, Dancing with Nature. What's going on, Mish? What's going on, you guys? Hey, Deshaun. Hey, boo. What's going on, Kat? What's going on, Nick? Or Neek? What's going on, Brown Beauty? Hey, Miss D. What's going on? Hey, y'all. This is Jamisha. Oh, Jamisha. Okay, I said James Shy. What's going on, Jamisha? Hey, boo. All right, so let's get into it, y'all. Y'all thumbs up. What's going on, Chef? Y'all thumbs up as you guys are coming in. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Megan Thee Stallion. Disclaimer. I love Megan Thee Stallion down to the boots. I am a fan. I love damn near everything about this woman. I think she is an incredible entertainer, an amazing lyricist. I think she's an awesome rapper. She was obviously born to perform. I am so proud of Megan Thee Stallion, have always been proud of her. She's experienced a lot of tragedies, especially since being a celebrity. My God, today did they really make her earn it, baby. She lost her mom. She's been through a whole ordeal with her inner circle. She's been shot. She's lost friends in the industry, friends in her real life, and yet this woman continues to pioneer. You guys know that when the infamous 2020 shooting happened, the trial, that is, last year we covered the case play by play. Shout out to Poetic Flacco, for coming over here. He was also attending some of the hearings at that time. He would come out on recess and hit the link and give us, some live commentary, girl. We also had my boo Trillionaire Goddess, who also was giving us a play-by-play during the trial, girl. It was a very intense time. We were rooting for Meg, and Tory got what the hell it is he fucking deserves. And I am absolutely convinced that Tory Lanez was the one who put that GUN, and I think that the prosecuting team did a wonderful job of proving beyond reasonable doubt that he, in fact, was the ooter. We're going to get into all of that as well. What's going on, Shams? Hey, y'all. Hey, Butterfly. Hey, boo. So I just want to establish all of that. I am going to have to tug on Megan Thee Stallion's wig just a little bit. I'm going to have to shift it a tad bit. Okay, so just be prepared for that. Y'all know that we are an equal opportunity platform. us being a fan and us liking you does not give you immunity, baby. Okay, everybody knows that that's a rule of thumb over here on Consciouztv. Okay, I even got a little bit of pushback the other day when I did a commentary on Megan's lawsuit against a very small, insignificant blogger by the name of Fraud Radio. Okay, I was kind of, being non-biased, and people who don't like Fraud Radio was just like, CTV, stop trying to help this bitch, but it's my job to be true to myself, and I love establishing and showing my capacity to be non-biased, okay? That, I can put my personal feelings aside and make it do what it do, okay? I'm here to serve the people, but more importantly, I have an allegiance and a pledge to the truth, okay? I'm a truth seeker. So, me not liking somebody will never keep me from not being able to see them as a victim if I need to in situations, just like we did when the whole TGIF drama went down. Y'all know I don't fuck with Wendy Wiggins at all, child. But, as T came out and as I got footage of things as it relates to Al Reynolds, I had to tug on Al Reynolds to pay, okay? And, reasonably stand up for Wendy Wiggins, despite the fact that y'all know, I wouldn't care if he was picked up by Dracula and hauled off to the moon. So, that's what it do over here. This is a sign of strength and, more importantly, integrity, okay? So over here, never think you know what the hell I think. Never think you know where the hell I'm going to stand. You just never know what time it's going to be. And we can tell the truth about everybody, baby. Our faves and the hoes we can't stand either, okay? CTV always walks down. Well, I don't always walk down the middle road, but, when we need to walk down the middle road, we ain't got no problem doing so, okay? When situations are black and white, we are bold enough to pick a side, okay? Even when the side ain't where we want it to be, we capable of walking down the middle, okay? It's all situation by situation, circumstance by circumstance. I'm too grown, to just have a blind allegiance to the left or to the right. Shit got to make sense, and if it can make sense on either side, then that's just where the winning side is. It is what it is. What's going on, LT? So with that being said, Megan Thee Stallion dropped this documentary. First thing I want to say is it's beautifully shot. It's not boring at all. I think it's well produced. It chronicles from the year 2020 up till current day. It encompasses the success of WAP, the 2020 shooting. Kelsey is in this documentary. Tory Lanez is in this documentary. There's a lot of things going on in this documentary. Now, I did stop it midway, so I don't know if we're going to see some other guest surprises. Okay, I don't know if there are also going to be some other features happening, but I just stopped right there to get into this commentary. I want to say this. Considering the trailers that are popping up around social media, I don't know if this documentary was... Not the documentary. I don't know if the conversation around the shooting was necessary. I also think that Megan slightly put her foot in her mouth when it came to the timing of this documentary and the timing of the lawsuit against that very insignificant blogger by the name of Slob Radio. Because in the lawsuit against Slob Radio, the lawsuit makes it a point to pretty much slap Fraud Radio upside the head for her claims basically about Megan Thee Stallion being an alcoholic and having a drinking problem. Well, this documentary itself give a lot of credence to Fraud Radio and anybody else who thought that in fact she has a drinking issue, girl. She acknowledges her own drinking problem in this documentary. There are literally clips and whole compilations in the documentary, girl, of her hitting the yak straight to the bike. Her vehemently admitting that she was drinking her problems away, that she was drinking and fucking and drinking, baby. Okay? So I'm not sure how well that's going to go over. Think it was a misnomer. I'm not sure that this was well thought out in terms of the chronological rollout of this lawsuit with this documentary. And then this documentary also comes at a time where Tory Lanez Ball Spots is trying to motion the courts for a retrial based upon finding ethical fault in his attorney, as well as claiming that the weapon in question has now gone missing, along with the infamous shell casings, which turned out to not actually be true. The LAPD is still in possession of the weapon. However, with Tory Lanez writing these motions to have his case reconsidered for retrial, and then in this documentary, she's revisiting the shooting and admitting things that she was slammed about, things that she intentionally lied about, such as sleeping with Tory Lanez. It just reopens this whole shit up. It just makes people start to lean toward Tory Lanez. It deflects from the fact that a crime was committed against this woman. You have Tory Lanez attorneys now chiming in, saying if she could lie about this, then imagine all the other things she could lie about. I don't think that this conversation was necessary at this point. At the end of the day, we know that Meg was shot. We know that a grand jury found Tory Lanez guilty and put his ass behind bars. We know that Meg felt traumatized and got dragged through and through as a result of the state putting this man behind bars. Not even Meg the Stallion, but the state picked up this case. And at the end of the day, because there's been a verdict and ultimately justice has been served, and with Megan already knowing that she has a very lopsided relationship to the public, it's a very bizarre relationship. On one hand, she's beloved and she's very successful and she's Grammy'd out and had a successful tour. And, you know, she does numbers when it comes to her music. At the same time, there's this weird friction between her and social media. And then, of course, you have the whole Tory Lanez entourage, who's always ready to troll the shit out of her and remind her that she put a black man behind jail and she's a liar, she's a freak hoe, she's a drunk, she's a da 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 da. She got weird ass hosts like Fraud Radio on her ass. So, you know, it's just like, if you were already traumatized by a percentage of the general public not believing you and questioning what happened to you at the hands of Tory Lanez, I don't know why she would want to do that all over again, because putting out this documentary and having that big ass segment and holding that conversation in the space where people still feel like Tory Lanez is innocent, people still feel like Kelsey is the actual shooter, or actually believe that she actually was injured by glass, which is a preposterous belief at this point. It's been totally factually debunked. You know, I just don't know what the expectation was. I don't know how she thought this would land. And I can't believe that she thought that, oh, enough time has passed, he's behind bars, maybe people are convinced, and now I can speak about this and really get the vindication I deserve in the court of public opinion. Because I was called a liar, I was questioned, I was indicted, and I was ultimately prosecuted in the court of public opinion, even though I prevailed in the court of law. But I can't believe that she thought that, because much of the conversation hasn't changed. Even with Tory Lanez being convicted and put behind bars, a lot of people feel like he's there wrongfully. I don't. I feel like he's exactly where the hell he needs to be. But I'm upset at Meg's PR team. I'm upset at it. I just don't know who thought this was good timing. After Tory Lanez filed that letter, just a few days ago, last week, I would have been like, no, let's push this let's let the documentary air, girl, March of 2025, child. Okay, and you just put out a lawsuit against insignificant as content creator and claim that, you know, she's making accusations that you were alcoholic, and you in the damn documentary through and through talking about being a damn alcoholic, literally with the bottle, you know, down your throat. Like, hold on, y'all, this is my cousin. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What the hell? Shout out to my baby mother, Lauren. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. This is some weird shit. Maybe I think my cousin might be pocket dialing me. You calling me? The fuck? Hold on, y'all. Making sure everything all right. Hold on, y'all. Fatima, I don't know who the fuck you talking about, bitch. You better straighten up your motherfucking language hole up over here, because I don't know who the fuck y'all is, bitch. I don't have a lawsuit on me, bitch. You better go talk to the bald head filter wearing ass bitch who got a lawsuit up on her. Okay, I don't need to see a motherfucking thing, bitch. Hold on, y'all. Let me talk to my cousin. Make sure she all right, girl. Family first. Yeah, you can. Nope. Leave that frail bitch right there. Leave her right there. I like when them bitches over here irritated and frizzy-headed. I love it. I want them to be subjected to the abuse of it all. Okay, she said she all right. All right. So let's do it. So, you know, I just don't know what type of timing it was, because once again, Meg Thee Stallion put out this documentary and she's being dragged accordingly, girl. Every comment section where there's a trailer, girl, she is being thrown out of the motherfucking window. Once again, Tory's attorneys are piling in, and I don't think that it is fucking useful. But let's talk a little bit about what happened in the documentary, because we're going to like build this thing up. All right. So the documentary opens up with Meg talking about her mental health being terrible, being overworked, and her being numb and on the edge and needing to stop everything, including her work, in order to get her soul in order. So she canceled like all her shows and sat her ass down and started minding her damn business. Okay. She says in her confessional that she feels like Megan Thee Stallion is trying to protect Megan Pete. Okay. So she recognizes that she was experiencing a duality, and there was a fragility and a vulnerability that she didn't feel comfortable standing in, because she was also being publicly villainized. So the persona Megan Thee Stallion was acting as a buffer to shield the vulnerable woman that really was looking for support, looking for encouragement, and looking for this void to be filled in her life as a result of her mom being deceased and everything she was going through when it came to this whole shooting incident. She talks a little bit about her childhood and how she was teased by her peers for being very tall, despite living in a very affirming family of women who always encouraged her and reminded her of her beauty and her unlimited potential. So shout out to all the Black aunts and grandmas and cousins and moms who really keep Black girls like on track with who they truly are and remind them to be confident and independent as hell, because I thought that was really dope that she was incubated in the system of like Black femininity that was really encouraging and affirming to her. She talked a little bit about her dad and how he was in jail like the first several years of her life. He was also a rhymer, just like her mom was a freestylist and a battle rapper. That's who she wanted to be. She looked up to her mom. Her mom was the first bad bitch that she recognized in her life. That's who her inspiration and aspiration was. Her father was also a rhymer as well. Her and her dad were very close. He died when she was a freshman in high school. Her mom was really devastated over the passing of her father. And that's when Megan Pete created the persona Megan Thee Stallion, which was this like protectress who was in control and unapologetic. Kelsey Nicole, come to find out, your ass was sleeping on Miss Kelsey Nicole, baby, okay, appears in the documentary. They show scenes of her and Meg working behind the scenes as her PA, show them on the set of music videos, show them just hugging and dancing together and having a good time together. And it was actually very refreshing to see Kelsey and Megan together. You guys know I have really been rooting for Megan and Kelsey to reconcile. I really feel like their relationship got lost in the sauce of all of the drama that took place around the shooting. And I completely understand how both sides feel. I feel like they were both victims of circumstances and they both have fault in their friendship dissolving. And I feel that they were really truly sisters and had a true sisterhood. And I hate that it just really sunk like the damn Titanic amidst this ish with Tory. I just really hate that for them. So it was really warming for me to actually see like footage of them. It was kind of like a remembering the good times, how things were before things got really bad and really dark really quick. For those who don't know, Meg's mom is the one who taught Meg like how to rap and freestyle, but it was actually Kelsey who actually got Meg discovered and put on when it came to the mainstream industry. What's going on, everybody? Hey, Fifi. Hey, Yoa. What's going on, Messy? She said that everybody is a hoe. And that she wanted to that everybody is a hoe, everybody's a freak, and she wanted to make women feel empowered and know that they had full autonomy outside of the expectations of culture, men, other women, etc., that they didn't owe anybody anything and didn't have anything to be ashamed about. Okay. She says that her mom called her one day. Her mom was slurring over her words and was feeling weird and had asked Megan to call 911. Once she got to the hospital, they discovered that her mom had a brain tumor. The mom started giving her a pep talk as if she knew she wasn't going to really make it through this ordeal. She then started having back-to-back seizures. She went completely brain dead, and Meg had to eventually pull the plug on her mother because her mom would not have wanted to live as a vegetable. As a result of that untimely death that obviously devastated her because her mom was her best friend, she threw herself into work to cope and to distract herself from her grief. But she continued to feel the loss. She felt the void. She thought that someone would step in to help her amid her mom passing, you know, to tell her how to rap, to tell her what to say and what not to say. She thought that there would be somebody who would replace her mom's leadership in her life, but there was no one. It made her feel lonely. It made her insecure, and it made her uncertain of herself. She went on to win a plethora of awards, and her career continued to soar after Big Old Freak, because then came the Savage and the Savage remix with Beyonce, which took her to the #1 spot. Kelsey kind of becomes Meg's support following her mom's death. She really bigged up Kelsey in the documentary for always being like on her shit, always being professional, always holding her down. Kelsey considered Meg a sister. There were scenes of them crying together. They thrived together. Meg adored Kelsey. Kelsey adored Meg. Kelsey was also pretty devastated over the passing of Meg's mom. There was a scene of Kelsey talking to the cameras, and she was just very upset over the passing of Meg's mom, and was very upset that Meg's mom wasn't around to see, you know, everything that was just unfolding, because she would have been so proud that everything she wanted for Meg was coming to fruition. Meg said that the year her mom died was like the worst year of her life. It was like this weird sweet and sour type of a year while she was going through this big grief. But then there was like all the success happening. So it was like the worst of times and the best of times. At this point, as a way to distract herself from her pain and suffering, she was doing a lot of partying. She was drinking like crazy. She was drinking her pain away. And that's when her and Tory end up coming into proximity to each other and developing a relationship, and started trauma bonding over the passing of their mothers. She thought that he and her were really good friends, but she had remembered that her daddy told her that everything that grins ain't your friend, baby. Now, ain't that about the damn truth? She recounts the night that Tory shot her, okay? It was a pretty, like, general run-through. And this is where we're going to get into a bit of a wig pull on Meg. She basically said that her and Tory and Kelsey left with Tory's driver, Daquan. Tory and Meg starts arguing. She doesn't recall over what, but she knows she was dragging the fuck out of his ass. Things get so heated that she gets out of the car in her bikini. He convinces her to get back in the car because they are very close to her house. They continue to argue. At this point, shit is like over the top. It's very intense, and Tory is like screaming and doing the most. The animation that they showed depicting what was happening in the SUV was, they showed Kelsey in the back seat, who was also arguing with Tory as well. Kelsey is seated behind Meg, who's in the front passenger seat, and Tory is seated behind Daquan, the driver. She gets out of the car for the second time, and then he starts shooting. She falls, and he starts apologizing immediately. She says in the confessional that he acted shocked that he had even shot her. He started offering her $1 million to not say anything. She's thinking, what the hell are you talking about? Y'all should just be helping me right now. You're talking about money and all this shit. Police pull up. Helicopters in the sky. Guns are drawn. This is shortly after the whole George Floyd homicide at the hands of police. The police asked her what happened. She said she told them she stepped on glass initially because she didn't want the police to shoot and kill Tory, knowing that there was a loaded weapon in the car, that he's also black. They're all black. The gun has been used, so she didn't want to escalate shit any further, not really knowing what the police response was going to be. So she wanted to ensure that they all got out safe and alive, and she was then taken to the hospital. They play the audio call between Tory and Kelsey, which is the same audio that got him convicted of him apologizing to Kelsey and Meg and saying he was deeply sorry, and, you know, he would never mean to do anything like that, and saying, you know, what happened, but he can't take it back. She says 2 days later that he met up with Kelsey, and that Kelsey told her directly out of her own mouth that Tory came over to where Kelsey was staying at, because Kelsey had not seen Meg upon Meg going to the hospital and leaving the hospital. She still had not seen Meg or talked to Meg at that point. But Tory Lanez had Daquan bring Tory over to where Kelsey had been staying, and she said that and Kelsey also said like all of this stuff in her interview with investigators that we heard ourselves from the trial, which was that Tory promised to help her with her businesses, give her money and anything that she needed, etc. Just let him know. Meg said that she was very infuriated that Kelsey would even entertain Tory after he had just did this to her. She couldn't believe that Kelsey would meet up with Tory at all. Her exact words in the documentary were, you know, how could you meet up with someone who just shot your best friend? She talked about being in a hospital and having to get the shells from the bullets removed from her feet, and said she wanted to just move on quietly from the situation. She once again threw herself into work to keep herself from drowning in depression. She thought she wasn't going to be able to dance again after the shooting. Tory started putting out fake narratives online after footage came out from that night, and fans started trying to figure out what happened. Why was Meg bleeding? Tory jumped out of the window, started being antagonistic, so she finally cracked and finally put an address on it. Meg said she expected Kelsey to speak out. They played the infamous clip of Kelsey saying, "Come to find out, you was fucking on the nigga that I was put on first." Meg says that she felt really disappointed and felt like Kelsey was putting everything else before the fact that she got shot. Like, it doesn't matter whether you was on Tory first or whether I was also dealing with Tory. The focus was on, should have been on me being shot. And she was angry that Kelsey put everything else above standing on business. Like, girl, I was fucking shot, and you worried about who on who first. It came off to Meg like Kelsey was protecting Tory. She felt like Kelsey was the only other person aside from Daquan who could identify Tory as the Uter, and confirmed that Megan wasn't lying on Tory. And of course, with Daquan being Tory's assistant and his driver, he wasn't gonna, you know, name drop Tory. Said that she would have never done Kelsey like that if the shoes would have been on the other foot. Shout out to my baby mother, Rhonda, for the old nasty piece of child support check. God bless you, boo. Then there was the Gayle King interview, which happened 8 months prior to trial. The scene of her denying a sexual relationship to Tory was shown. I'm going to actually pull up a clip here, courtesy of somebody. Let me see here. Oh yeah, courtesy of the Jasmine brand. All right, hold on. Let me show you guys this clip. All right, check this out. Oh, they don't have the audio.
Relationship with Tory Lanez, because he has led people to believe that it was a sexual relationship, that it was that you two were dating. What was the nature?
We were not dating. We were really close. We were friends. We hung out like every day. And his mom passed too. So when I felt like we were bonding over that. And
Did you have an intimate relationship with him?
like sexual?
Yeah. Did you, Megan? Did you have a sexual relationship with Tory Lanez? Yes, that's my question.
I didn't have a sexual relationship with Tory.
Okay. In the documentary, she admits to having a sexual relationship to Tory, which came as no surprise to anyone. She felt like Kelsey was the only other person, like I said, who could identify Tory, but she wasn't saying anything. The Gayle King interview happens. The next scene after the Gayle King interview wraps is her in her hotel venting to, I'm not sure if it's her bodyguard or whoever this man was in her hotel room. She was venting about how people in the media, aka Miss Gayle King and her wig, and everybody else is focused on who fucking who instead of the crime that was actually committed. This was a really big part of Megan's frustration with media, with social media, with Kelsey, is that everybody was obsessed over whether she had done rolled the dick or not, which to her and her logic was really irrelevant. Like, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? What does that have to do with the shell casings in my goddamn feet? What does that have to do with the fact that I was injured and could have potentially lost my life if that aim was not set up the way that it was? And she just could not understand why the fuck everybody was hobgobbling over whether she had been sexually intimate with Tory or not. She starts bawling over Kelsey, saying that she never thought in a million years that something like money would get in the way of their friendship, that she can't believe that Kelsey, won't speak against Tory over what she believes was a bribe that motivated Kelsey's silence. She said under normal circumstances, she would not have denied sleeping with a nigga because she likes to fuck and she ain't got no hangups on being a hoe. But under this particular circumstance, she found that fact to be really irrelevant and very deflective from the actions of Tory. And she felt the way about Gayle King, even called her a bitch. Like, bitch, what the fuck bitch, you asking me, da-da-da-da-da. Like, why are you even asking me this, hoe? She couldn't believe that even Gayle, as old as she is, fell for the okie dokie. She said she's not a bad person, but she was just drinking and fucking and fucking and drinking. So I'm going to put a pause there, because this is where my commentary comes into play at. Let me put back up this picture, child. Take down this banner. Here's my thing. There's a lot of things missing from Meg's understanding of what took place. But let's address the lying for one. I'm not going to really crucify Meg over... Nope, I am. I'm going to crucify her over lying. It would have been one thing if she would have just pled the fifth and said, look, I'm not answering that. I honestly feel like it's disrespectful and it's completely deflective, because this man shooting me is no more connected to whether we fucked or not than any other woman who's been assaulted and had a DV situation with a man, and whether he was her husband or her boyfriend or her rapist, etc., a crime was motherfucking committed. And my pussy doesn't add more years or take away any less of years from the fact that there was a factual crime committed against me. So I'm not going to hold her up on that. Also coupled with the fact that I'm sure no woman wants to own something like that after a man has done something that egregious and traumatizing to them. And then to quantify that being a public figure and having to go there in the conversation and having to literally think about the intimacy between you and this person who absolutely violated every bit of your trust, every bit of your everything. I understand it. I can empathize with it. I can sympathize with it. But I wish people also understood that you have the option to just say nothing. There is never an excuse to lie. Lying is a infraction of your integrity, and you never want to compromise your integrity. There are just things you don't have to speak to if you don't want to. There are just things you don't have to dignify with a response if you don't want to. There are just things that are within your right to just not divulge and to only share with whom it may concern. So it's okay to tell people to mind their motherfucking business. It's okay to just not speak to certain things. It's okay to not answer to certain things. But what you never have to do is lie. So I can't stand behind Meg's lying, because she could have just been indifferent toward the question. She could have just moved the conversation along. She could have just whatever. However, I'm not going to hang up on it, because I can understand why she just wanted to completely remove that aspect and edit that part of her dealings with Tory completely out, especially under those circumstances. But, you know, I'm not going to necessarily act like the lying was okay either, because it wasn't. Because what it does, it creates the type of dynamic that you have now, where you have, let me pull this back up, Tory Lanez taking advantage of the fact that she lied, and now trying to use that to prove that he somehow is absolved of wrongdoing, which also is not the case either. But this is the type of situation it creates when you pick and choose your integrity, where you pick and choose where you want to be a truth teller at and where you want to be a liar at. And you put yourself in a situation to be questioned, to be side-eyed once you get into the practice of lying. And even lying one time, especially as a public figure, can be used by the court of public opinion as a way to doubt anything that you ever say going forward. But let's deal with Tory Lanez trying to take advantage of Meg lying. Hold on, I thought I had this shit pulled up. Let me see something. It's some in this house. It's some who's in this house. Certified freak. Okay, oh, here it is. It's a Jasmine brand exclusive too. All right. Oh, this was, I already had this pulled up. What the hell was I doing? Child, a mess. Okay. Tory Lanez legal team reacts to Megan Thee Stallion admitting that they had sex once, maybe twice, on a drunk night at that. Quote, the fact that Megan lied about her, speaking on the confession, Caesar McDowell, an attorney who reps Tory Lanez, told TMZ, quote, the fact that Megan lied about her actual relationship with Tory obviously makes her an unreliable witness. If someone lies in front of millions of people, how can you trust that what they say? How can you trust what they say any other time? It's important to note this isn't the first time Megan has opened up about the truth of the nature of their relationship, because Meg divulged this information when it mattered to her, which was on the stand. Meg Thee Stallion did admit that there was an actual relationship under oath. Okay. Gayle King ain't nobody's Jesus, baby. Okay. But under oath, she did confess and admit there was an actual relationship. But Mr. Caesar Dowell, you know, at best, the only thing you can actually argue is that both of these people have questionable integrity, because your client, Mr. Daystar Peterson, has lied about a plethora of things. Let's take a look at some of those things. How about the fact that up until that infamous night, Tory Lanez had been dicking down two good girlfriends behind one another's back. Quote, good dick had me fucking two best friends, and I got caught. That's what I apologize for. It's sick how you spun it, though, Tory tweeted in response to Meg. So here it is. Your own client admits that he's a liar, cheater, heartbreaker, deceiver. Okay? So stop sitting your ass over there acting like you representing Johnny Cochran, like you representing Yahshua, baby, because Tory Lanez ain't nothing but a liar himself. And it wouldn't be the first time he lied, because guess what he also lied about? He lied about going up August Alsina's head. Okay, when August Alsina posted those images of a bloody lip and a bloody face on an elevator and identified Tory as the assailant. And do you know what Tory Lanez did, your client, Mr. Dowell? After knowing that he had put his hands and feet on this damn man, that he had put blood in the hallway floor, that he had drew blood out of this man's body, he got his ass online in a court of public opinion and posted to his IG story this. I don't know what everybody talking about, but I've been in the studio. I'm not in anything negative. I've been working on myself and being a better person. And then do you know what came out? Footage of your client, Mr. Ballspot Lanes, baby, running down the hallway after he got finished doing all of this dental work to August Alsina's grill. Okay? So at best, at even scale here, the only thing you can safely argue is that both of them have selective memory and both of them have selective integrity. Okay? Your client isn't any more of a truth teller than Megan Thee Stallion is, and your client isn't any more exonerated just because she lied about a sexual relationship, because it wasn't the sexual relationship that put his ass behind bars. It was 3 different damn people putting that GUN in his motherfucking hand, which was Megan Thee Stallion, who saw her odor, which was the direct confession from Kelsey Nicole, the prosecutors in her interview, which we got to hear play-by-play of. And it was y'all's own star witness, Sean Kelly, whose driveway this all happened in, who put that GUN in his motherfucking hand. Not to mention that there was GUN shot residue and GUN powder found on his persons, coupled with the fact that there's a jailhouse call of Tory Lanez ass apologizing profusely to Kelsey and to Meg about what he had did without identifying exactly what he had did, because he knew that he was on a recorded call that could further incriminate him had he literally said, "I apologize for shooting her." But nonetheless spoke all around inconspicuously shooting her and continued to pledge his sympathy and apology for what had taken place. Then there was your client who exonerated Kelsey long before trial when he got into the comment sections on social media and said that Kelsey did not shoot her. So then if Kelsey didn't shoot her and Megan didn't shoot her damn self and Daquan played nothing but the role of the driver, then who in the fuck does that leave the GUN in the hands of? To add insult to injury, there's the retrieved text messages from Kelsey to Megan bodyguard saying, "Help, help, Tory just shot Megan." To the fact that there's the text messages between Tory to Megan after he got out of prison directly apologizing to her and saying, I know you'll never speak to me again. I know you'll probably hate me for the rest of your life. I'm sorry. And then to make to just put the big period on the end of all of this evidence and circumstantial evidence that got your client put behind bars and convicted, okay, was your client sat there and allowed everybody who knew exactly what he did to tell the jury what he in fact did. And he was the only person out of those three people, Megan, Kelsey, and Sean, who never spoke in his own defense and who never, not once, and still to this day, refused to identify who the fuck the shooter is. You know why he refuses to identify it? Because they've already convicted the motherfucking shooter and put his ass a fucking way. If your client is innocent, bitch, all he got to do is literally drop a name. Say who did it. Tell us how this all unfolded from Tory Lanez perspective. But Tory Lanez knows that that would be an impossible feat. 3 witnesses, gunpowder residue, text messages directly from those involved, identifying Tory as the shooter, to Tory eliminating who the shooter is not by exonerating Kelsey. Sir, sit the fuck down. Now, let's get back to Megan. Because I got a tug on her wig when it comes to Kelsey. I don't know whether, well, I don't know whether she's intentionally choosing the narrative she's choosing or whether she is just uninformed. I would find it hard to believe that she's uninformed since she was a part of the whole trial and Megan bear witness to the same evidence that we did. I have to assume that she saw all of the exhibits of the bruises and the ball spots all over Kelsey's body when Kelsey had to intervene in order to stop Tory from doing what Kelsey thought he was about to do, which was to fatally unalive her. She had to hear the same interview that prosecutors played between them and Kelsey of her giving them a play-by-play of what happened that night. When Meg said in the documentary that Kelsey didn't protect her, etc., that is, if I was Kelsey, I would be gaslit. This woman put her life on the line. And I don't know how many people in this comment section has a girlfriend who they know ain't all talk about them. Because Kelsey physically stepped into a dangerous situation even after finding out that her friend had so-called betrayed her by being secretive about her dealings with Tory, and put all that aside when Megan ass ended up in that pool of blood on that concrete, got her ass out that motherfucking SUV and attempted to whoop Tory Lanez motherfucking ass. He punched that girl, beat that girl, dragged her across concrete, pulled out her hair, and then after she attempted to whoop this nigga to keep him from unaliving her friend, Daquan comes, snatches her up, throws her into the passenger seat of the SUV, and she then tries to create a diversion to continue to distract Tory from Meg by using the brakes to create like a hydraulic and shit in the car as a distraction. This woman showed her ass for you, Megan. She was willing to deal with a nigga who just proved to everybody that he was capable of immense violence, because at this point you had already been injured. And she ran directly toward that burning house for you. She ran directly toward that storm for you. She ran directly toward that danger for you. For you. She put everything she was on the line for you when it counted. And after she did that, you threw her ass away and sent her back packing after she just wrapped up her life in Texas, subleased her apartment, put all her shit in storage, and jumped on a plane to work full time for you. And without even attempting to understand that you both were victims. Not even choosing to understand that because of the way you and Rock Nation dealt with trying to navigate the whole shooting shit and what the cover story was going to be and how y'all was going to move around all this TMZ footage that had got put out. Y'all put Kelsey in a position to not know what the fuck was going on, because what we also learned from her interview with investigators was that there was no conversation between you and her except the day before she left, when you caught her and basically told her that you was going to take some time off, you was going to pay her rent up and everything for a year until all this shit just died down. But she had no information because she didn't get to enter into the hospital because it was during Carisha 19. So the hospitals were restricting access. Meg is upset that Kelsey had the unmitigated gall to have a conversation. But why would you feel that was a reach when you and her both ended up back in the same vehicle with the nigga after you got shot? You and her both ended up back in the SUV. So why at any point would Kelsey have thought, Kelsey was outside on the ground too with handcuffs behind her back when she watched you lie to the authorities for this nigga. So for you to look at her like, oh, you trying to save Tory? Well, she got that from you because you're the one who initially saved his ass. You're the one who didn't want to press charges. You're the one who didn't even want to tell authorities that this nigga had popped you. So she was on script. Remember, all this happened in a 48-hour period. The shooting, her going back to the hotel, her waiting to hear from the team, waiting to hear from you. She didn't know what the fuck was going on. But I can completely understand from Kelsey's perspective how there was a bunch of mixed messaging. Like, how was she supposed to know not to talk to Tory when you didn't even rat the nigga out? You didn't even sell him out. So why the fuck was she gonna sell him out? How was she to know, oh, let me not talk to Tory? When we both were willing to go back to your house, Meg, that night. We got in that vehicle to go back to your house to deal with this together. It wasn't like we was all on completely bad terms after the shooting happened. He got us back into the car and we were headed to your home in the Hollywood Hills to figure out what the fuck. the situation was about to be. So how at that point, because you done been in the hospital now for a day or two, you done got in your feelings about the situation. Was I supposed to be Cleo, and now all of a sudden, what's happening internally in your headspace now becomes downloaded into my headspace? No, bitch, I'm still confused. I'm traumatized. I'm battered. I'm bruised. I don't know what the fuck going on. I'm nervous. I don't know what the hell supposed to be happening. Ain't nobody talking to me. So you damn right I'm going to open the door for Tory Lanez and Daquan, people who were a part of the situation, because we were all initially going to figure this out together anyway after it had happened. It wasn't like you sat on that ground and just screamed for your life and begged for people to call 911, you know, and was completely obstructing to us getting back in that vehicle and going back to your place and handling this amongst ourselves. You doubled down on that sentiment by not saying anything for a while to begin with, not reporting it to authorities to begin with, not telling the police what had happened to begin with. So for me, it's just complete hypocrisy on Megan's part. I completely understand. I don't think that Kelsey at all had any malicious intent by opening up the door for Tory and seeing what the fuck, because she probably thought he had talked to Meg as well. He probably thought they knew more than she did. You know, she probably thought, hell, he was coming over there to tell her, you know, he had talked to you, what it was, blah, 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 la, 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 la. She had every reason to speak to anybody adjacent to the situation, because she too was looking for direction. She was looking for information. She was looking for feedback on what we gonna do. What's going on here? Kelsey was the one who was on the outs. She was the one waiting for the phone to ring. So I understand how it looks, but you know, you can look at just because your emotions frame some shit away doesn't mean that's the way that it is. That's just the way you feel. That's just the way shit looks to you. But when it's time to get cerebral, and it's time to get logical, and it's time to deal with information, and it's time to have some emotional intelligence, and it's time to be like sensible in a situation, we have to move past our emotional perception of shit and deal with some common sense factor and deal with some objective data. I completely feel like Kelsey is owed some due diligence in this situation. And I'm going to stand by that. I don't give a fuck who feel what about it. I said what the fuck I said, and I'm going to say it somehow. The only person I empathize in the situation is not just with Meg. I equally empathize with Kelsey as well. And in this day and age, baby, where you can't find too many motherfuckers you trust and too many motherfuckers who loyal to you, and you can't find too many motherfuckers who will really put something on the line for your ass, even if she didn't know at the time, because maybe her memory just got blurred, she was drunk, she was in a heightened stressful situation, she don't even recall the melee that happened in the middle of the road between Kelsey and Tory. But after she saw those exhibits, after she saw and heard that interview that Kelsey did with the prosecutors, and after she became fully aware about how her homegirl was out there windmilling for her motherfucking ass against a whole man who had the help of his homeboy, who also was armed with a whole loaded weapon. Bitch, I'm sorry, but there is some space you can give to that. There is some motherfucking great, like, that's a level of virtue and love that you just have to recognize. I'm sorry. Yeah, Kelsey might have moved in a way but everybody did. Everybody did. People questioning Meg right now. Why you ain't tell the police? Why you ain't tell? Why you told them it was glass? Why you... How? So my whole thing is, how is it okay for you to protect him, or for you to have been confused? You don't know whether you don't know what all you feeling. You feeling a lot of things. You want to be quiet. You feel antagonized. You trying to protect the nigga. You name drop the nigga. So why wasn't Kelsey afforded just some space for compassion? Like, girl, we went through something fucked up that night. I can't blame you for what you did logically. And the reality is you didn't do anything objectively wrong. Kelsey didn't say to Meg in that conversation, I took a bribe. She just said, bitch, I took the conversation with him. And this is what he said to me in the conversation, and was completely forthcoming about what he said to her. And took the conversation because she needed answers herself. She was trying to figure out what the hell was going on, what the hell y'all was going to do herself. I don't understand how you can become aware of a person trying to protect you at that level by fuck her speaking to Tory Lanez 2 days later. This bitch put her hairline on the line for you. Baby, she put her hair follicles on the line for you. She put her life on the line for you. That's not no snake ass bitch. That bitch made her choice that night. And that choice was you, Meg. And Kelsey could have lost her motherfucking life trying to intervene over a fight you and that nigga started. This wasn't even her fight. You and him going at it like cats and motherfucking dogs. I don't understand why Kelsey and Megan cannot give each other both grace and say, look, bitch, you can't be prepared for no shit like this. I don't know why Meg, because see, Meg, we know now, as a result of this documentary, that Meg also lied to Kelsey, like Kelsey said, about Tory. Because she was lying to everybody about their relationship. And she was mostly lying because the sex they were having, from Megan's perspective, was circumstantial sex. He wasn't somebody who she wanted to date. She made that clear. You know, he was a friend. He was feeling her like that. She wasn't feeling him like that. So the 1 or 2 times that they fucked, it was like a trauma sex. It was, girl, I'm lonely and drunk, and you really my closest male friend, and I really need somebody to hug me and love me right now type sex. But for Tory, all of that interaction and engagement with Megan was causing him to have a lot more feelings than it was for her. That's why she did not feel she even had to tell Kelsey what she was doing with Tory, because for her, she knew it was not going to go nowhere to begin with. She knew where she stood with Tory. She knew he wasn't going to be some nigga that was gonna be her man. He was gonna be her Hollywood boyfriend. They was not gonna have no relationship. That he was just a nigga that she had hooked up with 1 or 2 times. However, once again, what we also know from the fact that Meg lied is that Meg has a problem with lying and she justifies it. I also have to agree with Kelsey. Like, Meg broke girl code. Whether Kelsey and Tory was dating is really irrelevant. The fact is, bitch, you introduced me to this nigga at a Rock Nation brunch. And then you put me on to him and basically told me to get him. Told me to start dealing with his ass because he could be good for the business. So, like a pimp to a hoe, bitch, I acted on my assignment. Now, we sisters. You the one who don't put me on to this nigga. We talk about everything. We check each other titties for cancer lumps. We remove tampons out of each other's coochies when, you know, they've been inserted too far. So, why are you hooking up with this nigga and not sharing that with me? Because you know that we play niggas together. And from Kelsey, it was less about Tory. It was literally about the principle of trust. I don't understand why you're lying. I don't care. But what I do care about is why you're all of a sudden lying, bitch, because we got a friendship. We got a sisterhood. We have a perfect trust, perfect love. You know, bipartisan coven going on here. And I'm the same way as a friend. I don't give a fuck about the thing that's playing out. What I'm going to give a fuck is that you're not moving accordingly around me. Because if me and you like that, like, and you moving like this, yeah, that's a major problem. That's a breach in trust. And now, because you didn't do your part as a sister and told me what type of time you had been on with this nigga was able to sit in this SUV and deflect from you dragging and roasting and cussing his ass the fuck out by inserting the secret that didn't have to be a secret, because it could have already been tea. It could have already been a key between you and I, unbeknownst to this nigga, but you allowed this nigga to have one up on us, and then he was able to use this truth to then deflect from himself to me and you. And even though he just told me something that should have been confessed by you to me first, bitch, I still put my big bike on the line for you that night. I still went up and fought against a whole motherfucking man. Even though he is the height of a house cat, nonetheless, bitch, a man. And I went up against that motherfucking house cat. Because that house cat also had a motherfucking Glock 40. I'm sorry. I gotta stand. I stand with Kelsey too. I stand with Megan and I stand with Kelsey. Meg is out of order. Bitch, you broke girl code. You lied to your best bitch, who was not only your sister and your best friend, she was your employee. She had given up her life to support your career. She was the one responsible for why you got discovered in the first place. And she puts her life on the line in a situation you put yourself in with Tory. And then you throw her away and run off into the sunset. Yes, you might have ran off into the sunset with your trauma, but nonetheless, you had a sunset to run off into. And you sent her back packing to the life she gave up to be a part of what she had helped to co-create with you. That's some dirty, dirty shit. But You know, I also keep in mind when I think about how dirty Kelsey was done. I also keep in mind that Megan was traumatized. And when you are in trauma and you are in breakdown and you are already grieving on top of grieving, because she wasn't even done grieving over her mom. Her mom and that death was why she was even drinking and merging into this inappropriate relationship to Tory. And now you got this whole breakdown with Tory that then leads to an entire breakdown with Kelsey. So I don't feel like Kelsey did anything wrong in that medium. I can understand why Kelsey closed up and why she didn't continue to jump out of the window for Meg when Meg was trying to clean up her image on social media after she decided she wanted to name drop Tory. Because Kelsey had already put her life on the line. She had literally put her professional career on the line. She had literally gave up her physical life. And then she was in a violent situation and gave up her life for this woman. And this woman betrayed her. This woman completely abandoned all of the sacrifices that Kelsey had made and continued to insist upon using Kelsey to help her, but her never helping Kelsey in any real substantive way. You are taking up all of the spotlight around this trauma as if this traumatic event only happened to you when, bitch, it happened to me too. It happened to me too. And you don't care about my experience. You don't care about the fact that I was plunged into a situation because of you and Tory. Got my ass whooped, got my ass beat, got my ass pistol whipped, defending your ass in a situation that you put yourself in with this nigga. While already on top of that betraying me. And then sent me back overnight amidst all of this shit. And then the only time I hear from you is when you want me to be defending you, when we ain't even talked about the elephant in the room yet. We ain't even talked about our friendship. You ain't even acknowledged that this was my experience too. You ain't even acknowledged that this was shared trauma too. The only time I'm here for you, bitch, is when it's about you. You. Am I gonna say something? Bitch, am I gonna say something? I'm the only bitch out of Daquan and Tory who put anything on the line for you. What you mean, bitch? I ain't gotta say shit else. And matter of fact, bitch, why you up there talking to social media? You wanna drop his name, bitch? Head your ass down there to the LAPD and drop his name to an officer. I ain't about to play these motherfucking Harani hoe games with you. Because you don't know how to not click your ass on social media to avoid being fucking trolled. And once again, you done put yourself in a situation and you want me to do something about it. Baby, I'm pissed the fuck off for Kelsey. Right. And I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. Because Meg did what the fuck she thought was best, and Kelsey did the same motherfucking thing. You can't just throw people away and discard people and then and then think that you have a right to continue to hold them to standard while you pussy pop all across the confusion spectrum. You can't be a selfish motherfucker and only be self-concerned and then be mad at other people then for employing the power of self-preservation as well. Especially after a motherfucker done gave you an opportunity for you to be a we. Oh, okay, so there's just you? Okay, well now, there's just me. And you do what you got to do, and I'm gonna do what I got to do too. There's some accountability as it relates to what took place between Kelsey and Meg. Meg has liability there. I don't give a fuck about the situation with Tory because I agree completely with Megan. I don't give a fuck, bitch, what we arguing about. I don't give a fuck about how bad I'm roasting, how much I'm gagging you, girl. I don't give a damn whether we fucking or not fucking, bitch. What you don't have the right to do is execute a criminal act upon me. Period. Point blank. It's a wrap. Nothing else is to be said. But in that situation with Megan and Kelsey, there's some fucking liability there. And there's some accountability there. And for me, Meg doesn't get to pretend to be the victim in the situation with Kelsey. She don't. You're out of order. I would love, and I know it's too late now probably because there's already been a trial. Kelsey pussy popped on the stand. She's kind of picked her side. And there's probably never going to come a healing conversation because now things look too black and white between them both. Too much time has gone by. Too many decisions got made based upon survival. In between all of this, so it's probably permanently fractured. But Lord knows that they both deserve a conversation. Kelsey deserves an apology from Megan. And the both of them were a part of something really fucked up. And they probably could have got further and overcoming what Tory did to them both had they been able to hold on to each other through the whole ordeal. I'm gonna drop the link. And everybody keep talking about her taking a bribe. We don't have no proof she did take a bribe. She never told Megan she took a bribe. She never admitted she took a bribe. And there ain't never been no facts to substantiate that Kelsey took a bribe. She simply told Megan what the fuck he had offered to her. She recounted the conversation. We have no proof that it was a bribe. Speculation at best. But she never said she took a bribe. She was willing to ride with her friend. She didn't give up her life in Texas to come to LA for 2 days, only to turn around to ruins. I love Megan down booze, baby, but I am not going to stand with a motherfucker when they in the wrong. I empathize with them both. And I think the whole situation is fucked up and sad. I hate that they friendship collapsed. I would love to see them be able to have an honest heart-to-heart and hear each other. I understand the way things looked to Meg, but that's not the way things were, in fact. I understand the way things looked to Kelsey. They both need a heart-to-heart, and they both need an opportunity to talk about what took place. Welcome to the platform, Venus.
Hi, Conscious.
Hey.
Oh my God. I haven't seen you in a while. I think you did a great job. I think you're very fair. Probably more fair than me because I do, nobody deserves to get shot. Like, let's start with that. That was some crazy stuff. Um, Especially because you as a man, you did something wrong and you wanted to be the bold one and announce it. So why you mad that it's chaos now? So you want to shoot somebody. That's not cool. But the way Meg is just like not taking any accountability for anything is really disappointing. And I felt hurt for her friend. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like when I was listening to her tell the story about she jumped in a way, like put herself in danger to protect you, try to fake start the car to drive off so he could come chase her. Like, she did everything in her power to stop him because she really thought, oh, he shot her, he gonna kill her.
Yeah.
So she really did defend her. And then when she told the story about the next day in the
She had the battle wounds to show for it.
and the text messages about how he pulled out her hair.
Yeah.
Like, he was beating
Did
that
you see
girl's
the
ass.
pictures? They had the pictures of the injuries.
She got her ass beat, right?
She
Trying to
ass
protect you, even after she knew
got
what you
bald
did.
spots in her head. That nigga was snatching her hair out of her head.
She sacrificed her edges, and you know how her edges are. Once they
Look,
leave,
baby, you gonna have to pay me for my pain once my edges have been sacrificed.
so she was still down the ride for her, right? Because this is obviously after he said it.
Yeah.
Where Meg messed up was Kelsey was telling a story about in the hospital she went to see her and how the team came and treated her like she was nobody. Like, oh, we booked you a flight, bye, bitch. That's kind of how they did the girl. Just no explanation, no nothing. Oh, we'll get you an apartment for a year. And she had to negotiate that. They like, go. She's like, go where? I live with her. I travel with her. Where am I going? Oh,
Right.
we'll get an apartment for a year and pay the rent for you. So she had to even negotiate them to do that. They were ready to send her home to, we don't care. So imagine being treated that way after A, you betrayed me. B, I got the dog shit beat out of me, still protecting you. And then that's what I get. And then people are mad that she didn't want to speak up for. I wouldn't have spoke up for her either.
Right.
What?
I spoke up already, bitch.
When I got beat up.
Right.
Like, I spoke up.
When I got fucked up, I spoke up. Okay?
And they acting all innocent in the chat. I don't give a damn. Oh, taking a bribe is a crime. Okay, well, catch me if you can. I'm going to get something out of this. I no longer have my employment. I no longer have where I was living, my lifestyle, all snatched away from me because you betrayed me. You think I give a fuck about you now? I don't. Absolutely not. Tory don't care about me, so guess what? If I get some money out of this shit, I'm going to get it. I'm sorry. I don't understand these people acting like she did something wrong.
Especially after it practically had been established to Kelsey that she was basically being fired and she was being let go. It would have been one thing if she continued to stay connected to Meg and then was canoodling with Tory after she understood that they were cutting Tory Lanez loose. They was cutting him loose from association, from the brand, from the whatever. But y'all completely evicted this girl out of her career and out of her life. And like you said, basically sent her back to the fucking desert and then still thought she owed her loyalty. What does that work at? Like, I don't like, what did do that at? No, baby, you thrusted me into survival mode. And if this nigga willing to cut me a check and help me to get back on my fucking feet after I gave up everything that I created to help to support your career, and like you said, you betrayed me, I get my ass tore out of the frame, damn near lose my life behind this thing. Now I got trauma behind this whole shit, and now I'm dealing with the trauma on top of what happened between me and Tory, and I'm dealing with the grief of the breakdown between me and your relationship, and you don't even feel like you even owe me a fucking apology, and don't even acknowledge that I put my life on the line for you and gave up my life to support your career, and then y'all just throw me into the obscurities of society And then the motherfucker who can help to bring some mitigation to now me having to figure things back out in Texas. I just subleased my apartment. People just moved in my shit. I can't even return back to my place. My shit in storage. I don't have a place in Texas to go to. And I'm supposed to turn down Tory after y'all give me y'all whole entire Rock Nation ass to kiss. If this nigga wanna help me out. Hell no. I'm in survival mode. And I don't now owe y'all anything the way that y'all don't feel like y'all owe me anything other than a goddamn goodbye and a rent pass for a year. And still no conversation, no closure. There's no conversation around, you know, us getting back on track. We're not even dealing with the situation at hand emotionally, mentally, and psychologically. And I got to sit in the ashes of my life while you go on to pop puss and work for, you know, Cardi.
Millions of dollars while I don't even have
Yeah.
a job.
Yeah, I mean, that is wildly abusive. And I don't believe that Megan intentionally like meant to inflict emotional harm upon Kelsey, but that's nonetheless what has happened. Like the way she moved is the problem. She, you know, trying to create this narrative that Kelsey is the one who out of order. No, I mean, of course, she's the bigger star in the situation. People are going to more so focus on what happened to her, but this ain't just happened to Megan, and we know that because we lived through the trial and we saw all the evidence and we heard all the testimony, and now we know how much Kelsey had her back and what Kelsey put on the line, and we know how Kelsey was ultimately done. So that changes this conversation around Kelsey and Meg.
Conscious, you know what I think did it too? She
So all y'all doing is building
immediately
a
after
case
the situation,
against
she was
Hold
trying
on,
to.
boo. Hold on. It was some echo. Okay, go ahead.
You know what I think did it too? Right after the hospital thing, she said she was trying to call her. She was reaching out, and it was like she couldn't even. Meg wouldn't even speak to her as if she did something wrong,
Right.
right? So Meg is not thinking about any of this all these months later when it's a court case. You abandoned the girl. You like ostracized her after betraying her, and then you wouldn't even have the decency to have a conversation with her. So,
And
like,
that's
where in your mind did you think she's gonna have my back? Look what you did. She said she wouldn't even talk to her. She couldn't get on the phone.
and that's what I mean. Like Kelsey didn't have any, like she didn't have any information at all because they weren't allowing her to see Meg. They weren't allowing her to talk to Meg. So Tory Lanez was the first person that she heard from out of the whole camp. And once again, because they was willing to go back to Meg's house together, Meg was willing to allow that to take place. Meg was willing to also keep this shit under wraps. She was willing to figure out how they were going to move through this. I don't understand why she thought it was so like absurd for Kelsey at that point. It's only been a day or two, and I haven't even talked to you. Like, why I shouldn't have spoken to Tory when we were literally on our way to your house all together before the police pulled us over. Like, where the fuck you think we were heading? Like, it just doesn't. It's insane. Let me get a Taro God in here and Butterfly as well. Miss Taro, can you hear? I think you got some echo in your phone, love, as well. Let me put an echo cancellation on and see if that helps. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Try to go out and come back in. God, it's okay. I don't know where Venus went at. Butterfly, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi, how are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm all right. I just wanted to come up and tell you kudos to you. I've been watching you for a long time, and I just wanted to give you a shout out on your growth and your commentary.
Thank you.
I don't comment a lot, but I've been a subscriber to your channel for a while, so I just wanted to give you a shout out on your growth and your commentary, and just kudos to you.
I appreciate that, boo. Thank
No
you.
problem. No problem. I've been in the bushes listening the whole time, but you know it's Halloween and all this other crazy stuff.
Oh, period.
Yeah, my kids are grown, but I'm over here helping my mother give out candy and stuff. So, but
Yes.
yes, kudos to you
Right.
in your growth and your commentary, and continue
Okay, boo.
blessing.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, babes. That was our butterfly, you guys. Can you hear me? A tarot god?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud, loud, and in color. What's going on?
So y'all placing all the burden on Megan, and that's just
Hey, that's
not
what
right.
I'm
And
doing.
y'all speaking in absolutes. Y'all don't know what happened between Megan and Kelsey. And one thing I like to bring up is the picture of Megan and Tory at the Rock Nation brunch. Everybody saw those pictures, including Kelsey. So what was the problem? What was so hidden that Kelsey got upset or should be painted as some saint where she didn't know that Megan and Tory had something going on? Like that doesn't make any sense. Like nobody can explain that. So, and not only that, but the relationship for Kelsey and Megan was just as a convenience as Tory and Megan relationship. Everything was out of convenience. I don't think Kelsey was a real friend of Megan, because if they were real friends, she wouldn't have came out with all the stuff that she did. Like real friends, true friends don't do that. It really doesn't matter. And not only that, but who's to say that Rock Nation didn't make all those strategic decisions between Meg for Kelsey? Like Megan probably didn't say, "Oh, Kelsey got to go back home to Texas. We're going to give her 5 days notice to get out." Like Megan probably didn't make all those decisions, and y'all painting Megan as this mastermind when Megan is a victim of this whole entire thing. So to dogpile on Megan again is crazy. It's just crazy.
Well, I don't feel I have dogpiled on her because I have recognized her as a victim and her being traumatized as well. However, I don't understand how you think that it's friendly for Megan to allow her label to dictate the way she's going to treat someone who's actually her friend, because Kelsey was in her life way before Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Rock Nation ever came on down the hallway to sign her to anything. She was with Megan in college. She's the reason why Megan even got discovered. She's the one who
allegedly.
No, not allegedly. That's confirmed by both Megan and Kelsey. She was the one who uploaded and created her YouTube channel, got her exposure, and that's why Megan took her along with her. So
right, Megan could have dissed her from the beginning. Megan took her along with her. So I don't understand why Megan is this big bad wolf. And yes, Megan knew Kelsey before Beyonce and Jay-Z. But again, what if the Rock Nation sat down with Megan and strategically put out plans to say, listen, she either stay or she go, and if she stays, this will be a hindrance, and if she go, you will soar to the top. Megan had to make a decision for her career as well. So just like y'all saying,
okay, hold on. I got a question then. I have a question
yeah.
for you then. So then how is it that all of a sudden Kelsey would have been a liability when Kelsey literally had only been in LA for 2 days and had just given up her life in Texas because she was that much of an asset?
Why? Because she didn't cut off Tory. She was still having conversations with Tory.
Okay,
Maybe
so
that's
let's
a reason.
deal with that too. Let's deal with that too. Megan never gave her an ultimatum. Megan just had, because I believe that Rock Nation had a lot to do with it as well. I don't believe that the whole thing was on Megan. I'm still going to hold Megan for allowing other people to influence how she's going to do her friend. I don't feel like a label is an excuse to have it on your homegirl. However, I do believe that conversation was fueled and informed by Rock Nation. And then my issue with that conversation is everything really, because this girl was asked to give up her life to come support Megan and to come be with Megan full time as her PA. And I'm watching the documentary right before I did this live. I had literally paused this documentary to do the live, and Megan is in her own documentary talking about how professional, how much of an asset Kelsey is, how much this girl is her emotional support dog, how much this girl is like on her business when it comes to her. She know her shit. Like, this is why Rock Nation was tagging her along. They just simply did Kelsey wrong. And I don't know why that's difficult to accept. They dropped the ball on Kelsey.
No, I can agree that all of them were victims of something in this melee. Like all of them were. But to say that Megan is the nucleus and she's the cause of everything, she's this big villain. No, she's not. No, she's not. I'm not even talking to you. But like she's not.
I'm not trying to be
because
disrespectful,
the
but
thing about it, I did not interrupt anybody else. Okay, so pause.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, females gonna be emotional, but
listen, bitch, I'm trying to be respectful.
First of all, you the bitch, you nappy headed nigga. Like, don't call me no name.
You're a bitch.
No, you a nigga bitch.
No, we're not gonna do none of that, y'all. Let's calm down, because this is a panel, so I would love us to engage this conversation.
Yeah, I was respectful until that hoe opened her throat. So
it's gonna be passionate, but everybody is here in peace, and everybody just want to add to the conversation. So can we actually have a really great, passionate debate?
Yeah, I'm cool. Her food stamps must have didn't come in, but like I was saying, like Megan is not the
you sound like
villain.
You got the education of a 4-year-old girl.
Okay, nigga. So like I was saying, Megan is not the source of all of these problems. Everybody knew what they were getting into. So to paint Megan as this big bad wolf is crazy. It's some underlying jealousy.
So let me ask you this question. So if Kelsey and Meg have the friendship, then who would you say is responsible then? Like if this me and your relationship and you allow outsiders to influence how you gonna perceive me or what you gonna do with me, you don't think I have the right to hold you accountable for you allowing an influence, or I should hold the influencers accountable?
I think because they're both friends, they should hold each other accountable. But again, me personally, I really don't think it was a real friendship. I think it was out of convenience, because again, nobody has addressed the picture of Meg and Tory at that Rock Nation brunch. That was a very explicit photo. And I'm quite sure Kelsey saw it just like everybody else. So why is she shocked? Like, why is she shocked? And why is it take this whole thing, this whole court debacle for Kelsey to be like, oh, Megan did me wrong? Well, you saw those pics. You know that something was going on between Tory and Meg. Like, why are you shocked now? I don't think it was a solid friendship. I think it was out of convenience. I think Kelsey did her part a little bit. I don't think a lot, because Megan's the superstar. Megan's the talent. Megan's the juggernaut as far as like the talent is concerned. But as far as like the business part, like I don't think Kelsey is the mastermind behind getting Megan to stardom. Like, no, I would not credit her for all that. No,
but she's credited. It don't matter if you're not crediting her. Megan, Megan's mom, and Kelsey are all in unison about the fact that Kelsey put Megan on to the mainstream shit. I mean, that's just a fact.
I mean, I heard she uploaded a couple of videos.
And she managed her when she was in college. She set up her social medias. And yeah, she got her like on the radar of things. And once again, that meant a lot to Meg, because, hey, this woman helping me out. We already college girlfriends, and everything's moving. I mean, why do you struggle to give Kelsey her props? Like, what makes
because well, first of all, the only thing that Megan owe Kelsey is a thank you. Thank you for uploading those pics. Thank you for starting my social media. Like, what? Like, that's why people need to be paid. That's why it shouldn't be no, oh girl, do this for me one day. Oh girl, do this for me the next. No, pay the bitch so she won't down the line say, oh, you didn't do anything for me. Like, honestly, I think Megan and Kelsey probably had a little love relationship going on them damn selves. But like, Megan don't owe Kelsey nothing. Like, if it was a business ship, then she owe her money, and I'm quite sure Kelsey got paid. But other than that, no, Megan don't owe her nothing else. Like, and that's,
but Meg is the one in her own documentary saying, "This is my sister. I love this girl. We loved each other. Kelsey was my rock."
And I'm quite sure they did. I'm quite sure they did. But That's why I'm saying they don't need to be that. It needs to be business and nothing more. This is just for women that's trying to get in the business and in the game. Like, don't be attached to nobody, no female, no male, no nobody, because they're gonna eventually drop. Something's eventually gonna happen, and it's not for the faint of heart. So where they messed up, and this is them just being naive and young, was creating a bond when they had a business on the line. If Kelsey was truly a business partner with Meg and she got her to the beginning of her fame, they shouldn't have had no personal relationships. I'm quite sure Megan don't have no personal relationship with Jay-Z and Beyonce, and other than what we see on social media. But they not linking up every single day, calling each other sisters and everything. Megan and Kelsey were both young. Megan and Kelsey were both victims. But I don't think that Megan was the source of every negative thing that happened. Megan was fucking Tory. Okay, but everybody was. And Kelsey didn't know that. Like, it's crazy to me. Is it? No, I just
think
can't.
that if you
Conscious,
have
can I ask you a
trust,
question?
yes.
Because speaking of Meg being a nucleus, right? Meg is the one who introduced Kelsey to Tory, right?
Yeah.
Meg is the one who betrayed her friend and slept with Tory, right?
Yeah.
Meg is the one who allowed her friend to be sent home without any notice, any heads up, cut off her income, completely disregarded her, right?
All right.
How can she not be the nucleus then? Like, if we really think about it, if she would have never slept with her friend's dude, none of the things that followed that event would have happened.
Are you there, Venus? Uh-oh, I think your sound went out, Venus. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, I can't hear you. She might have some audio issues. Okay. Try to go out and come back in. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so going back to the whole picture thing, and I agree. I mean, Megan is the nucleus. I'm sorry, I love her, but I love her, but I mean, she's the nucleus. But going back to the picture thing too, right? We don't know at what point in that day that Kelsey and had the conversation. We just know that they were introduced on that day, and then at some point Megan told Kelsey, like, I want you to get up on that. So Kelsey, also being reasonable, I would assume, probably didn't think anything of the pictures. She's probably like, okay, yeah, like they are in the industry together, they are peers, this is having fun. But now there's been a side conversation that's happened, and you done told me to get up on this nigga to keep him close to the circle because he's an opportunity. Because he was pretty hot at that time. Like, Tory, he kind of had the summer on lock. His live streams were popping. He had it kind of going on. Him and Meg, which is why their professional relationship made a lot of sense. Kelsey knew, of course, there was a professional relationship. But once again, we done had this conversation now. So now, what's up? Because if you already fucking them, what I need to be fucking them for? If you already own it, then I mean, what the hell you pimping me out for in a situation? Like,
well, what you mean she was being pimped out? Who? Kelsey?
Kelsey, because Kelsey said that Meg introduced her to Tory at the Rock Nation brunch and then told her to start dealing with Tory because he good for business. Start like making sure you keep that one close to us. So you put her on to this nigga. She understands the assignment, but you already on the assignment. you already doing what it do. So what you putting me on assignment for?
Sounds like Kelsey is the nucleus. And not only that, but the fact that y'all are making Kelsey this person that has been done wrong, it honestly builds a case against Kelsey because it paints her as a person that needs vengeance. And she could possibly been the one to shot Meg. Now, I don't think that, but the way that y'all are painting Kelsey, it honestly, if we went in the courtroom, would give the jury and everybody else listening a reason to believe that Kelsey could have shot Megan. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to be careful how we paint Kelsey, because I think Kelsey was in the loop. Now, I think at the end of everything, Kelsey became emotional, which she has every right to. She's a human being. But I mean, man, like, no, it's just, y'all got to be careful how y'all paint Kelsey, because she looks like a potential shooter. Like, she does.
She don't look like a potential shooter to me, because I'm very clear about the facts that got this nigga convicted. 3 people identified him with that gun, including Kelsey and Sean Kelly, who ain't even had a bias involvement in the situation at all. So there's not even no possibility at this point that can convince me that Kelsey shot her.
Right, but I'm saying, for a person that's just coming into this,
well, they need to look at the case. I'm not going to spare a person's ignorance. They got to do their research just like I did mine.
Right, I'm just saying. But aside from that, Kelsey is not innocent in this. She knew what was up, and you know, she played her hand. Megan played hers. Tory played his. And honestly,
you don't feel like Megan got no fault in how she did Kelsey. That is just all.
Do I believe that?
Kelsey the user, Kelsey the big bad wolf.
No, Kelsey's not the big bad wolf. What I'm saying is, Kelsey is just as human as the rest of them, and we need to stop putting like Megan as this person that started everything. She's the one who's like lit the candle. Like, I don't think so. But I think they all had a role to play in it. But this whole, oh, my girlfriend and did me wrong, blah, blah, blah. No, you knew she was fucking that nigga. Like, and maybe she's using this as a means to an end.
I'm naive then, because when my friends tell me something, I believe them. Like, I'm not gonna fuck with you if I gotta question your word. So if you tell me that it's A, it's A. If you tell me it's B, it's B. Like, we ain't even friends if I ain't giving you 100% trust. If I gotta question, doubt, speculate, like, we ain't friends then. So I can understand why Kelsey, like, literally she took her friend's word, because that's what friends do. Like, why would I even be in a relationship to you if I'm going to question what you're saying to me? Like, and then I don't really have no reason up to this point to begin with. Like, me and you, we share everything, we close, we bonded, we do everything together, we put each other on 2 niggas, or like, we do all of that. So, you know, I don't even have no reason to be doubting. So I'm trusting that, yeah, like, this is a professional relationship. You and him are playing up their relationship publicly because it's just fun to do. Y'all both have a buzz. Y'all both got the summer on lock. So yes, you know, y'all gonna play into that a little bit, but you know, you never disclosed to me that you were fucking this nigga. And you told me to, you know, start dealing with this nigga, but you was already dealing with this nigga, and this nigga knew it, but you didn't tell your good girlfriend who you told to jump on this nigga that you were already on this nigga. Why is it that only Tory knew this information and not me? Why I didn't know, like, what the situation was? But you know what was between Tory, and Tory knew what the situation was between you and him, but I was the only person who didn't know that we were all in an entanglement together.
Okay, let's say that what you're saying is absolutely 100% accurate. And Megan says, you know, yeah, I did it. Sorry. Like, what's next? Like, because, like,
I think that's better than I ain't do nothing. I can at least appreciate sorry. Sorry. I dropped the pussy. Sorry. You know, hey, sorry. You know, yeah.
You don't think that conversation went on already?
No, it didn't.
I think so,
because Megan, outside of the court and now this documentary, of course, she lied about it. She literally said, I didn't fuck this nigga. I had no sexual relationship with this nigga.
I'm not going on Gayle King's show and saying I fucked a little nigga. Like, I'm not saying that either, especially as a woman. Like, we get chastised for having sex with anybody. Like, no, I'm with Meg on that. No, I ain't fuck that nigga. Like, I'm not. No, I ain't shit.
But like I said earlier on in the commentary, it's one thing to just plead the fifth and not answer. It's another thing to lie. Like, You can answer that question without having to answer that question. You ain't got to answer it with an actual answer. Your answer can be, baby, I plead the fifth. That ain't none of y'all motherfucking business. It don't matter whether I fucked him or not. He shot me. And that's
again, y'all painting Megan as this know all, be all, omnipotent, this person that should know everything. Megan is innocent as well. Innocent as far as media, as far as media training.
I can work with that. So my question is why we can't give the same humanity and the same grace to Kelsey.
We can without
all. She didn't know how to move any more perfectly in this situation than Megan did. See, I could accept that if we can accept that for Kelsey too.
And I'm saying yes, like I said at the beginning, all of them are victim of circumstance. All of them are victims of whatever part in this whole melee. However, to paint Megan as just the one that started all this crap, I don't think that's the right thing to do for either one of them. Either one of them. Because if that's the case, then Kelsey will forever be a victim. She was so stupid that she was convinced by Megan the slut that all of this shit, like, we don't want to do that. So we want to all give them grace. All of them grace. All of them made a fool.
But we also want grown people to make their wrongs right. You told a whole documentary that you lied. You said that now before the whole world, and you said it before the court. So why you can't call Kelsey and say, look, sis, you know I fuck with you, and I know you fuck with me. And I didn't even know that you were trying to whip up on this nigga to keep him from taking my life at the time, because I was on the ground dealing with my own shit, and I was just trying to be so far removed and detach myself from that shit because it was so over the fucking top that I didn't even know you and this nigga was like throwing blows on each other in the middle of the street. But after going through this whole shit, it's been over a year now. I'm aware of the facts of the case. I've seen the injuries. I've heard your testimony to prosecutors. I know what you put on the line. Looking back at that shit, sis, I'm sorry. And you're right. I should not have lied to you because I know you didn't give a fuck about that. I was fucking on Tory. You just didn't know what it meant that I lied to you. You didn't know what that meant about my integrity. You didn't know about whether you could take my word. You just didn't know what that meant. And I get that because hell, I don't like to be lied to either. So I apologize, sis. Like, I apologize. I apologize also for dismissing your experience. This shit was equally traumatizing to you. You had to see me get shot. You got your ass whooped. You got evicted out of your career. You got smeared in the public place as well. Like, this whole shit was fucked up. But look, I'm a believer of Miss Ataro God of heavy is the head that wears the crown. That's why I can't completely equalize Megan and Kelsey in a situation, because Megan is in the power position. She is the queen in this situation. So I gotta put the bulk of accountability on a captain. I can't put it on the co-pilots and on the passengers entirely. Like, that would be a false equivalency. This is her queendom. This is her system, and she had the authority to move around accordingly. And it's okay that she made a mistake. I want Megan to own that mistake. She seems to be the only person who don't know that it's okay to drop the ball. It's okay that you made a mistake. It's okay that you misread a situation. It's okay that you might have prejudged, misjudged. You might have selfishly thought about only yourself in a situation. Not being able to own that is what the problem. Not being able to make that right and give that closure to Kelsey and to herself is what's really weird and unhealthy. And continuing to hold that narrative that, oh, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me, when she won't even also say to the court of public opinion, hey, y'all were also right. Like, y'all knew, y'all had clocked my tea from the beginning, and I got out here and tried to lie in y'all face. And I'm still gonna play the victim after I admit that I lied. And I chose to lie, because see, a lie is a choice. She could have chose to plead the fifth, but you chose to lie. And then you're still trying to play the victim after you chose to lie to the public. Like, that don't, it's like Venus was saying, it's too much unaccountability. It's just too much. Like, Meg won't sit in her shit and stop being self-righteous and take ownership.
Oh my gosh. Like I
Take ownership.
I just don't believe that none of that conversation between Megan and Kelsey didn't happen. When I heard the investigation of Kelsey, I felt so bad for her. I looked at her in a different way. I felt her. I felt that what she said was absolutely true, just from a human experience. All that crap that she could have possibly went through, I was like, I feel Kelsey. I know she can't be lying in this investigation. But again, like I still can't believe that Megan didn't have that conversation with Kelsey after this happened. That
But
she
she
didn't
did.
sit. But
Kelsey
didn't she?
said it. Kelsey said the only conversation I had, I talked to Megan twice. I talked to her 2 days after the shooting. She called me and said she's sending me back. She's going to pay for a year's worth of my apartment. And then I thought that, I would hear back from her about, what was going to happen next. I never heard from her again until she decided she wanted to go live and confront the narratives that Tory Lanez was putting out. So she called me and she said, hey, I'm about to go up here and I want to know if you want me to speak on your behalf and to defend you. She said, yes, I would absolutely love for you to do that. She says, okay, I'm about to go live and I'm about to straighten shit out. So then she goes live and say, Tory shot me. Kelsey did not shoot me. It's stupid as fuck for this nigga to be saying that, two friends were da 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 boom. And then Kelsey thought there was going to be a follow-up conversation because there was still like the friendship was still broken. There was still like no relationship. They weren't actively friends. And she never heard from Megan again after that. Those were the only 2 times.
And I think that's where Rock Nation comes in. Because I think after that, possibly after that, Rock Nation said, you do this, you make whatever wrong right, especially saying that Kelsey didn't shoot you and Tory did. That's it. That's all you need to say. And let Kelsey go because she's a liability. Why they may have said that, I don't know why. Possibly because they probably seen weakness in Kelsey. They seen Kelsey was about to fold. She wasn't, being heard. She wasn't being acknowledged. And maybe they had to let her go because she was a potential liability. I don't know
I
what
want to know like what the liability was, because to me, I feel like throwing her away would have created the bigger liability, because now we're going to give this woman a reason to be pissed the fuck off. She's going to feel abandoned. She's going to feel thrown away. She's going to feel rejected. And she's probably going to go on a fucking crazy smear campaign and start doing all this shit. We don't have no control if we let her go. I feel like it would have been more of a strategy to keep her close rather than to fling her out amidst all this. So
right, that sounds rational. So the thing is, what was the public not told? Like, what were we not told for them as the reason to why they had to throw Kelsey away? Why?
I think we was told.
Hey, in a sec, say boo.
Hey, because she was still she never cut communication with Tory. She was sneaking on the phone.
Right.
She was telling him updates. He was asking the location. I feel like she.
Hold on. Oh, so hold on. And it says, you're talking about the jail phone call.
Yeah, she from.
But that was immediately following the situation,
right? So it's like she never cut ties or communication with him.
It had only been a day. Like, what ties was she supposed to cut when they were already on the way back to Megan's apartment following the shooting to discuss
the relationship tie, the love tie that she had with Tory? Maybe Kelsey
not
was
just
not
the love tie, the money offered.
Correct. So maybe Kelsey wasn't willing to give that up.
The money, she only told Megan about the conversation, about what Tory had offered her. She never said, hey, yeah, I took the money, I took the bribe, I took the $1 billion, she only told, when she finally talked to Meg, it was only, hey, this nigga, he came over, this is what he was saying, this is what he was talking about, this is what he said to me, da 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 da.
So if it wasn't the money, it was the dick. So Kelsey couldn't let go of the dick. And that's probably what Rock Nation saw, the weakness in her, and said, hey, we got to let her go.
My
Megan,
issue with that is that they never gave Kelsey the ultimatum. All this happened over a 2-day. This was a 2-day period. This wasn't something that played out for months. This all happened within the literal show, the first 48. This was literally like the first 48 hours. All this shit happened, and so they never sat down with her because Megan never called Kelsey and said, "We're cutting ties with Tory." And she never asked Kelsey, was she going to be able to oblige with that because she would love to continue, for them to go on and put this behind them and work together. She never, that wasn't the conversation. The conversation was, I'm calling you to tell you that you're going back home, bitch. And I'll pay to put you in an apartment for a year. They didn't give Kelsey nothing. There was no ultimatum. There was no a bunch of options on the table. There was just, bitch, I'm sending you home. Bitch, what? What?
Wait,
that's exactly what I did.
Can you hear me?
But why? Yes.
Because you setting up bail, you setting up communication with his team, communicate. After you
didn't set up bail. She didn't set up communication with you. She didn't do any of that. She only heard from Tory that night when he called, to apologize and to da-da-da-da-da. And then she saw him 2 days later when he pulled up to her hotel or wherever she was. And that's when he had the conversation with her. And then she heard from Meg shortly after that and told Meg about the interaction.
My thing is, like, you have the audacity to have a conversation with a nigga that just beat your ass.
But you had the audacity to get back in the truck with a nigga who just shot your ass. And
Megan had reasons to.
And you had the audacity to be back on the way to let this nigga in your house for us to discuss.
That was in the moment.
After what he did. And you had the audacity to tell the police that it was glass rather than a bullet from the gun he shot into your ass.
Megan was trying to protect them niggas. Like,
so they don't be mad at Kelsey for
no one's mad at Kelsey
for being on the same type of time.
No, Kelsey this was after the fact. I could see if Megan was trying to talk to Tory after she got shot after the fact, but that was in the moment that everything was going on. Megan was trying to think, oh well, it's 2019 or whatever that shit happened.
It took
Black Lives Matter.
No, she protected Tory for months, and she still didn't run down there to police. Y'all got to remember.
I don't think she was protecting everybody.
Y'all got to remember that the DA got involved after months of back and forth online between Megan and Tory. They got involved.
So you don't
said it wasn't glass. I was shot, nigga, and Tory Lanez shot me. And then the state picked it up. So she was still protecting Tory, and she still wasn't going to go down there to the police and hold him accountable personally. If it wasn't for the DA and the prosecutors getting involved, there may not have ever even been a trial to begin with, because Megan didn't run to the police. She was trying to do all this in the court of public opinion, not in the actual federal courts. So she was protecting him.
Megan was never protecting Tory. Megan even said she spared Tory. No, she deliberately said she spared Tory.
If you watch her documentary, she just said in the documentary, if I wasn't afraid to get a copyright strike, she literally said in the documentary verbatim, I did not want police to harm Tory. I did not want them to kill him. I wanted to deal with this thing under wraps and quietly. I did not want
right in that moment though. In that moment.
No, she holds on to that. She literally, now what she does own is the fact that she felt triggered after he kept trying to get in front of narratives over the course of months. She was never going to rat him out. If he had never opened his mouth, if he had never started doing all the social media shit, she had no plans of ever drudging all this shit up. She just
that sounds fair to me.
Having to do so, and that's protecting him. So just like she protected him and shielded him, why was Kelsey supposed to be like, oh, we're not talking to Tory? How am I going to know we're not talking to Tory? We was just pulled over by police because all of us as a group were on our way to the house. We were literally about to deal with this as a group. So how am I to know that all of a sudden now we're not a group when we was just a group before the police pulled us over, before helicopters came shining the big light on us? How am
Okay.
I supposed to know over 48 hours? I ain't talked to nobody. I ain't talked to Kelsey. I ain't talked to Jay-Z. I ain't talked to the wardrobers. I ain't talked to EJ. I ain't talked to nobody. My last memory is we were a group in a car on the way, headed to Megan's house to deal with the fallout of this shit as a group, as a foursome. So how am I supposed to know with no communication over just a day or two that all of a sudden now there's no group? I don't know that. All I know is that everybody's still protecting everybody because she telling the police it's glass. I'm actively seeing her protect this nigga. So how am I supposed to then extract from that? Oh, we're not fucking with Tory. I ain't supposed to be talking to Tory. You don't even want to report the nigga to authorities. So what are we talking about here? Where was it supposed to be clear to Kelsey that we not fucking with Tory? We were literally on the way to your house, bitch, with blood in your feet. With Tory. Tory was going to be bandaging your foot up at the house. Like,
so the argument,
you were going to let this nigga through the gate of your community after he just popped you. That's how delusional we all were in the car. So how am I supposed to know that over a 24-hour period, we ain't fucking with Tory? How am I supposed to know that? Can somebody explain how am I supposed to know that?
It makes no sense. It's just bias talking. That doesn't make sense.
I say
nobody
something?
would know that.
Yes.
Conscious, you forgot that she was on the phone with him and he instructed her to call the security guard and get him bail, and she said okay.
Yeah, because we were still a group.
Right.
We got disrupted as a group because the police intervened. But we were a group. That's my last understanding, is we were a group. Everything else happened as a result of the neighbors getting involved and calling 911 and reporting gunshots and shit. We were on our way to the house as a group, as a team, as a friendship group to deal with this. Like on some I know what you did last summer type shit.
you're making it seem like Megan was protecting Tory as if she loved this nigga, like she loved this man. But
no,
protect,
no, I'm not gonna, because you don't have to love somebody to protect him, but protecting somebody is protecting somebody.
Okay, so I'm saying this: if Megan exposed Tory, she would have been exposing herself. The best thing to do is shut the hell up.
Anyway, though, she did it in the end anyway,
because she had no choice. They were dragging her out. They were dragging. Megan couldn't stay silent forever. One, they dispersed as a group. Kelsey,
y'all don't give Megan no type of autonomy.
We're just not. I'm going
to
give Megan accountability.
Like dog baby without any type of a consciousness, without any type of autonomy, without any type of a will. Yes, there are niggas who still on G code to this day about shit that happened 20 years ago, and they ain't cracked yet. If you was not gonna say nothing, you're not gonna say nothing. If you crack, it's okay to crack. It's okay to say I cracked. She said, look, I cracked. I got gaslit. He talking shit. And so, hell, I'm with the shits now because, nigga, you lying on me. Let me tell the truth about you. So then that's what she did. No problem with that, because at the end of the day, she got popped. She got shot. And she had a right to respond if that's what she wanted to do. But y'all's commentary does not allow Megan to have like responsibility behind her actions.
This is where I put hold Megan feet to the fire. Megan shouldn't have never let Tory in her life. That's what I'm saying. Megan should have had better discernment. That's where all of this came in. If Megan was really thinking about her future in her career, she wouldn't have been reckless about who she allowed into her life. That's what I want to hold Megan accountable for. But Megan is still growing. Megan is still learning. That's why I'm not going to nail this girl to the cross. Because at the time, Megan was 24, 25. She's still learning. Like, I'm not just gonna, I'm sorry. I'm gonna hold her accountable for what she needs to be held accountable for. But everybody else got a brain in this situation too. They could have walked away too.
In a sense.
But if I can remember clearly, didn't both of them went live before she went live? Tory went live.
No.
Huh?
Tory went live. He had did a series of live streams.
Kelsey went live before Meg too?
Then Megan went live eventually, and then it was still like a a lot of months passed before Kelsey eventually. Like, Kelsey was actually the most quiet out of everybody. She the one who actually stayed out of the conversation the longest and the truest to everybody. And when she did finally do a live stream and address it, it was like after, I think a whole year had went by, after there had been all this back and forth online between Megan and Tory and all of this shit, when she finally said, you know, come to find out, you was fucking on a nigga that I was on to first, and we supposed to be homegirls, and we laugh at other bitches who get caught up like behind niggas. So like, you goofy for
So for her to say that it happened multiple times and they laugh at other bitches, that means they do this thing. They do this repeatedly. So why would you pretend online that that really was your nigga?
No, but she's not, because to her point, me and Tory were not together. Like, this was a nigga that Meg wanted me to start, you know, fucking off on and start dealing with, just to keep him adjacent to the situation. But she also was dealing with other niggas. She had a nigga in jail who she also called to be like while they was in her back seat. Like, she, you know, like she had a whole other boyfriend. Like, Kelsey was, you know, on the whole scroll, but her whole principle is, this was my nigga in the sense of, girl, you told me to start dealing with this nigga, and I did. I told you, yes, I'll start dealing with him to keep him close. You never told me at any point you started fucking off on him. You never told me at any point you was already dealing with him in that capacity. And I'm trying to figure out, why am I having to come behind your sloppy seconds if you already got him on your plate first to begin with? Like, it's really no point in me putting my pussy
because that's what we did.
So Megan, so Kelsey already had a nigga.
Hold on. I want to deal like exactly with what intersex I just said. What we do and what we've done in the past, if we've had an understanding, the thing that makes this different from the times that we've done this in the past is the lines were drawn. Like, you never told me to do one thing or put me on to a nigga, and then you secretly were fucking off on that nigga. That's what we ain't never did in the past. Yes, we done put each other on to niggas and all that shit, but we ain't never went behind each other's backs. So that's the different variable here that's happening in the situation with Tory. You have been behind my back, fucking off on a nigga that you put me on. What is the point of me being put on to him if you're dealing with him? That's what we didn't have an understanding about. You never said we were going to be dealing with him. You never said this going to be a nigga we going to be tag teaming. You never said, you know, you telling me, oh, girl, I ain't feeling him like that. He ugly, he short, he ain't my type, bitch. Like, he just a good him, blah, 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 blah. And they come to find out, bitch, you sucking and slobbing and rolling around and getting it going. And I'm just like, girl, what's the tea? Because this ain't even my nigga, to be fair as well. But why you put me on to him and you fucking off on him? Like, literally, her questioning is about Megan's behavior. It really, Tory Lanez is just like a mode in the situation, but he's ultimately really irrelevant. And I don't understand why y'all struggling with this concept.
But I don't think he's so irrelevant.
So Kelsey had a nigga already.
Intersex. This would be equivalent intersex. Let's say me and you, Bert, we both employed at Starbucks. Me and you is good. We brother and sister, honey. No. Let's say we not. Let's say I'm employed at Starbucks. You my good Judy. You oftentimes come into Starbucks occasionally to kiki with me. I give you all type of free shit. I'm giving you all the free shit up in there. All the time you come up in there. There's a cute coworker up in that motherfucker. I'll tell you, oh girl, he's single, bitch. You need to get up on this nigga. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can do that. Okay, so you start canoodling, you texting, you talking, you doing what you do with him, and then he lets you know that I've been putting Folgers in his cup too. And I done told you, he ain't my nigga. I ain't fucking on him like that. We just friends. But I done put you on to him like in a put on. And I ain't disclosed to you that I'm doing whatever I'm doing with him. So now, what is your issue in the situation? Do you have an issue in the situation? Because I ain't even the one to let you know that I'm fucking off on him. He the one letting you know what your friend and him is doing.
Because it was embarrassing. It's embarrassing for Megan to say that this nigga is, you know, awesome jaw. like I'm just
I
Like
honestly think that it was like a drunk slip up. They was talking about each other mother and it just happened. That's
right.
how I'm thinking. So it's like
No,
I
it wasn't a drunk slip up. What happened was Tory and Meg was in that car arguing like cats and dogs, and Kelsey, once again being a loyal chick to her good girlfriend,
Oh
she
God.
interjected and started dragging that nigga like, you ain't gonna be talking to her like that, nigga. Fuck you, blah 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 blah. So he like, oh bitch, fuck me. I don't know why the hell you defending her when she fucking me too. Did she tell you that while you in this conversation trying to have her back? And Kelsey has to redirect temporarily her attention now from Tory to Miss Megan ass. Like, what bitch?
I got a question. I got a question. So remember when Kelsey said she was on the phone with her boyfriend in the car?
Yeah.
What if it's the boyfriend that she's married to now the whole time she was fucking him?
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. So Kelsey had a nigga?
Yeah, she
And
had
the
a few
nigga was
niggas.
Meg enemy.
So if I'm Megan and I'm saying Kelsey got a nigga, I'm a fuck on Tory like when I want to, when I'm about to cry and need a back rub. Like, okay, like I'm not gonna take it seriously anyway because Kelsey got a nigga. Like this nigga for everybody. I'm gonna sit on him too. Like no.
Yeah, but don't. Why y'all making excuses for lying? It's not okay to lie in a friendship. You don't get to lie to me as my sister. You don't get to do. You don't get to. And if you think you get to, we ain't sisters no more. We not.
I'm gonna eventually tell you when I'm not embarrassed anymore. This nigga is ugly. Like I'm gonna tell you.
No. Oh no. And see, that's the gaslight and mitigated audacity. He a leprechaun to you, but you want me to put this leprechaun in my motherfucking puss. He's so ugly.
What you mean? What you mean?
He's so ugly and undesirable. But hey, you fuck with him, bitch. You want to put me on to the nigga. The nigga ain't good enough for you, but he need to be good enough for me.
So you saying Megan put him on?
Put the audacity because I'm so real. I'm so pro sisterhood that I'm willing to take one for the team for the sake of growing the brand. So if this nigga want to eat the cat, I'm willing to let all that take place because I'm doing my part as PA. But then, if you was already fucking off on this undesirable nigga, why the fuck you let him have a 2-for-1 special? Because if it wasn't for you asking me to let this ugly nigga hit, I would have never let him hit to begin with. You was already taking one for the team. Why I had to take one for the team too?
Listen, look, I'm not thinking that deeply about that shit. That nigga wanted to eat my cootie cat, then
Megan was being,
bitch, I got mine, you get yours. Like that nigga shouldn't be taken seriously by none of us.
Just like Megan said in her documentary, Megan was being a hoe, so own it. I'm a hoe. I made hoe decisions and I prioritize promiscuity over trust between my sister. I'm dead ass motherfucking wrong.
Oh God.
I'm dead ass wrong. So you can't be I don't give a fuck. Megan she's trying to be too many things at the same time, and they come into conflict. You want to be in sisterhood, and you want to have trust and honesty and transparency. At the same time, you want to be able to do what the fuck you want to do. And you know what that sounds like? It sounds like every other is complicated relationship where you're saying you want to be in a relationship, you acting like you want to be in a relationship, but then you also want the full liberty of doing what the fuck you want to do. Boo, you gotta pick a struggle. You gotta pick a side.
So I say I'm Megan and Kelsey is my friend, and I'm like, you know, Kelsey got this nigga, you know, mind you, he in jail, whatever, but she still love him. And, you know, I sense that she got a thing for Tory, but, you know, they not really an item. And this nigga Tory, you know, I'm drunk a little bit. He looking like a snack. He trying to beat it. So I'm going to let him. I'm not necessarily going to tell Kelsey right away, but, you know, eventually if me and Kelsey talk one day and I was like, girl, I let that nigga hit. I was drunk. I was, you know, emotional at that time. that's how that shit would have came out. Like, but other than that, I'm just not ready to be like, oh, Kelsey girl, I let that nigga hit. Like, no. He's look at him. But
to Kelsey's point, that's the kind of sisterhood we got. We tell each other everything. The embarrassing shit, the shameful, slutty, ridiculous shit we do, the shit we did when we was drunk. That's what our sisterhood is.
So
I'm sorry, bro, but like you as a man, like that's you romanticizing women's relationship with each other. We don't operate like that, because even your friend, your good sis, is judgmental. So I'm gonna prepare myself
I don't
to
tell
tell
her all
shit.
the ugly truth.
I'm gonna tell her eventually.
I still tell her judgmental ass all the ugly naked truth.
I'm gonna tell her eventually, but I'm not just the day after, because look at if I was Megan and I'm looking at Tory, I'm like, look at this nigga. Like, he's shorter than me.
So
his hairline. Like, bruh.
Then give me the proper timeline for when it's okay to finally do right by your friend.
I don't know.
How much time should go by before you finally do right by your friend then?
I don't know, because
give me the days, give me the weeks, give me the months, give me the years. I'm gonna get the month, day, and year. And how much time has to go by and lapse before you decide to do right by your friend?
Because I'm gonna hang myself if I gotta make sure it's the right time, or maybe not even ever tell her. Like, seriously, because
that's where she fucked up at, because she does not telling her is exactly what Tory Lanez was able to capitalize off of, because he knew exactly what it created, which was a breach of trust. Like, what?
But then again, like,
telling me this,
Kelsey. But couldn't Kelsey and Megan, like, even after he revealed that, because he liked drama, like, even after he revealed that, couldn't Kelsey and Megan kind of step to the side at some point and be like, look, bitch, we not going to trip out over this ugly nigga, and we just going to, we just going to take loss, like, get rid of him. Like, they could have done that. That shouldn't have been, oh, we got to fight because we two girls. No, they could have thought logically about that shit. This nigga's ugly. If we both admit that we smashing this nigga or got feelings for this nigga, we both gonna look stupid. Megan was quiet. Kelsey was quiet.
Already the one who wouldn't look stupid because she agreed.
They could have even lied and said, nigga, shut the fuck up. Megan and Kelsey could have lied and said, nigga, we don't know what you talking about. Like, we ain't never, I would have did that shit. I was like, Kelsey, look, we just gonna deny that nigga, because ain't nobody gonna know. He can lie. He can be like, oh, he gonna have that little nigga syndrome and wish he fuck us. So, like, Megan and Kelsey could have, like, collabed and be like, bitch, like, we just gonna deny this nigga. That's what they could have done. That's what I would have said. If I was Rock Nation, I would have been like, look, Kelsey, Megan, just say y'all don't know what that nigga talking about. Like, come on. Like, I don't know.
Now I'm dead ass curious about you and intersex's friendship politics, baby. I'm curious to know
Look, I'm gonna protect myself at all costs, because even females will throw you under the bus. They get too emotional, and I don't care. Like, at this stage in my life, I'm protecting me. Like, we can kiki, we can sit down, we can party, girl. But at the end of the day, ain't nobody got me like I got me. So I gotta watch my back. Females are not as evolved, at least in relationships, as men are. Men, especially black men, they gonna the hoes before bros before hoes, right? Black women ain't like that. So we not as evolved like that. A bitch gonna take a nigga even if he dirty. So, like, I'm like, I got me. So I don't know.
That's one thing I can agree with. I know that if there is one thing that is a kryptonite to sisterhood, it's a nigga. A nigga is going to test the strength and the power and the elasticity of sisterhood. Men definitely have a deeper allegiance to each other than women do. But see, even with what her story says, I don't trust on any level. Trust my friends with important information. What I'm shook about is how are these people even friends then? Like, how y'all got people in y'all life y'all can't trust with important information? How y'all got friendships in y'all life y'all can't be vulnerable with? I don't understand how.
Like you said at the beginning, convenience or trauma and convenience. They just there with each other. Maybe they lonely. Maybe they don't have anybody at the top. Maybe they took who they could along for the fucking ride. Convenience and trauma. Ain't none of this shit real. So the pressure will tell you. And the pressure told us that Kelsey and Megan ain't supposed to, their friendship had a limit. That's what it was like.
Okay, so I got a question. So in the documentary, she said that Kelsey didn't know, because I think she knew the whole time.
She never got into the details in the documentary of the situation with Kelsey. Megan just like played the victim, because see, this is what I've been saying Megan did. Megan knew she was wrong for the breach of trust with Kelsey. And then when she got shot, she used the extremity of that situation to deflect from morally doing Kelsey wrong. Because now that she's been shot, this should take bigger priority. And she wanted it to take so much priority that she didn't have to be accountable for her actions in her relationship with Kelsey. So even in the documentary, she never addresses, for obvious reasons, the whole exchange between her and Kelsey prior about Tory. And she can't really address that, and she's never going to have a conversation about that, because that conversation would involve Megan revealing that she was wrong as fuck. So she can't go into details. She never going to go into that conversation, because Megan don't want to be wrong at all. She don't want to have no accountability in nothing. She damn sure not going to take the initiative to put herself in the hot seat, because she already has a brand that's supposed to be about being a girl's girl and girl power and women stick together. And even in the documentary, she's like, I'm disappointed that she, didn't come to my defense, because, like, I would have never did her that way. And as women, we are stronger together. So now that she's built this brand of, female camaraderie and girl code and sisterhood and feminine energy, she can't get out here as a woman that's branded all that and champion all that shit and talk about protecting black women, and she ain't out here protecting black women. She ain't out here being
Stop.
being real to her black sisters. So she ain't gonna never be able to go into the nucleus and the minutia of that dialogue. She danced all around that conversation just to conclude, I'm the victim. Kelsey should have spoke up to me. She should have spoke up for me about Tory popping me, and she doesn't deal at all. Even in the documentary, like years later, with the fact that this happened to Kelsey too, she got her ass whipped. I would have loved to hear commentary from Megan in this documentary, like, how do you feel? This girl got her ass whipped for you. This girl literally told the prosecutors Tory shot you. I mean, she basically, she vindicated you. She where it was supposed to count, Kelsey showed up at. In that moment you got shot, she put her body on the line.
Hold on, Kelsey said verbatim that Tory shot Meg. Kelsey said that Tory shot Meg.
In the interview, the prosecutors, she said, I didn't see who shot, but she was like, when I got out the vehicle and I walked around that vehicle is when the fireworks started, and I ain't see who, but it was just weird though, because she went on in the interview to say how Tory had the gun, and then she started wrestling Tory. She tried to wrestle the gun from Tory because she thought he was going to kill. Well, actually, I might be confused. I'm not sure. I have to listen to the interview again, because I might be conflating what she said on the stand.
Right. So she never said. So she never.
I don't understand. She had pussy popped, but I think in the interview she might have actually directly said,
yeah,
she shot her, and then she tried to, fight him and all that to keep him from hurting her.
But on the stand, during the trial, did Kelsey say Tory shot?
No.
Okay. Well, in that, fuck her.
Okay.
Wait, so I'm trying to understand. Conscious, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, boo.
There seems to be like a character issue, right? Because it seems like more people are concerned with what they wouldn't have told instead of like what they wouldn't have done, right? So it's not that I wouldn't have slept with my friend's man. I just wouldn't have told her that I did it. And the fact that we think that it's okay for us to treat people like that, but somehow they should come and take a stand for us is like, do you understand? I don't understand it.
Say that. Say that again, boo. I'm sorry.
The fact that we think it's okay to treat people that way and still having like an expectation of them to come and take a stand for us when we have a time of need after we betrayed them. It's like I'm trying to understand why so many people are in alignment with that. Like what I'm hearing is not that I wouldn't have slept with my man's friend. Oh, I just wouldn't have told her. Like that. That's what I'm hearing. Like, so the character is the issue.
So who was whose man? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's the man that you told. It's the man that you put me on to.
When did Tory become Kelsey man?
The moment that Megan put her on to him, and her issue isn't that she couldn't also been on to him. Her issue is why you didn't tell me you were fucking on him too.
Kelsey had a man in jail. Kelsey was cheating.
So here's the thing: if that was the case, why did Megan keep it a secret? Why didn't Megan just say if he really meant nothing, right? Then it would have been nothing to hide, though.
Exactly.
I don't think Meg.
She hid it for a reason. Like
because he's ugly.
We can't play stupid. Meg knows she did something wrong. She knows it, and she didn't want to tell her friends.
I ain't telling nobody I slept with that ugly nigga. I ain't telling nobody.
But Conscious, you hear what I'm saying, right? Like
I agree. I don't know, like where these friendships that's being talked about on this panel come from, because I don't got nothing in my life to look like that, baby. All my people, a reckless logic. No, a lot of my person, that's my nigga. Like we cry together, we laugh together, like that nigga. I share my heartfelt feelings with. I mean, like I've seen Reckless suck dick. That's how close we are. Like we like baby, we all up in each other shit. Like all my friends, like we like at the highest level of relationship. So I don't know nothing about this whole, lying to your friends, being with like your friends.
CTV, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Because the bond between two black men will always be stronger than a bond between two.
But I got homegirls who in sisterhood.
Black women have more loyalty to a black man than she will ever have to another black woman. Like that's what I'm saying. We don't have the luxury that you have. You're
projecting. She's projecting.
But what I'm saying is that like black women also not a monolith. I got homegirls who got the same type of relationships to their female friends that I got. Like
they lying. They lying.
They even fuck niggas together.
Like you said, kryptonite. A black man is a black woman's kryptonite.
They fight together.
That will.
No, a low vibrational woman for that woman here.
That will break. It ain't
for everyone.
All of a sudden.
Yes, low vibrational women. That part. Let's make the distinction.
Ever since the pandemic, a lot of people been talking about this low vibrational karma shit.
You are low vibrational, and it has nothing to do with karma.
Women, bitch, you can't even spell low vibrational. You really can't. All that shit is fake. Black women throughout history have never built the relationship in order for it to withstand any kind of stress.
I'm sorry you had that experience, but that's not every black woman's experience.
Black women are not evolved in any way. And if
you can't speak for every black woman,
if we're all being honest,
if you regulate your emotions and calm down?
If we all being honest,
you be honest. You're trash, and you want to make every black woman trash. No, you're trash. Every black woman is not trash because you are.
On this panel, if we're all being honest on this panel, we will see when black
loud and wrong.
When that dynamic,
loud and wrong.
Bitch, girl, you need to braid your
You're
hair
loud and
rebraided
wrong.
because
You sound
girl.
like an older woman
Anyway,
who's ignorant as fuck. That'd be the
anyway,
worst part.
bitch,
I bet
you're
you over
older
40.
than me.
I bet you're
You
over
look
40.
old as fuck.
Like
You
the
got a
older
double
women be
neck,
so
nigga.
fucking dumb. I don't
Shut the
understand
fuck
y'all.
up. The amount of STDs this bitch probably got because she fucking on people's men is crazy.
The
Like, that's a
projection
lie.
is
If she
wild,
go out
sis.
there and tell
The
black
projection
girls
is
this shit,
insane.
a little black girl was going to get hurt. Black women haven't built that kind of relationship
Who
to
hurt
withstand
you?
any
Do you
kind of
have
pressure.
mommy
This
issues?
bitch,
It sounds
first
like
of all, I
mommy
got a
issues.
mother and a father. My
But
parents
you
are
got
still in my
mommy
life. You're
issues
probably a
though.
baby mama.
I feel
You're
like you got
literally
mommy
probably a baby
issues.
mama. This girl needed
Do you have
CTV
mommy issues?
validation for
You got
every
like a
statement
hatred
that
for
she
black
made.
women
She
and you're
literally
projecting it
hates
on
Megan.
everybody.
She literally hates Megan, and Megan got shot.
I
Like,
like
she's
Megan's
speaking
music, but Megan is
she's
trash. It
literally
is what it
speaking
is.
against Megan and can't commit to the fact that this woman got shot. And she's saying that
No, I
black
know
women
she
have
got
a
shot.
strong
I
bond.
know she got
This
shot.
bitch is delusional and
You're not
dumb.
making sense.
This
We know
old
she got
bitch is
shot.
delusional and dumb. Like, this nigga is really going to
Oh,
sit up
you
on the
loud and
panel.
ghetto. You
This
are loud and
nigga
ghetto.
is
You
a,
a
first of all,
loud
I'm not a
ghetto hood
German
rat
Jew.
bitch.
I'm
Like,
not
oh
a
my
German
God.
Jew. I'm not a German Jew. And my lineage is not from Germany.
I
So
know
I'm
you don't
not
have
ghetto.
quality
But
men in your
anyway,
life.
like I was
I
saying,
know
this
you
bitch
don't
is
have
coming
quality
for
men
me.
around
She's
you. The
literally
quality
dumb.
man would not tolerate
She's
a
not even
person like
speaking
you.
towards the fact. This
Like,
is
you're a
what I'm
hood rat.
talking about. This is a black bitch.
You
This
are a
is
hood
what I'm
rat.
talking about. She's a black bitch. She's
You're a
like
hood
any
rat.
other black bitch.
You
Bitch,
are a
I
hood
had
rat.
both of my parents in my life. You are the hood
This
rat.
how men
You
talk to you?
literally are the
You
hood
sound
rat.
like a
You
man. This how men talk
literally
to
are
you?
the hood rat.
This how men talk to you?
First
Can
of
we
all, her
recalibrate?
Is
service
this how
doesn't
men
work.
talk to
Her
you?
Hey
service
The way
doesn't
y'all.
she's
work. Her
abusive like a man.
service
Y'all hear
doesn't
it?
work. She's
Hey
popping in and
everybody.
out. She's popping in and out. The only conversations that's been happening amongst the three of us, she's only coming in here to create chaos. This
You
bitch is
are the
what I'm
chaos.
talking
You're
about, a black
stupid.
nigga bitch that comes and
You
tells a
sound like a
lie.
Hold on,
man.
Satara. Hold on,
Who
hold on,
spoke to you
Satara.
like
Hold on,
that?
Satara. Like we literally cannot
She's literally dark skinned and dumb.
With the
Literally,
self
she
hate for
sounds like a
me.
typical
Woo!
jealous
Look at
dark
the
skinned
self
Okay.
bitch.
hate. I know
Okay.
this an old lady. I know this is an old lady.
Look, we're not gonna do the colorism thing. Like I don't that's what we're all
It makes
black.
sense with everything else she's like. She clearly has an inherent thing with black women. That's why
What
the
the fuck?
N-word bitch comes out, the dark
What
skin, nappy
the
headed.
fuck?
Like, what kind of black woman with an afro as an icon? And
Why
the
are
first
we
things,
why are we using anti-black rhetoric as black people?
she's a black woman hater, like clearly.
And and Tyra God literally has an avatar of a melanated woman with an afro.
That don't mean nothing, clearly.
How are you calling other women nappy headed?
And nigger bitch and what else with dark skin? Like what?
Oh my god.
It's the self hate. Like it should never be that deep. Like relax.
Okay. Can we recalibrate? I just because I don't even mind us disagreeing, but it don't take all that to disagree. We don't have to.
Yeah, my only
Okay, it
issue
don't
with
take.
her is that she doesn't say a point and then stop so you can give a response. She just like filibusters through. That's why I said I could tell by your communication you don't have a quality man around you because only hood niggas tolerate women like her.
Jesus Christ. Jeez. Okay. See, we got a lot of work to do as a community. The community toe up apparently. Women's community particularly is apparently toe up because I created a poll that said, "Can black women trust each other?" 54% said no. 46% said yes. What do you guys think about that? About those numbers? That there's almost like half and half attitude. Is that discouraging as black women?
Yeah, but I accepted it a while ago because I got my feelings hurt one too many times by women. So I understand the women who are saying like no. I think it has a lot to do with like our culture. I think women are like kind of pitted against each other and taught that you have to be against each other for like the male gaze. And men kind of play a role in that. And I think also there's just a natural catty element to some women. There's a lot of reasons. But I'm sure like most of those women have a story they could tell you of somebody they trusted who probably hurt them. It could have been a family member. That's why I asked her, do you have mommy issues? because usually when a woman has like that deep rooted anger toward women, it comes from like something.
Your audio here went out, Venus. And we have a tarot god backstage. Tarot, I would love to have you in the conversation because I love your spunk and I love
Can I say
your
something?
passion. But
Can I say something?
hold on for 1 second. But we cannot do the N-word bitch thing. We can't do the dark skin bitch thing. I literally can't. So, are you okay, tarot god? You are up here, boo. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey. So here's the thing. This is your platform, and I don't mean to disrespect you. So I'm gonna follow the rules, and I'm growing. So I'm gonna be upfront with that.
Yes.
However, I'm not going to allow someone to give out false information when history tells us that Black women have not built the camaraderie amongst each other to move like other groups have. We haven't. We haven't had the space to do that. Our history has been really tainted and bothered with, where we haven't had that time to like bond with each other. So I think it's best that we be honest and frank. Now she can play Dr. Dumb and think she's a therapist, but I don't think she got a certification or even anything from anywhere to even speak on that. So I have a mother and a father in my life. And my mother has told me, like, don't trust everybody, even a woman. So they can be just as doggish as men can. Black women have not built that kind of relationship to stand with each other 10 toes down on anything. And we must be honest about that.
So my question to that then, if that's the case, then how much sense does it make for us to normalize that being the case rather than pushing against that and encouraging?
That's not something that you can wish. That's not something you can wish or try to normalize. We have to build relationships. That takes time, and it takes forgiveness.
No. What I'm asking is, so then if what you just said is the case, that Black women have been stunted, haven't had the space to cultivate that level of relationship to each other, then what sense, how is it forward moving for y'all to be combating me when I'm combating Black women doing just that to each other?
They're indoctrinated.
I'm actually agreeing with
and holding Black women accountable and holding them accountable so that we can change the expectation.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. I'm holding them accountable by saying we are not in unison. And she's saying, or the person is saying that we are, and the only time, and she's using black male rhetoric against me. She's a misogynist. So, and the thing about it is,
you defended Megan.
So
you're not holding people accountable.
And I will forever defend Megan. So here's the thing:
you've been doing it the whole time.
She's using the same black male rhetoric against me that she probably has endured. Like, she's been abused, clearly, because anytime you don't tell the truth with yourself, that means you have some sort of deficit, some mental deficit.
What's the lie?
The lie is that you're saying that black women are kumbaya-ish. We hold hands together. We fight the good fight against everybody.
I didn't say any of that.
When in actuality,
ma'am, I did not say any of that. I didn't say that.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, you inferred that.
No, I didn't.
Hold on, because I do want to give a Venus opportunity to respond, but I also want to say that Venus said Black women are not a monolith, that not all Black women are this way, that this is not the entirety of the community.
Absolutely. There's a small percentage of Black women that are conscious and that know that sisterhood and community amongst women matter. But for her or to anybody to say that Black women got it all together with each other, we work in unison, we have a strong bond and unity amongst each other, is a bold-faced lie. And it's also dangerous to put that message out there.
Why are you arguing points nobody made? No one said any of those words.
Nobody's saying that. Hold on. I'm not accusing you of saying anything at this point. I'm not even talking to you. What I'm saying, I'm making a statement about the relationship.
No one said that, though.
No one saying that anybody said that.
You are saying that. What the fuck?
CTV, she what she is a provocateur. She's coming in here to create chaos. I want to actually speak to the topic, but all she's going to do is be a goofy and insert herself and say, I didn't say that. Okay, cool, you didn't say that. Moving on. I'm going to make a statement about the topic in the
No,
poll.
you keep repeating it though. You said okay, and then you said it again.
To make it, since you're very remedial, this is what I'm going to do. There's a poll
Nobody
in the chat.
like you could ever call me remedial, girl. You're slow.
There's a poll in the chat. I'm going to speak to that. Are black women in unison with each other? No. So that's what I'm speaking. That's what I'm speaking to. So I'm speaking to the poll, not anybody else in this room. To lie, if we are going to lie,
who lied? You're fucking stupid.
Oh my God, I'm speaking to the poll. I made that very clear. I'm speaking to the poll. There's a yes or no. And whoever put no, that's what I'm speaking to.
Oh my God.
Okay,
what
is
if
that
that's
clear?
their experience?
Is
you
that
have yours
clear?
and they have their experience.
See, this is what I'm talking. She's combative.
Yeah.
She wants an argument. And I told her,
I
and I
want
told
logic.
everybody.
You can't call people liars that you don't know.
And now you understand why I have to see. I'm not a wallflower. So if a hoe gonna bump up to me and poke her chest out, I'm gonna get at her. Like I'm gonna get in the dirt with you. I'm gonna get in the dirt.
Power, girl. Like,
so if we're talking to the poll, if I'm talking about the poll in the chat,
you calling 46% of the audience liars because you don't agree with them. You sound like a child.
Excuse me.
Oh my
you don't
God,
have
this
their life
bitch is
experience.
bipolar. First, I'm a child, and then second, I'm an old woman. Bitch, you're older than me.
You're mentally a child.
No, bitch, you're mentally
arrested development. You have arrested development.
No, you've been abused by a man. What that nigga do to you?
Hello. Okay, hold on. So let the temperature calm down a little bit. Let me get ITTY.
She's just combative, bro.
Can I say something?
And intersex in here. Yes, intersex and then ITTY. Yes.
Okay, so this is what I seen or heard. So when she came up here, she kind of was trying to low key attack me and her, what we were talking about. She made it about us. Because the first thing she said when she came up here was, I'm trying to word it exactly. She said, what type of something about what we were saying?
I said character.
Right.
Yeah.
So you were coming for me and her, correct?
Yeah, I was acknowledging you guys' character. I was, yes.
Okay. So this
is a black male talking point. A red pill talking point. She's been abused by a man, a black man, and so she's projecting that onto us.
Okay.
Hold on, CTV. Every question that she asked, she needed your validation. This was the type of broad we dealing with. That's what I'm saying.
You are crazy.
And if anything,
can I finish?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
I do feel like both ladies was wrong, and I do feel like she did come up here to start something. I really do think so. But
I didn't come to start.
I don't have to.
I'm gonna say
hold on, y'all. Okay, so like, y'all, this is a panel. It's meant. Y'all are. Like the panel is created to disagree. The thing we don't want to allow is we don't need to be explicitly disrespectful to each other. But this is about disagreeing. This is about everybody sharing their perspective. And if we can do that respectfully, if we can disagree respectfully, if we can hear each other out, respond adequately, that'd be nice. I feel like Venus has been very nice in tone and tonality, and has been
anybody can be passive aggressive.
And has been articulate, and it's no reason not to be able to respond back in the same way.
CTV, can I just say first, I do apologize for the beautiful dark-skinned women. Like, you guys are beautiful. I love y'all. I have dark-skinned family members. So I'm going to say sorry. I'm going to fall on my sword, and I'm going to apologize. But that bitch is ugly. Venus, she ugly as fuck. So that's what I'm going to say.
Okay, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Now that
so go ahead to the next lady. Can I provide clarity to the
I gotta get ITTY in here, but I'm going to say that Venus is very beautiful, and so is Tarot God and Intersex and ITTY. Everybody is
Psych.
gorgeous up here, and so that's that. But I do want you to respond to that, Venus. But I got to get ITTY in here first, okay? Hey, ITTY.
Yeah, it's you can just say itty or just
Or
I.
Itty. Hey, I don't know why the hell I'm acronyming your damn name. Hey, Itty.
Hey, so I don't know. I came in a little later. I was in the chat, and I was just listening. So I got a little confused and lost on where the topic was after the back and forth kind of happened. So I'm gonna let Venus and Terra God do their thing. Finish off what she was saying and responding, and I will come back with my perspective if you already have.
Oh my! You see how polite? You see how the universe just blessed us with that polite energy. So polite, so demure, so cutesy. Okay, Venus, you want to respond to?
Yeah, I was talking to the woman next to you.
Intersex. Okay.
So to give clarity, yeah, I was acknowledging you guys' character, but it wasn't you alone, right? I was speaking to like comments I've been seeing, even on the Shade Room post, like overall, why are people more in alignment with what Meg did and talking about what they wouldn't have said, and like you guys are kind of justifying betraying your friend and being deceptive. And I don't know if you realize that, but when you say things like that, that's what you're doing. So yeah, it wasn't like a sneak. I wasn't trying to attack, but yeah, you were included in what I was talking about. Yes.
So that's why you can't come with baggage from Shade Room. Like people come with baggage and they project that onto everybody else.
Hold on. I want to let Intersex respond to that. If you were done, Venus.
Yeah, honey, I was done.
So I wasn't agreeing with everything what was said. What I get from the situation, in my opinion, may be different from other people, but certain things that she was saying, I was agreeing with. Not everything she was saying, but you came straight up, and I felt like you were coming for both of our characters, individual. I didn't know you were talking about the Shade Room and all that. When you came straight up, and I was looking at your comments as well, it was like you were talking about our character because we agree with each other. That's how I felt.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, so yes, I the simple answer is yes, I was.
Right. So that's what started the whole situation.
But the thing is that I didn't come to start problems. I'm just being honest on what when you said like you feel like I came. I was actually up here before all of you, and
you were. And your phone went out.
Yeah, and so I was giving my feedback about the topic, right? So I didn't come here to start. I was already here. When my reception went bad and I came back, yeah, I started speaking on because I was in disbelief on why is this retard talking? Why she can't stay on mute?
Okay, y'all, and we can't use the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, this. Why y'all want to do this?
He big man.
Oh my god.
She gotta be like a ghetto with a black lip from like smoking weed. I think she one of those.
Hello.
Okay, can I go in since I feel like it's just gonna be another insult fit
okay,
going
I just
on.
want.
Can I just give me? Oh, you can go ahead and finish, Aja.
Okay, so thanks for saying my name right.
But
ooh. See, like I said, you can't believe the stories. Anywho.
So that it doesn't become circular, yes, I have an issue with the character. If you're defending people who betray their friends and deceive them,
come for people character because you don't know my character.
Well, that's no, when you condone something like that, it does.
I didn't condone
your
anything.
Character.
All I was, like I said before, I was agreeing with something she was saying. I wasn't agreeing with everything she was saying.
Understood, but the things that come out of our mouths do speak to our character. So I don't have to know you.
We're not on here to talk about individuals' characters. We sitting here talking about each other's opinion.
Right. So I was talking about Megan's character always, and you two seem to have a similar type. So I kind of
we don't have a similar
type. Like she's really trying to create chaos. We are two different people making opinion on women that we don't even know. Like, and she's targeting us. Like, she's the one with the mental issues. Like, literally, like, what is wrong with this girl?
Wait a minute. Something is wrong because
I feel like me and the other girl are having a peaceful conversation.
Hold
It's
on,
this
y'all.
weirdo
Hold on,
but
y'all.
beneath
I
me.
just put up a whole poll that says, is it okay for women to sleep with the female friends they put on to men or something like that, and to sleep with the men of the friends they put on, and almost 42%, almost half of the chat said yes.
Because that nigga ain't nothing. That nigga isn't nothing. Like, if he a nigga that you really love, you say, look, sis, I'm preserving this one. I'd be like, okay, cool, I ain't gonna touch that nigga. But if that nigga is community dick and she say, look, girl, you can smash, I don't give a fuck about that nigga. That's how you should operate. Like, niggas ain't nothing. So I don't understand. Like, why is she getting attached to a nigga that look like Tory? Like, why
are we lying to our friends?
What makes you think is lying? What makes you think is lying though? Like, I was
Can I say something? Okay,
yes,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut anybody off. Don't get rowdy with me, all right?
Oh no,
so,
go ahead, man.
Okay, so I think this topic is still about Megan and Kelsey's relationship, right? Are we?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask a couple questions because when the betrayal part comes in, I'm unsure how we know that was, we know that for a fact because the way I think, I always thought that was just, just another storyline that Kelsey and Tory, came up with together after Megan, kind of caught her off or went silent after dealing with her own trauma or whatnot. And she was latching on to Tory because he was there for her at the moment, even though I still believe he's the one that beat her up, I feel like it was kind of like how he swooped in with Megan with the trauma bonding thing. I think he kind of did the same thing with Kelsey. So I was always left that she did take the money and she did switched up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the reason why, because even Kelsey said in the interview that no, he wasn't my man. You know what I'm saying? The man that I'm with, she called him her husband, but I think they're just still engaged. But she said, my husband was with me at the station and I called him. He wasn't my man. He was just there for me when I needed it. Right. And it wasn't about no man. I still am confused. She made it seem like she was still confused on why Megan never talked to her again and this, that, and the third. So I never got and I just thought that was just another storyline or narrative that her and Tory made together to further. So when so it can add more muddy to the water of the mistrial, like, oh, did she go behind her friend back? Oh, this is the narrative since his team was so hell bent on using that as the only reason, right? But at the same time, not trying to pin it on Kelsey because he already went on the internet saying that it wasn't her. So they had to make it as confusing as possible. So I still never really believed that Kelsey really was just into him and stuff like that, because we have timeline and video and pictures and stuff.
It's a thing, because we will have to separate what we've been made aware of from like social media conversation, because some of it has gotten kind of all intermeshed together. Viewers have kind of like exaggerated the situation between Kelsey and Meg. What we know directly from the source, aka Kelsey, is that she was introduced to Tory, simply put, at the Rock Nation brunch. From that point on, she had understood from a conversation she had with Megan that she was to start dealing with Tory, keep his ass close, because he was a hot boy at the time. They had the pandemic on lock. Boom. All right. That happens. We know that her and Meg were very close. That is completely emphasized in this documentary. Like, whoever produced this documentary for Meg went out of their way to make sure that we understood that these girls were friends. They were sisters. They supported each other. Meg really loved Kelsey. Kelsey really loved Meg. So that's what they're saying. So it's not opinion. We're going to deal with what's coming directly from the source of everybody in the situation. We know that there was a breakdown. And according to that interview that Kelsey had with the prosecutors, that she became aware that there had been dealings when Tory Lanez blurted it out to deflect from her defending Megan in that SUV in their back and forth. She tried to have a girl back, and Tory then inserted that in hopes that it would cause friction and deflection from what was going on between him and Megan. So all that's taking place in the SUV. However, the bulk of the tension remains between Tory and Megan. We know that from that interview that Kelsey got out that car to defend Megan from Tory. She got visibly assaulted. Her chain got ripped. She had a bruising all up and down her thighs, her legs, her arms, her neck, her chest. She had bald patches in her hair. She lost fingernails. She also had created a diversion in the vehicle. And then we know that she wasn't allowed to see Meg once Meg was at the hospital. At this point, Meg and her team was unaware that Tory even called her from the jail, because once again, there was no communication going on between Kelsey. She wasn't even allowed to be in the hospital, so she had no way to even, she was waiting on them. 2 days went by, boom, Tory Lanez shows up. Kelsey still hasn't heard from anybody. She ain't heard from Meg. She ain't heard from the team. Her last memory was we was all in the car on the way to deal with all of this at Megan's house. Police pulled us over. She had a conversation. She didn't hear from Meg. And then she tells Meg what the conversation was between her and Tory. And then Megan sends her back home packing. Megan says in her documentary, her big upset is Kelsey having a conversation, having any type of conversation with Tory, period. And was upset that Kelsey did not stand up for her doing the social media back and forth shit. What I find to be personally interesting is that Meg absolutely still does not acknowledge that this girl put her life on the line for her when she was on that ground bleeding from her feet. That this girl was literally fighting a whole nigga. I don't understand, like a whole nigga. This wasn't like a woman on woman fight. This was a woman fighting a whole, and she's fighting an armed man, and she's fighting an armed man who has his homeboy to help him. So she's really going up against two niggas on behalf of Megan. So
and that's what
I just want to make sure that I add this part, and then I'm gonna shut up. Kelsey never says that she had feelings for Tory. She never said he was her man in the context that is being framed. She never said him and her were dating. This was just a nigga that Megan put her on to. And hold on, I'm gonna let you hear what her rebuttal was months after everything happened. Check this out.
To find out, your ass was fucking with a nigga behind my back that I was on first. And that ain't right, because you supposed to be my best friend. We laugh at bitches that do that shit to each other. We not supposed to do that shit to each other. So stop playing with me. And I don't want to go back and forth on the internet.
Okay, so once again, her big thing was this was a matter of trust. She wasn't dating Tory. A matter of fact, I think they never even had sex. Her big issue was you put me on to a nigga.
Yes,
and and you didn't tell me you was fucking on this nigga and dealing with this nigga in this capacity, and I don't understand why.
So can you clarify what putting on to a nigga mean?
The way that Kelsey explained it was
let me finish. Because I wanted to respond, because I was like, if that was such an issue that she had, that's why I said it feels like, because that was time afterwards, because it took a minute for Kelsey to say anything on the internet to make that rebuttal. That was a minute. That took a minute after, Megan finally came out and said that you know what, fuck this, Tory, you did this. Like, why you on the internet acting like you didn't do what you did? I was gonna shut the fuck up about it, and now you know. I said, I feel like by that time, her and Tory already got into a conversation, because if it was, instead of saying a nigga, if it was about Tory, then say it was about him. She said, making it seem like it was a whole different other dude about a whole different other situation. And she said, come to find out.
She ain't making it seem like anything.
I'm just saying, going off the specific.
She already.
I'm just going off of the specific wording, because you know she's mentioned him when she will talk about him or.
Oh, I think Eddie got a delay. Can you hear me, Eddie? Eddie, can you hear me? If you can hear me, your audio is out. Try to go out and come back in. I'm gonna drop the link again. What I want to say to Eddie, and Intersex, your thing is not connecting. Oh, I think something going on with StreamYard. This is why all these technicalities going on. I just dropped the StreamYard link again. I'll click the link, ladies, again. This is, it's not that deep. I think like all the like, oh, paying attention to language. This is Kelsey having a few drinks in this live. She frustrated, and calling Tory a nigga was her way of reducing the significance around him, because what she is continuously trying to get the public to understand, because the public on both Megan and Kelsey's part keep trying to make this about Tory. So she's reducing Tory by stripping him of his name and just reducing him to a ninja, and putting more emphasis on Megan, because that's where her coven was. It's almost like the same principle behind why you confronting the side piece instead of confronting your man. Confront your nigga, because your nigga got the coven with you. Your nigga got the contract with you. Your nigga got the agreement with you. So in this case, she's prioritizing her friendship. Like, fuck Tory. I don't give a fuck about Tory. I'm talking about you. Me and you in coven. Me and you got a relationship. Me and you got a rapport. Why would I want to be fucking on your sloppy seconds to begin with? That just don't make no fucking sense. If you was going to be slaying him down, why you even put me onto him to begin with? I may not have wanted to be sleeping with your sloppy seconds. If you really passing him on to me, then pass him on to me. If you also hitting the dick, then just let me know you hitting the dick too. If you want to do it together, just let me know you want to do it together. But you know what it meant when you put me on to a nigga. That's why she mad, because in other situations, they never had this type of crisscrossing. Like, if she put Megan on, it's Meg and that nigga. If Meg put her on, it's Kelsey and that nigga. It's not we putting each other on, but then we snaking each other behind our backs. It's the behind the back part. And and for me, yeah, I'm pressed on that, because I'm real tight about my friendships. I'm real tight about all my relationships. I don't do all this like backdooring shit. I don't do none of that. I can't deal with it. That ain't a part of my politics at all when it comes to community. So I'm with Kelsey on the me and you at too high of a level of relationship for you to be going behind my back about nothing, especially a nigga you gonna claim, like Venus said, to not be shit to you. Like, the audacity for him to not, quote unquote, be shit. He ain't nothing. He don't mean nothing, but he mean enough for your ass to be keeping quiet about it. He mean enough for your ass to be keeping the shit from me. He mean enough for your ass to be snaking me behind my motherfucking back while you out here trying to act like he ain't good enough. But you on his dick. And
Conscious, she went back to the party because she wanted to be jealous, because he wanted to mess with Kylie. Remember, Meg was the one who went back, and Kylie kicked her out because she was acting a fool around Tory. So Kylie kicked both of them out. So he don't mean nothing, but your friend didn't even double back. You double back. So you forgot something that was so important, right? Some shoes, I think. And somehow you and him end up in an argument, and Kylie kicked them both out because she was jealous, because he was flirting with Kylie the whole time. But so no, he meant a lot to her. I think so.
I can't believe Ariel. Wright says, well, if neither of them was... Go ahead, boo.
I'm sorry. Somebody just reported me.
Oh, what you mean?
That's why my stuff got knocked down. I'm sorry. It's because I got a notification from the got snatched down.
Oh, well, your audio is going out
Reporting me
right
for
now.
bullying.
Your audio is
it
going
going
out
out?
real bad. Uh-huh. I think it's some glitching going on because you can't report a particular panelist on like it's not really like you don't even have the option to report a panelist. So I think it's a glitch that's happening right now. Can you hear me, Eddie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think you got a delay though. I think it's a delay by a few minutes. But if you can hear me, you can finish your thoughts.
Anybody else can hear me? If I sound any clearer?
Yeah.
If not, I'll just drop down and come back.
It's still kind of going out.
Okay.
A little bit.
So
just go out and come back in. I don't know what's going on today. Ariel says, so neither of them was with. Why are we even mad? Or if he was a past me? What are y'all not clear about? I don't look all this. The fact that there's confusion around what the hell Kelsey is mad about just lets me know just how raggedy a lot of y'all relationships are to people. That y'all got some, like y'all used to some real urban oodles and noodles ass relationship, and because I don't understand what is fucking hard about understanding the fact that you lied to me.
I'm sorry, CTV, but like, I'm so sorry, but I think we're getting how we perceive relationships is where the confusion comes in. Like, I honestly think Kelsey had stronger feelings for Tory. Now, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that Kelsey made it put it like she didn't have any. That's why she reduced him to a nigga, right?
And that's
Just
why
a
she
nigga.
had 2-3 other
Right.
niggas.
But I believe that Kelsey had deeper feelings for Tory than she's being honest with. Especially if she decided to honestly not pick a side when all of that nonsense happened. She was straddling the fence. She still had a communication with Tory, and she still had communication with Kelsey. And I think that's when Megan or Rock Nation told Megan to cut the cord because she didn't pick a side. I honestly think that Kelsey had stronger feelings for Tory than she's being honest with us about.
I'm gonna tell you why that's completely debunked. Because she tried to whip his ass.
Well, I wouldn't say she tried to whip his ass. I think she defended herself because
she wasn't even defending
herself.
She was
whipping on her.
Meg. No, she was defending Meg.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up because again, that's why I'm saying we got to be careful how we paint Kelsey. Yes, it on the outside it may look like Kelsey was being a ride or die, but no, Tory was beating the shit out of her. So she had to defend herself. I mean, it's convenient for us to say, oh, Kelsey was defending her friend, whipping on. I don't think so. I don't. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
I want you to, this time I want you to listen to with both ears. Okay. She had the option to do absolutely nothing, just like Daquan didn't. And just like Daquan set his ass aside, which is why he don't got a bald spot to show for getting involved. He ain't got a black eye. He ain't got bruises. He ain't got scarring. She could have did nothing. It wasn't like Tory had a reason to be beating the fuck out of Kelsey, aside from the fact that she was trying to intervene in him not furthering his violence against Megan. So what would be the context for him beating the shit out of her if it wasn't for her being involved? Because there's no other reason for him to have put his hands on her.
Right. I think it was a reason. I have to go through the whole entire thing from 2 years ago when the argument happened in the car. How Kelsey played a role in it, how Megan played a role in it, and what prompted Tory to kind of start to be violent. Because for us to say, or just let me take everybody else, but for me to say that Kelsey just sat there while Tory and Megan had this fight back and forth, and she was just an onlooker. I don't know if I can believe that. Like, what prompted? Because Tory really hurt her. Like, he pulled her hair out. He did a lot of stuff to
That's
her. So
why
I'm
he
like,
was vehemently apologizing to them both on that
yeah.
jail call. That's why he showed up 2 days later to make all these plea deals with her. I'll help you with anything. I'll do. He knew what he did. You know what he did to
Hello.
them both.
So I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I
So,
can. Am I clear now?
yes. So Kelsey can straight forgive Tory for beating her ass, and be able and to agree to get him bailed out. But Meg hunching on, since people saying her man is
Let me
not
stop you right
forgive.
there, Intersex.
Huh?
Let me stop you right there. Kelsey forgave Meg too, which is why she ended up getting her ass whooped, because all that happened prior to her getting her ass whooped. See, she could have been so mad, right? Because people want Kelsey to be more angry than she was. They want Kelsey to be more jealous than what she actually was.
I agree.
If to the public's point, she was so jealous and so mad, she was so hung up on Megan fucking off on Tory, then she would have actually set her ass aside like a lot of vindictive women would have did, and enjoyed the situation that was transpiring between Tory and Meg.
Okay, so I
That was the case.
I have a question for Venus. So you was talking about people character. A man just whipped my A, and he just shot at my best friend. I'm mad at my best friend, but I'm going to keep conversation and colludes with him while my best friend is figuring out what's going on with her. I don't get it.
So I don't get it either, but if I could guess, if the last time we were all together, right? He already did whatever he did to everybody. The fact that they all got back in the car with him and the fact that Megan lied shows that they were in agreement with how they were going to handle the situation, right? All three of them together clearly had an agreement that we were going to leave law enforcement out of it. So after the exchange, she's talking to Tory because she's in her mind thinking we still got to get our story straight
But
because
he
we're
already
famous.
went live and said that she never
No,
got
this was the
shot.
jail call, right? You talking about
Okay,
like before.
but he got out 2 days after and she was still communicating with him.
Right,
She didn't give
because
it
in
time.
her mind, we're all supposed to be getting our story straight. That's why they were trying to go to Meg's house. Like,
But he already went live and said that she never got. I'm confused. Which story do we have to get straight?
so
I,
I don't.
as a
Wait,
best
he did a
friend.
live before they were gonna go to her house.
No.
No,
I
they
don't
were
know.
literally on the way to her house. Daquan was driving to Meg's house when they got back in the car after the shooting. This is when Kelsey was in the back seat texting Meg's bodyguard saying, "Help, Tory just shot Meg." And they were on the way to Meg's home. But because the neighbors of the community had called the police, that's what put the police on their ass and disrupted them getting to Meg's home. And then only God knows what would have happened once that had taken place. Even in the documentary, Megan says, after he shot me, even Tory looked shocked.
Yeah.
That I was shot. Like, even he looked genuinely shocked. He immediately went into being remorseful. That's why I'm trying to get y'all to understand that it wasn't a far fetch for Kelsey to have entertained a phone call. Like, and then because he whipped her ass, like, it was also, see, y'all keep making this about Megan. And because y'all keep eliminating, this is Kelsey's experience too. This is a man she's in connection to as well. This is a man that just beat her ass as well, that she was able to make an executive decision for herself and hear what he had to say. That would have been her choice, just like it would have been Meg's choice to hear Tory Lanez out or not. So we can't judge Kelsey because it's not like she was only talking to Megan's assailant. She was talking to hers as well. And she had a right to hear him out if she wanted to. She had a right to pick up that phone if she wanted to. It wasn't just about Meg. But when we, subtract Kelsey from it, it then puts Kelsey in his right or wrong. But we have to remember this is her experience too. And because Tory was very apologetic, oh, please don't say nothing, man. I'm on probation. I'll give you $1 million. And, you know, Megan says in the documentary, I'm thinking to myself, nigga, why are you saying all this? Help me. She literally says in the documentary, I'm saying, help me to him. Help me. You just shot me. Help me. So even as a part of Meg, even under those circumstances, that entertained the fact that this probably was an accident, which is why I'm going to ask the nigga who just shot me to also help me. Like, so you got to understand, this is the group think attitude, because these people were friends right before this moment happened. So there's still a big chunk of Meg and Kelsey who are like, this was an accident. We're all drunk. This is an argument. Tory obviously couldn't have meant to shoot Meg. He couldn't have meant it. He just could not have meant to do that. He couldn't have meant it. And even Meg believed this, which is why she didn't report it to authorities, why she didn't pick up this case herself, because she knew this was just an ignorant ass nigga who temper got the best of him. He wanted, because she also is the one who said that he said, I'm gonna make you dance. So even Meg establishes that, like, I don't believe his intent was to kill me. He was still nonetheless reckless. He was ignorant as fuck. He had no business dislodging a bullet from a fucking gun at me. Whether he was trying to be intimidating or what, he had no business doing that. And I'm gonna not fuck with him because of that. But at the same time, because I understand he wasn't trying to intentionally harm me, I'm not gonna run down and press charges on him. I'm not going to try to destroy his career. I'm not going to do all of that. I'm just going to not fuck with him, because that's just too much. That's too much of a violation. So Kelsey, in that moment too, she's witnessing all this. She understands Tory is their friend. Megan is asking for everybody to help her, including him. So they pick her up and put her in the car, and now they're headed to the house. So that's what I'm saying to y'all. Why is it so far-fetched for Kelsey to have picked up the phone for Tory? That they were all still friends at that point. Something real fucked up just happened, but they were all still friends at that point. Nobody had not made no decision yet to, like, oh, who's who we ain't fucking with. This all happened so fast, none of that was able to even be processed. But the only thing that was left was we still all friends, and this fucked up real bad thing just happened between us.
Yeah, and I think
now we figuring it out.
Yeah, what I was saying before thing got all, you know, glitchy or whatnot. That was the point I was trying to get to. I can see both. I can see how Kelsey can be in a very tough situation, but I honestly feel like if she's later on admitting that he didn't, they both. I do feel like Megan cared more about Tory than she did. Kelsey said multiple times at this point that she didn't really we really like that. I already had a man, because like not long after she got shot, she was pregnant. So I like the timeline checks out for that. So that's what I'm saying. Like the
time I wasn't fucking with. So why everybody still trying to? Why everybody want Kelsey to be more thirsty over Tory when she literally proved she wasn't? I'm already pregnant. I got a nigga in jail, a nigga who not in jail. Like she was for the streets at that point. Like
that's what I was trying to get to, is saying, because people were using that. People
she got pregnant
that
2 years after the incident.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know it was something like that. I know afterwards she did. Her and her baby daddy got married, or a fiance, something like that, and they was planning on having a baby because she was on the internet about it, and then she actually got pregnant. So she constantly saying, once she finally spoke and started doing interviews, saying that, you know, it's like the internet games that she was playing with Tory. I feel like that was the thing that, you know, because that was the thing that really turned it. Because like at that point, it's like they were still cool. Because Megan even said it, so like we were still talking and stuff like that. But she's like, when she felt like she was having a lot more conversations with Tory more than her, I guess she must have been like, no, we supposed to all be, you know, like, you know, we not supposed to do this. And I guess whatever, because Tory was the first one to go to the internet. Him and his dad started doing a little slick shit, and that was forced. I feel like if Kelsey, you know, would have, because since they didn't give a fuck about nobody fucking nobody, and he wasn't nobody's man, and they didn't give a fuck about it, obviously, because it was still cool afterwards, and they, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal for them, and they were like, they generally felt like it was an accident, because even like you said in the documentary, Megan said herself, she's like, I don't believe that he was trying to, like, he genuinely was like, oh, what the fuck, and it started immediately starting apologizing for it. It's like all that goes to shit once he's the first one starting doing fucked up shit and destroying the whole plan. So I can understand at that point Megan can be mad at Kelsey, be like, okay, we was all on this, so now this motherfucker is getting beside himself, getting cocky, feeling some type of time. Like it feels like, oh, I got you bitches. Like now I'm gonna really talk shit and make fun of y'all. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing because we in on this all together, and boom, she ain't gonna tell nobody. She ain't gonna tell no on me. Da, 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 da. It does seem like he, you know, he's being fake about it. He wasn't really remorseful. His actions prove that he was never remorseful, because for 4 years straight, he was taunting her, he was stalking her, and all that crazy shit. Breaking restraining orders twice. Nobody who's normal does shit like that to somebody they genuinely feel remorse for. I can understand why after a certain point at the Tory started doing that weird shit on the internet and making little slick comments and doing Instagram lives. I can see why she's like at that point, because it wasn't that long after that, because he was the first one who did it. So it was almost like a few days or like a week or so, 2 weeks afterwards, and everybody's like, "What the fuck happened? What's going on? Somebody got shot? Who?" I feel like at that point, Megan was like, okay, you really should not be talking to this nigga more, because he's fucking this whole shit up. He's going on the internet, talking, being shady. He's fucking this up. So why are you still talking to him at this point? There's no reason for you to be talking to him at this point. Okay, because now he's gonna get shit.
Hold on, I gotta insert there. It is because you gotta remember, Meg cut Kelsey off immediately. So
not immediately, it was a few days afterwards.
No, it was immediately. Like she heard from Megan 2 days later, after Meg got out the hospital, right after she met up with Tory, who called her, and then that one conversation was about sending her ass home. And there was no active friendship. There was no texting. There was no calling. There was no spending time with each other. There was no FaceTime. And the friendship she had been cut off from Meg. She had been cut off from Rock Nation. She had been cut off from the whole thing. She didn't hear from Meg again until Meg was ready to drop Tory Lanez name to social media. And she called Kelsey to say, do you want me to speak up for you in the situation that I'm about to go do online? She said yes. And then that's when she went and did the infamous live and said, Tory Lanez shot me. Kelsey did not shoot me. And then that was it. Those were the only two exchanges that they had. So we can't make it seem like, oh, her and Kelsey had an active friendship for months and years after this shooting incident. And she was
I wasn't making it. I wasn't. That's not what I was. If that conveyed that way, that's not what I really meant. Like they were still like, thick as thieves after this. But I'm saying it wasn't within the same day, because Megan was still in the hospital. It was like it was days afterwards, and that's when. And I think did she mention that in the documentary that she got word back that somebody had to tell her that they were still in contact. I mean, that's when I feel like
that's what. She said, let me tell you how real Kelsey is. Kelsey was the one I told her. She said in the documentary, Kelsey.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said I knew it was somebody. I knew it was somebody. I said I know it was either. I think.
But you're missing a point, though. Kind of missing a point.
Hold on, because it's no point in us straightening it out if we still going like, because we gotta like appropriate the view of this thing according to what we all are agreeing to. Do you think, Eddie, that it's unreasonable? Like, if we have established, right, that right after that shooting, even Meg wanted Tory's help. Yeah. Okay, so this establishes that there's a comfortability and there's an attitude that this is just a really stupid fucking thing that happened and not somebody literally, trying to intentionally inflict harm upon me, but nonetheless, I am harmed. So now, if this is all happening within a 48-hour period, it's reasonable for Kelsey, who also, this is her assailant too, not just Megan's, keep that in mind too. This is not just Megan's abuser, this is hers. She has the right to talk to him if she wants to. She has the right to hear what he got to say if she wants to, because he didn't just do something to Meg. He also abused the fuck out of her ass and beat the fuck out of her ass as well. And if she wants an apology and she want to see how he gonna make this shit right, She has every right to do that. We gotta also keep in mind, Kelsey is still a part of the team at this point. She's still a part of Meg and Rock Nation. She now knows that there's footage of all of this because the helicopter's done flown over. There's outlets already reporting that there's been a shootout seemingly involving Megan Thee Stallion, blah, 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 all this shit hit the internet. So not only is Kelsey traumatized, and she's also under the understanding that we're all still friends and we have not decided how we're going to navigate this yet because everything literally is just happening in the moment. There's been no time for us to process. We're not having a conversation. Everybody quiet in the car. She in her phone texting. She nervous. She going through it. She still don't know if they're in danger or not. She don't know what the fuck really is happening. Her nerves all tore the fuck up. Police come. Everything escalates. They get brought down to the precinct. Megan goes to the hospital. She gets released. The first thing she goes is to the hospital to try to see about Megan. Tory calls her, and because she's not able to access Megan, nor access Rock Nation, nor access anybody who can tell her what's going on, she talks to somebody else who's in a situation that does have information. So she answers the phone for Tory Lanez.
I'm not blaming.
Hold on. So my question to you is, so by the time all this happens, right? It's only been 2 fucking days. Do you think it's unreasonable for Kelsey to have been turned away the way she was by Megan, who know that Kelsey ain't had access to nobody, that her or nobody from her team talked to Kelsey for 2 fucking days? And she now gets told by her friend who's honest with her, hey, this nigga came over here. This is what he said to me. And you don't think like Kelsey should have been at least propositioned and like, okay, girl, like I don't understand. Like, y'all don't think that Megan should have at least said, I'm not fucking with him. I don't want no association with Tory. He violated the fuck out of me. I'm done with him. And
I think she did say that.
Hold on. Because we can say we think, but let's deal with what we know, because Meg has not said she gave her an ultimatum, and Kelsey has told us what the conversations were, and Meg has not refuted that that's how the conversations didn't go. So I'm just going to assume what Kelsey has said is what it is until Meg inserts her part. She has yet rebutted Kelsey about the way both conversations happened between the ladies following the shooting. And what I'm asking y'all is, y'all don't think that Meg should have at least given Kelsey the opportunity to either be Team Megan or to be Team Tory instead of just sending her ass packing first? She didn't even give the girl an option.
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I'm with that. I ain't fucking with him either. I'm blocking his motherfucking ass. Come pick me up, ho. Let's go.
I don't know, because she went through. She caught the worst of the assault. You know, I can't only imagine what type of mindset that Megan had at that time. Because she just
that's why I
Hold
on, wait a minute. So put the same can't imagine on Kelsey, because we know.
Yes, I was about to get to that.
Because we know that victims of DV are also just as traumatized. Like, a nigga don't gotta shoot you in order to traumatize you. If he beats on you, that's enough to be traumatized by. So we got 2 traumatized females who've been victimized by the same nigga on the same timeline, the same night. And they both now are victims, and they're also friends. And y'all think that it's fair for Meg to have sent her packing back home, knowing that this girl packed up her life to come to LA to be fully employed by her, and think that it was also reasonable for Megan to have expected any loyalty from Kelsey after that, after she threw her the fuck away immediately after the situation without giving. She never even gave Kelsey an opportunity to even pick a side. She just decided for Kelsey what it was, and then still, for whatever reason, expected, after firing this girl, not even offering herself as an emotional support, and they both at least leaning on each other. They're just completely raped Kelsey of her own experience, of her employment, everything, and then still expected her ass to be loyal. Like, y'all think all that was fair?
That's why we should analyze what.
I don't
That's
think.
why
Let
we
me finish.
should. Oh, go ahead.
Can I respond right
Is
there? Oh, my
that
bad.
fucking
Yeah, go
fair?
ahead.
Is that
I'm
right?
not saying. I'm not. I said I don't know if I'm coming off like I'm like discarding what Kelsey was going through. I was saying like as a both. That's what I'm saying. I don't know the mindset. I can only imagine the mindset of. I didn't get a chance to even say Kelsey's name before I even got cut off. I said I can't understand the mindset of what Megan and her were going through because like they were both viciously assaulted. I said I don't know, and they all, like I said before, they were all at first on one page, you know. And I said I don't know, I can't. Maybe while Megan was in the hospital, maybe she had a switch. It was like, you know what, this I don't want to go with it. You know, fuck him, fuck you, fuck everybody, because Megan said shit. I cut off damn near everybody. I went silent on everybody. I didn't want to talk to nobody. I didn't want to be around nobody. And that's like she went. I guess she just went straight into shock to shutdown mode. And then Kelsey, she was left hanging. And that is, I'm not gonna say that, you know, she didn't have a right to feel upset. And that's part of the reason why she leaned more towards Tory afterwards. She was like, well, damn, like I will, you know, I got fucked up too, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, and people. It's very sticky because.
Okay, so put a pause there.
Can I say something?
Let me finish it out. Let me finish it out. Just let me finish it out. I said I'm not saying that what Meg did, like how you, yeah, it is harsh. That is fucked up what happened to Kelsey. The same way it was fucked up what happened to Megan. I'm just saying that it's more nuanced than just saying black and white, because I'm pretty sure when you said she uprooted her life to
hold on.
I'm like, yeah, that you will feel isolated and all fucked off and feel some kind of way if you also put your life on the line to defend your friend, and then she just fucking cuts you out and you're not understanding. But you also, I can see both sides of it. Like, I feel left out. I'm alone. I don't know what the fuck is happening. You're not talking to me. I'm trying to. And she was like, no, I don't want to be around nobody. I don't care. I don't know verbatim the mindset of either of them, but I can understand. I'm not saying that what Megan did was right. I can understand. I can empathize with Kelsey, and I can understand why she leaned towards more of Tory afterwards, and she felt some kind of way. I'm not saying that Megan deserved to suspect loyalty from Megan. I don't think that's what Megan was looking for. Like, oh, you got to stick by me. I think she's based off.
She was, because that's the thing about. Hold on. This is why y'all got to watch the documentary. She verbatim says that she was expecting loyalty. She literally repeats it over and over and over again in the documentary. Kelsey should have held my back. She should have held my back. She should have held my back. Like
that's why I'm saying she didn't say it. That's what I'm saying. It's probably she meant like a loyalty to the extent that at this point we already see what he's doing. He's already on. At this point,
it is.
I'm not.
I
don't know if I'm getting.
We gotta be honest, people. Like, why are you? It's like you kind of reaching really far.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
I'm not holding her. I didn't just say that what Megan did was harsh and how it made.
He asked you trying to like equal it out.
He asked you a direct question about Kelsey.
Hold on, and I'm gonna tell you why it's kind of weird that y'all, because first of all, Meg is literally the reason Tory even ended up back in the car. They actually left without him. If she would have just scooted her ass on, her and Kelsey would still be friends today. Literally, all of Meg's ego helped to set this up. Then Tory ego collaborated with Meg's ego, and he added gasoline to the fire by doing the most extreme thing as a result. She had a point to prove by turning her ass around and going back to Kylie's house or whatever her name is and all this shit. He ends up in the car. She obviously is visibly feeling away. He confronts her. They engage in their argument. Blah, 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 blah. It's just like, I'm never going to tell Megan to take responsibility for a nigga shooting her because there is no responsibility to take. But what Megan is refusing to take responsibility for is her own egotism, is for being shallow toward Kelsey, for being dismissive. I'm over here drinking, y'all. For being dismissive of Kelsey's experience, and her literally only being willing to see herself as the victim, as if Kelsey was not equally a victim of circumstances, is so fucked up and is so non-sisterly and is so it's so incompassionate. Like, how are you this committed to stripping this fucking woman of what happened to her too? How are you completely dismissive of the fact that this woman put her life on the line for you? How are you completely still, even after seeing the facts, seeing the evidence, hearing the testimony, the whole fucking nine, like, you talking about she should have stood up for you on social media? Bitch, she stood up for you in real life. In real life. Fuck social media. If you want some real justice, take your ass to the police and get some real justice. Sitting here trying to magnify the fact that I didn't come to your aid, bitch, after you fire me, after you completely reject me, after you completely dismiss me, and you throw me back to the slums and the ghettos of fucking Texas, and then think I need to do you a fucking favor by jumping to your defense on the internet, which you have control over whether you gonna let these hoes troll you and gaslight you into a response or not, and won't even recognize the fact that I got my ass whipped on behalf of you, bitch. I put my life on the line for a nigga who had a gun in his hand for you, and you won't even give me. You won't even say that to the public. You won't even say that to me. You won't even acknowledge that I've done that for you. But what you are going to highlight is how the fuck I didn't get out here on Twitter and didn't get out here on TikTok and come to your fucking defense. Which one of these listening assholes in the comments jumped on this nigga for you? Which one of them was willing to lose their life that night for you? And why you won't tell these people that fucking part? But then you magnify the least thing I didn't do for you, and then completely dismiss the most sacrificial thing that I actually, in fact, did for you. And then gonna be delusional and narcissistic enough to hold this narrative to yourself and to act like you was the only bitch in the situation, you was the only woman in the situation, you was the only one who got legacy scars from that night. And then still expect the most out of me. That is some really abusive.
No.
I don't love Megan. I don't love Megan enough to coddle her ass at all.
No.
Is wrong.
Exactly.
Let me
I agree.
respond right quick. Can I
Here's the
respond right
issue.
quick? Let me respond to what you're saying right quick. I don't know. I said it like 3 times at this point that I understand how that what Megan did with Kelsey was wrong. I said, again, I don't know if you give me this heat or this was a general thing, but I did not say that what Megan did was right. I said like 3 times at this point, and I don't know if I'm getting hurt or not. I said I can understand both of their sides. I said that Megan was cold and she cut her off. She did. I said, I don't know if she was in that hospital bed after they talked about it, that she just changed her mind and said, fuck it, fuck everybody, fuck all y'all. I said like 2 times at this point. I said, I completely understand why Kelsey will feel some kind of way, because I know if it was me, I would feel some fucking kind of way. Because like I said, she was the one, she fought for her defense. They even had the video of her screaming and yelling and crying towards Megan while she's being put, screaming and crying in the ambulance, saying, "Are you okay?" What the fuck? They're all like, she was, and this nigga was silent. She was the most empathetic. I'm just saying, after a certain point, I'm not saying that she owed Megan any goddamn loyalty afterwards, because I know if it was me, I would feel left out. Like, you left me out hanging dry. So yeah, I'm gonna take the bribe money the nigga was offering it. I could care less at this damn point. I feel like that was when it was too damn far, because he also assaulted you. I'm not saying that she should have. I'm not saying she should have came to she should have came to her defense on. I'm talking about when it actually fucking mattered, and it could have been closed case. Put the nigga in there It is what the fuck it is. Because at this point, me and you don't have any emotional connection to him. It's been what, 3 years at this point. You married, got kids now. I'm over here doing what the fuck I'm doing with my career. At this point, there's no point to be keeping this up.
See, is that right there where you keep saying you don't know why you're being misunderstood, but then you circle back and say stuff like that. That's why you're being misunderstood.
How am I being misunderstood when I already acknowledged that? I'm saying afterwards. I said at that point, there's no point of holding on to that when you could just get the justice for somebody.
Right. So if you unless you've experienced that kind of betrayal and your whole life had to be changed because of some shit that you did not do by somebody you loved and you was there for, you can't tell somebody how long they should or how
I'm
they
not
should react.
saying that. I'm just giving my opinion.
It's some
I'm not
personal.
saying, I'm just giving. That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Red pill rhetoric is crazy.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm giving
So
my opinion.
listen
that's
to
all
what
I'm doing. I'm just
No,
giving
I hear you. I was just letting you know because we keep like going back to you because you keep saying it's like I'm not being heard, but I was just pointing out to you. See, is when you do. But I was trying to point out to you is when you do that part is what's confusing. So you got to listen and understand, right?
Yeah, I am listening to understand. Give me.
Nah, you're listening to respond because you're not even letting me finish.
I am. I don't know what part. What did I say that's getting you confused? That I'm missing out and I'm not admitting.
It's like you. On one hand, you acknowledge that Kelsey has the right to feel how she feels, but then gonna still circle back to Megan, and even when he asked you a direct question about Kelsey and Kelsey alone, you still bring it back to Megan, and then I
didn't bring it back to Megan. This whole session that I just did.
Why you wait, and then even at the end, now you go to what she should have done to basically
I
to
said
help
would have
to help who. It would have helped Megan. So you're still putting it like Kelsey owed her something.
No, it would have helped. It would have helped the both of them. It would have helped the both of them to get the.
She don't
because she got her
in
ass
prison.
whipped.
To put
she
the
don't gain
the
anything.
culprit that assaulted both of them in prison. At that point, it doesn't matter about that you betrayed me 3 years ago.
It don't matter
or
to
you
you.
betrayed me 4 years ago.
Do you understand that they come from the hood?
I'm just putting I'm trying. That's what I said before. I said I'm gonna try. I don't know. I'm gonna try to put myself in their shoes. But I'm not saying what she should. I'm just giving my opinion on what I feel like. Okay, that's what the whole point about opinion. I'm not saying everything I'm saying. I'm not saying everything.
Listen. You keep repeating the same thing. You're not listening though. Like we heard you say all of that 5 times. You keep saying the same shit. You're saying you're not doing a thing, but then 2 seconds later you do the exact thing.
What is the thing that you have an issue with me saying since you're getting upset?
No, I don't have no issue with
she
nothing.
Have an issue
you
with
said
you
you don't understand.
I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding what
double speak. Okay, I'll make it clear. It's a double speak. Either you can understand Kelsey's perspective or you don't. You keep
I said I can. I'm saying at that. I said at that point. I'm not saying that. How many times I gotta say this? I said at that point, after a certain time, 3 years later, when it matters, past all that shit, they haven't even been in contact with each other at this point. There's no point to keep holding on to that.
So
shit.
my question: when it matters to who?
When it matters to both of them to get just at this point.
Clearly, it didn't matter to her. Clearly, because she didn't speak up, right? So then, when it matters to who?
Okay.
When it matters to Megan, so you still want her to do something to help the person who betrayed her.
But what is more of a betrayer? Somebody letting somebody get off after assaulting both of you 3 years ago, or being upset that you got cut off by your friend for 3 years ago? Which one is more important? Which one is
more important?
I'm gonna tell you what's more important.
It's not. What's more important is my friend, but my friend already disregarded.
They're no longer friends.
I'm gonna tell you what's important. Hold on. Hold on. This is easy.
They're no longer friends.
Hold on. See, this light work.
This is a fraud.
This is easy work. I'm gonna tell you what's more important. See, this is what Megan fucked up at, and this is why I really can't be too mad at Kelsey, because let's not act like why he's even going to trial is because of what you took the initiative to do, because you didn't even want this shit to be dealt with in the courts to begin with. So once again, that puts Kelsey back in a position to decide what her reality gonna be too. Because Megan just don't get to make all the motherfucking decisions, and she don't get to create the reality for everybody. She gets to do what the fuck she felt was in her best interest, and she felt protecting the nigga, not talking to police, not filing a police report, and letting the DA pick it up. Not her. This ain't Megan Pete versus Tory Lanez. This is the state versus Tory Lanez. So Megan chose her reality. After you threw me away, it's 2 years later. This shit long behind us. And I communicated with the only nigga who was trying to do something to mitigate my trauma. And you damn right. I got that right, because we got to remember, he ain't just did something to Meg. So Kelsey is within her right to let Tory take care of her, pay her bills, because this is a nigga who abused her. She gets to decide what restitution looks like for her. She gets to decide what justice looks like to her, because this ain't just about Megan.
And that's where, and that's
over.
See, and that's where, see here, I'm sorry, CTV. This is where, I'm glad you brought that up, because here's where I have the issue with Kelsey. Kelsey still had ties with Tory. And the thing about it is, I think Megan, hold on. And that's exactly what you're saying. But I think Megan, I think Megan made that decision not 2 days after, but in that car. I think she made the decision that she didn't want shit to do with Kelsey. That's why I said, what really did happen?
Even worse. And that makes
it's even better for Megan, because it's even better for Megan. The reason why I'm saying that is because I believe that something else transpired in that car. I don't think Kelsey was just an onlooker. I think possibly that Kelsey and Tory had a dispute back and forth about the fact that maybe Kelsey had feelings for him and Megan was fucking on him. I think that's probably why what prompted the violence towards Kelsey from Tory. And I think in that situation, Megan already saw that. She already said, oh shit, the cat's out of the bag. Now she know I'm fucking on him, he fucking on me, all of that. And Megan made a decision based off of that, because Kelsey probably gave her the side eye. They probably had friction in the car, and Megan said, you know what? Because at some point, Megan got out the car, sat on the concrete, and they were trying to get her back. Meaning she detached from all of them in that car, including Kelsey. So I think,
so stay detached then. Don't be unattached.
Right. Which means that's the reason why she cut her off.
Don't be unattached all of a sudden when you need a bitch 8 months later because you want to get into some online shit with him. You want to be attached. Stay unattached.
So you agree that it was okay for Megan to cut her off immediately, right?
No.
You said stay detached.
No. I'm talking to your scenario. I ain't talking to mine, because I done laid out what my whole judgment is. But in your scenario,
right,
just that same energy. You wanted to unattach, so then it was Kelsey's right to unattach from your ass when you felt she should have been off mute for you.
But why was Kelsey confused about not having communication with Megan? Since Megan made her mind up that night in that vehicle.
Confused where? Like, what was she confused at?
I'm trying to understand, because Kelsey to Kelsey saying that, well, Megan cut me off. I didn't have any knowledge of what was going on. I couldn't communicate with her in the hospital. I was trying to get a hold of her. If Megan understood that Tory and Kelsey were still going to be in cahoots with each other or still have a relationship with each other, Megan made her decision in that call, which means that something had to transpire where Kelsey had more energy against Megan in that car than she did against Tory. That's what I think.
I want to go back to what I was saying before. I was like, I said at that point, what I was saying past that point, years later, I'm saying at that point it didn't benefit. It was never going to benefit Kelsey. So I was like, she could just simply did what she just told the truth. What she said before in her first part, because at that point it doesn't even matter. It was you're not even friends anymore. You don't fuck with each other no more. It's 3 years later. At that point, just tell the truth. What's the point of holding on to this? I feel like, okay, like she definitely took that damn bar money. That's why the prosecution asked her about that shit. It was plain as day. Okay, because she didn't want to act like what my lawyer who paid for my lawyer fees. I don't know. It was offered. It was just being just bullshitting around. I said at that point, there's no reason for you to still hold on to that shit if y'all already know at this point. Like, put the nigga in jail. What's the point of still going at this point? I guess because she felt like she owed him. Afterwards, she could have been changed this. And all they did was flip everything around and say, "Oh, she did it. Kelsey did it." They don't get. You see these motherfuckers online today. They don't give a fuck about Tory saying that she didn't do it. They don't give a fuck about Megan saying it 3 times on the internet. Kelsey did not shoot me. I said this like 3 times already. She made multiple stories. It's still on the internet. You can still find it.
That's not. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Let me control my panel, please.
I'm sorry.
I'm about to debunk a lot of this bullshit because some of y'all just spreading misinformation in my chat, and I'm not gonna let y'all get away with doing that. So I'm gonna let y'all hear from Megan herself because y'all keep putting shit in her mouth. Megan, at this point, this is why the documentary caught in her own words. So now we can deal with her own words. We ain't got to deal with all this think and all this The woman speaking. So that's the difference between what I'm doing and what y'all doing. Y'all keep getting into. I think look. Shit is being said by parties. Deal with what the fuck done came out of people's mouth who were in the situations. So hold that thought. Everybody on pause real quick. I want y'all to hear this part real quick. Hold on. Don't even get the chitter chattering. Hold on. It's gonna be a very short clip because I ain't trying to get no fucking nothing from Miss Amazon. But check this out.
Like meeting up, but Kelsey told me this out on my mouth. Like he was like, "Yeah, I just want to thank you for not saying nothing. Let me give you some money. Let me."
Okay, boom. Kelsey said it out her mouth. Megan ain't find out through no motherfucking body. Kelsey was a real bitch. Kelsey was the one who told the tea. Kelsey was the one who was still friending her friend. She was the one, because she had nothing to hide, because she wasn't even under the impression that she had done nothing wrong. Once again, you asked this nigga to help you after he shot you. So once again, at what fucking point over the 2 days was it supposed to come clear to me that we wasn't fucking with him when you was willing to go back home with the nigga? We was on our way back to your crib, remember? After he just popped you with his driver, driving us to your place. You the one hooting and hollering for him to get your ass up, for him to come to your aid. This is what you saying directly to your abuser. So
yeah, because she felt like it was an accident.
Kelsey had every right.
Yeah,
Kelsey is not some wounded warrior.
Hold on.
I ain't even talking. It's only y'all. Caramel. It don't matter if Jayla told her first, cause she the one who chose not to talk to Kelsey for 2 fucking days. Kelsey might have could have told her ass first if she wasn't allowing everybody else to be around her but fucking Kelsey, as if Kelsey had did something to her. So it's her fucking fault that she didn't learn about the situation until she spoke to Kelsey. And even when she did 2 days later, Kelsey without pressure, Kelsey without her arm being behind her back, nobody strong arming her, told her herself. She was real about it.
I guess you must be told.
Out of Meg's own mouth, Kelsey told me the truth. Kelsey didn't know what the fuck I had known. She didn't know if I had already known that he had pulled up. But that's irrelevant. The woman had enough integrity because she was still Megan's friend to tell her friend what was up, and why should she have not? Like, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Like, you met up with the nigga because he also abused you. You had a right to hear him out. You had a right to pick up the phone. You had a right to let him pull up. And then when your bitch called you, you told her what had happened. This nigga just came by here, said boom, 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 said he gonna do this, he gonna do that. So what we doing? Oh, bitch, I'm sending you home.
Period.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah. So,
but I'm sending you home. But I'm sending you home under the impression that I'm about to take some time off because of what the fuck just happened. We're gonna let all this shit die down. But really what you just did was cut me all the fuck the way off. There was not going to be everybody just gonna disperse for a few days and then we gonna re-team up, or just, we gonna chill out for a month or so. You went on about your business. And you were still active. You were touring. You were shooting videos. You were putting out music. Nothing had slowed down. The only thing that had slowed down was me and your relationship. So you didn't even keep it real with me, and then you didn't even give me no ultimatum. You ain't even give me the opportunity, and then I'm still thinking we friends, which is why I'm telling you, because if Kelsey had something to hide, she would have kept that conversation to herself. She didn't know what the fuck what Megan had known.
So Kelsey told Megan, so Kelsey pulled up to Megan.
It was no malicious intent on Kelsey's part.
Right. But Kelsey pulled up.
She could have completely withheld that whole exchange. She could have completely withheld that whole that conversation. Great. She could have completely did all that if she was up to some fugazi ass shit.
No, but here's the thing, CTV. Like, so Kelsey pulled up to Megan and was like, she told her everything. She said, Tory came up, pulled up on me and was like, so whatever. That doesn't matter. I think Megan was like, so she's still linked with this nigga and he shot me?
Yeah, because he might abuse her too.
I would have been like,
he might abuse her too. He might abuse her too, Megan. He's not just your abuser. He's not just your perpetrator. He abused me too. He abused me too. He abused me too. He don't just belong to you, Megan. He ain't just hurt you, Megan. He don't just owe you something, Megan.
So let's cut him off.
No,
let's bust him
I want a sorry for him. I can get a sorry. If I want to hear the nigga out, I can, bitch.
What?
I can understand
it.
It makes no sense.
He ain't just put his motherfucking hands on you. I don't know what y'all don't understand about that shit.
If both Kelsey and Megan are abused by him, if both Kelsey and Megan are abused by the same,
y'all trying to tell this motherfucking woman what the fuck she can and can't do about a nigga who did
same with Megan. We can say the same with Megan.
No. What y'all are arguing is that all of Kelsey's decisions should have revolved around fucking Meg, who was only one or two victims.
But they were friends. They were friends. She was her business partner. It should be revolved around Meg.
That's why I was saying. That's why I said I was saying I can see both sides. I'm not that extreme.
I can't see nobody's side at this point. Just the fact that Kelsey came to Megan and she was like, Megan, look, this nigga Tory came up. He pulled up. He up there trying to negotiate some shit. I would have looked at her like, bitch, you still talking to this nigga? He ain't popping it.
You ain't filed no police report. Bitch, you ain't pressed no charges. Bitch, you ain't getting him locked up. Bitch, you let him pick you up off that concrete. You let him drive you to the house.
If we want to go with that,
bitch, you ain't airing him out. So damn right, don't judge me, bitch, over opening the door when you ain't even trying to put the nigga behind bars.
CTV, bro, like, to not expose Tory is to not expose myself. I have to protect this nigga because I'm protecting me.
That's the problem with her ass. That's the problem with her ass. That lying ass spirit is the problem to begin with.
Listen, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. My career is on the line. My career is on the line.
Instead of telling the motherfucking truth and let the truth set her ass.
Oh my God. Megan was on code. I don't care. Megan was on code.
Yeah,
Kelsey was not.
The code itself. The code of motherfucking self.
Kelsey decided to
looking out for me. Yeah, she did. The code of Rock Nation. Yeah.
CCB, Kelsey decided.
Yeah, she sure was.
She decided to stay with Tory, and that's what probably offset Megan. Because bitch, if you my business partner, if we in this together, you need to cut that nigga off. We were both abused by this nigga, and there's a twinkle in your eye for this nigga. You got to get cut off, bitch, because you still want to be his friend. There's a twinkle in your fucking eye for this nigga. He got to go. He gotta go. Hell no. Kelsey was wrong.
You have to acknowledge and consider Kelsey in this too, because like I said before, Megan was not the only one that was viciously attacked. She was left out of it. She was left cold. You got to understand why she does have that right to be like, shit, Megan's not talking to me. Like, she just fucking went cold turkey on me for whatever reason she made, whatever she just
because she got shot in her fucking foot. Megan got the worst of all of it. Like, can a bitch let her foot rest? Can I fucking debrief? I'm in the fucking hospital. I was the one that was popped in my motherfucking foot, and you want me to consider how you feel? Fuck y'all, motherfuckers. And the fact that
remember, fuck me when you want me to defend your motherfucking ass then, because she had to go put her ass down there to get him locked up any damn way.
Megan strong, because I would have whipped Kelsey's ass. She came to my fucking door
on her ass and said, bitch, why your ass not putting his ass behind bars?
Eventually she would have. He is behind bars. She did it. She did it.
She's trying to dictate too many motherfucking people's reality.
Because if you said she's the nucleus,
motherfucking Megan the whole fucking time, and she wasn't given the opportunity.
Even you said it yourself. She's the nucleus, right? She's the nucleus, right?
You don't get to pick and choose motherfucking people and pick them ordering off the motherfucking shelf when you get good in motherfucking.
According to you. Yeah, she does. Because you said she the nucleus.
The way that she fucking did.
Yeah, that's why that's what I'm trying to. That's what I was saying, Toro.
Fuck Kelsey.
I don't know if you was listening. That's what I was trying to say. I said you have to consider Kelsey in this because she literally felt alone. She wasn't the only one that was traumatized. You have to realize why was she? Because she has that right. She was left. All she had was Tory in that situation because for whatever reason, Megan was not fucking. She cut her off. So Kelsey did what she felt was best for her. That's why I'm saying I can see both sides of it. But that's why I'm saying at a certain point.
That's why I'm saying decisions was already.
That's why I said
decisions were already made in that car that night. Sides were already.
I don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. For Megan to cut off somebody. For anybody to cut off somebody that cold, it means that decisions were already made. So it was very easy. This is my perspective. That's all I'm giving. I'm not saying
response. People go in shock and shut down.
Listen, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not talking about trauma responses. I'm talking about. I'm not a professional. I'm not going to fake the funk on this platform. What I'm saying is that Megan, they probably already picked their sides in that vehicle that night. Megan already knew. But what added fuel to the fire was Kelsey coming to Megan saying that, you know what, this nigga pulled up. He trying to negotiate. He trying to do this. And she probably saw in Kelsey eye that this bitch got compassion for this nigga. You supposed to be my business partner. You supposed to be on my side. And you still communicating with this nigga. I'm going to cut you off, ho. Like, this ain't. I can love on you. Megan did a lot. She paid for Kelsey rent. That's love. I don't care. Like, women got different ways of showing their love and affection. Megan paid for that bitch. She didn't make her homeless. So the fact that I got to pay for your fucking rent and you up there got like I say, a twinkle in your eyes and compassion in your heart still bumps for this nigga, bitch, get the fuck out my face. Fuck you, cut you off. That's how I'm about to get her.
All right. You're probably, and Tara, you probably all right. Maybe that's right. And that,
how the fuck you want a bitch to have? Hold on. How the fuck you want a bitch to have more compassion for you about a nigga that you gonna let live? And to Caramel's point,
like I said, to protect him is to protect myself.
Hold on, I ain't done yet. To Caramel's point in the chat, you a motherfucking lie. Because when she sat down with the DA 4 days later, pulled up the motherfucking interviews of what the DA said, that Megan ass was not cooperating with authorities. She wasn't answering questions. She was being intentionally vague. She wasn't coming the fuck in. She was literally giving them the fucking runaround. She did not bring her ass down there willingly, giving up the motherfucking tea. So miss me with the bullshit. She was trying to protect this motherfucking nigga.
She was trying to protect her career too.
She was protecting her.
Hold on. See, bitch, all of The recordings are on my channel, baby. We listen to everything. We played everything. Commentating is what the fuck I do. Okay? You can't tell me what the fuck ain't happened. Secondly, this is what I'm gonna say. Okay. I'm not even mad. I'm not even fucking mad that that's what Megan did.
I can't tell.
My argument is just like Megan had every right to decide how she was gonna move around her abuser. Kelsey had every right to decide what that looked like for her. And since she could, hold on, I ain't finished. And since she could not rely on Megan because Megan had terminated her friendship and her professionalship to motherfucking Kelsey, Kelsey went with the second best thing because y'all got to remember, unlike Kelsey and Meg, who are not equal in this thing, Megan had the luxury of not missing a beat in her coin, in her career, in her housing, in her nothing. Kelsey had to go back to Texas and rebuild everything from fucking scratch. And you damn right she decided to do what.
So we got to shame Megan for being a rich bitch?
I finished. So she damn right did what was in the best interest of her bottom line as a result of a bitch who was at her bottom dollar.
CTV.
Okay.
But she got
that's what I was trying to
and she got money from him. Like what?
Huh?
Like she did the same shit for money.
And I would have took the money too. What?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I can see both sides of it. I was like,
and we really don't know because, and even that's pure speculation because it ain't no proof that she took a motherfucking thing, and the prosecuting team didn't prove that there was any fact behind the fact that she had received a goddamn thing. Now she did now we were able to put two and two together that he helped her at least when it came to her legal defense team, because when they asked her directly, bitch, who was running that tab, she got real short bus. She got real short butts when they asked her ass, bitch, how you funding your legal defense? But once again, I'm not mad at that at this point because we're talking about 2 years later after you done been rejected. A bitch ain't your friend. A bitch done thrown you to the world. So now you doing you. She doing what she got to do, and you doing what you got to do. And just like Meg sat her ass down there 4 days when she got in front of the goddamn DA and pussy motherfucking popped and didn't want to talk and deal with no motherfucking people because, like she said, even in her documentary recently, she wanted this shit to go away quietly. She never wanted all the hoopla around a trial, a criminal defense. That was not her situation, which is why her name ain't on that case. It's the state versus Tory, not Meg Pete versus motherfucking Tory. So she wanted to let the nigga live. She wanted to go on by her grace. Kelsey ended up getting vacuumed right back into this shit because the state picked it the fuck up and vacuumed both Megan and Kelsey ass.
And she on them jail calls.
And she rightfully so, being done, being over it, got her motherfucking immunity. She already had told the truth to the motherfucking prosecuting team in the interview, etc. She did her job and she decided on that stand, I'm playing neutral, goddamn it, because you know what the fuck everybody else did, bitch. After I got a fucking boss scalp in my head and scars on my body, bitch, everybody else played neutral. So what I'm gonna do on the stand, I'm not gonna do enough to incriminate Meg, and I ain't gonna do enough to incriminate Tory. I'm gonna literally pussy pop to neutralize the whole situation and get the fuck on up out this motherfucking piece. So she didn't do no harm.
Let me say something.
No harm, no foul, and her testimony still resulted in the conviction of the nigga.
Let me say something, Conscious. So, because they're saying that, I saw some people saying like everything Kelsey was worried about was money, right? But when they recall the incident, they say that Tory immediately went into offering everybody money, right? That was his initial thing. So that's the first thing. The second thing is let's be honest, everybody in a situation is worried about money. Megan doesn't want to affect her career, so she wants to keep it quiet. What's that? Her money, right? So she don't want to be in no him. No, the point is the concern is about money. I didn't say from anybody. In general, everybody's concern was money. He wanted to stay free so he could keep making his money. Megan wanted to keep it quiet so she can keep moving along in her career and make her money. Everybody in the decisions they made was motivated by money. If they were regular people in the street, it would have went a whole nother way. But everybody had a choice in that because they have their money at the top of their mind, right? So Kelsey, the brokest motherfucker in the scenario, just lost her job. Just was told to get the fuck out of here. after being betrayed by her friend, right? Won't even. Now I gotta worry about my money. So guess what? This nigga's offering some. I'm taking it because you already said fuck me and my bottom line. I don't owe you
She
shit and I
didn't
don't give a
fuck
fuck.
me though because she paid for her. Whatever.
No. If
Kelsey
you go
still
back
broke.
and watch what Kelsey said,
She
and even
said,
that's about money, right? Because we want Kelsey to be happy so she don't go to the blogs. Even that was about money. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
They didn't offer her. They did not offer that. I watched Kelsey explain it. When she was giving pushback, like go back to what? This and this and this and this. Then somebody from Rock Nation was like, oh, we'll get you a place for a year. So nobody was coming to give her shit. It was like, bitch, leave.
Yeah,
so you mad at her for making a decision the same way everybody made a decision in their best interest. You mad at her for making one of hers?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. I said, yeah, that's what I was trying to get tell Taro to understand. So this
So can I ask you a question?
also
Don't tell me nothing.
Also, she was also left out in the cold. So I'm not too angry. I'm not angry at what Kelsey did. I was just trying to give like maybe like a logical reason as to why both of them did the way they did, and not saying that what Megan did was right, but I also understand that both of them was in whatever mindset they were in, that normal people. Well, I can't say normal people because DV and gun violence is rampant, but I'm just saying people who haven't, looking inside out. I don't, I can't put two and two together. But I said I'm not mad at.
Well, the rich
Kelsey
part, the rich and famous part
best.
is the different part.
Like
rich people do things differently than us because they gotta protect assets and
you're right on you're right on that. Yeah, you're right on that part. So yeah.
Everyday people gotta protect assets and everything. If you own a home, you know what it means.
But my point was, I was saying that you can't get upset about how Kelsey was moved afterwards. I was just saying after a certain point that it shouldn't even.
Here you go.
I said after a certain. I was just saying after a certain point, right was right, wrong was wrong. Because now all they're going to do, now they're doing right now is saying that you should go to jail. Kelsey, you the one who shot her. They don't give a fuck about that at that point. And he was playing at both of y'all at that point. He was talking shit about the both of y'all. Yeah, he paid for her legal fees. And at that point, he had no remorse for any of you. So what was the point of, like, at that point, all he was going to do is drag
if nothing else, I'm going to take this nigga money. Yes. I know he don't care about me. He fucked my friend. And now I know she don't give a fuck because she just fired me and told me to go home. So what can I do but get whatever I can?
And you're still
I'm talking about,
so I gotta get whatever couple dollars I could get. So I'm gonna take that money.
I'm talking about the point of the trial, not right afterwards. I get that point. That's self-preservation. She said, "Shit, I'm left out on the win. I gotta do what I gotta do." I'm not mad.
So make it make sense. If she took money to be quiet, how she gonna go on the trial and speak? Make it make sense.
No, I said because it was years later. We don't know.
Do you understand what a bribe is? It don't matter. Like what?
I'm saying we don't have any concrete evidence. I'm saying I feel like he's the one that paid for her lawyer fees. I don't know if he gave her $1 million or was that $75K right afterwards. Maybe he did.
So why would he be paying for her lawyer fees for her to go testify against him? Come on, like
I'm talking about years afterwards.
I don't understand why you're focused on time. The point was he wanted to not go to jail. I'm paying your legal fees. I'm giving you money to keep my ass out of jail. Why do you keep putting a time frame on it? The court date was the court date.
Kelsey chose Tory. She didn't choose Megan. And
I would have chosen two. I would have chosen two.
Evidence.
I would have chosen two.
Because you
not gonna handle me like that. I would have chosen that nigga over you too.
The one in the fucking.
But the
one that's yelling that women are together is the one that would have chose the nigga that shot you.
I sure would have.
Make it make sense.
I never said y'all was together. That's stupid. I never said that.
I guess what I'm trying to say, like, it wasn't worth it. Because now all they doing is flipping on her, trying to drag her back in court for it, saying that she did it. It didn't do it. I said it didn't do her any good.
Kelsey had strong, long feelings for Tory, and she chose Tory over Meg.
People still believe that
she chose Tory over Meg,
and I would have chosen too. And I would have chosen.
Of course, you a hoe.
Y'all not gonna fucking do me dirty. Fuck a nigga behind my back and then think I'm gonna be fucking. I'm gonna choose too.
Shut up.
I'm just saying.
Y'all slow. Y'all do a lot of double speak. A lot of shit don't make sense.
Girl, then we gonna laugh at this nigga. Like,
So
y'all want to be able to treat people like shit and think they're gonna be there for y'all. It don't work like that. Sorry.
No, I
Okay.
didn't say that.
Oh,
Why
I'm
you
crying
putting
about
words?
it.
I didn't say that.
That's what you're saying.
Why you putting words in my mouth?
So
That
you're
is
gonna
what y'all was
choose a
saying.
nigga. So you're gonna choose a
I thought
nigga
she
who
said we
whooped
had
your ass.
unity.
When you are you
I
on drugs?
didn't say that.
Stupid bitch, I
I didn't
never
say
said
that.
that.
Oh, you
You
mad?
just said I'ma
Dang it.
choose him too.
Dang, I got your
Like you, I
heart.
think you slow. We done told you 5 times I never
Aw.
said that, but you keep saying it. You
Okay.
high?
She's so mad.
You're so
Projecting a
high.
lot.
You're a druggie.
I've
You're
never seen a
incoherent and
drug a day in
stupid.
my life.
You're
Wow. This
something
bitch
got to
is
be wrong with you because you
projecting.
dumb. You've been sounding dumb since you got
She
out here.
sounded, damn, girl. I got you this man.
No, like
So,
multiple personalities. You're laughing, you're screaming, you're crying, you're fucking on
You
drugs.
know,
We don't know what's
and what
wrong
do
with
you
you.
think you're doing?
I'm chilling. I'm talking to a stupid bitch because I'm bored. That's what I'm doing. What you doing?
Oh.
Stupid bitch. I'm a stupid bitch,
Oh, okay.
huh?
all right. Oh God.
Okay, so do y'all want to look at this timeline real quick? Because
Let's look at it.
Now let's see what I
Okay,
okay, so
sure.
let's look at this. Let's look at this timeline super quick. Let's just scale through. April 23rd of 2020. Footage of Lanez and Stallion hanging out together during the height of the pandemic when health officials asked people to stay the fuck away from each other. July 12th. Okay, how far is that from each other? April. Okay, then April, May, June, July. All right, 2-3 months later. July 12th, Lanez is pulled over and arrested for carrying a concealed firearm in his vehicle. Stallion, who was present during the arrest, is taken to the hospital because of a foot injury. TMZ reported the footage of the arrest. A person can be heard in a video saying, "Megan, are you okay?" All right. 3 days later, on July the 15th, in a since deleted Instagram post, Stallion says she suffered gunshot wounds the night of Lanez's arrest. Quote, "On Sunday morning, I suffered GUN shot wounds as a result of a crime that was committed against me and done with the intention to physically harm me," Stallion wrote. "I was never arrested. The police officers drove me to the hospital where I underwent surgery to remove the bullets." 2 days after that, Stallion discusses the backlash she received since revealing what happened. Quote, "It might be funny to y'all on the internet and just another messy topic for you to talk about, but this is my real life and I'm real life hurt and traumatized," Stallion wrote on Twitter. June, July. Okay, the next month on August the 20th, Stallion publicly identified Lanez as the person who shot her. "You shot me and you got your publicists and your people going to these blogs, lying and shit." Stallion said on Instagram, "Stop lying. Why lie? I don't understand. I tried to keep the situation off the internet, but you're dragging it." The following month, September 25th, Lanez, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, releases Daystar, the album packed with lyrics that assert his innocence and cast doubt on whether Stallion was shot. Quote, "How the fuck you get shot in your foot? You don't hit no bones or tendons," Lanez wrote on Money Over Fallouts. In October, the following month, October the 4th to be exact, Stallion performance on Saturday Night Live includes references to the Udine, rapping in front of a backdrop with the words "Protect Black Women." Stallion comments on racism, sexism, and GUN violence. A few days after that, 4 days to be exact, the LA County District Attorney Offices charges Lanez with felony assault in semi-automatic firearm. Lanez is also charged with carrying a loaded an unregistered firearm in a vehicle, as well as a GUN allegation that he personally inflicted great bodily injury, according to the release. Okay, once again, Meg did not run her ass down there to the precinct. October 13th, 2020, a judge issues a protective order against Lanez, forbidding him from getting within 100 yards of Stallion. In a op-ed for the New York Times published the same day, Stallion discusses the alleged assault by Lanez. Quote, "I was recently the victim of an act of violence by a man," she writes. "After a party, I was shot twice as I walked away from him. We were not in a relationship. Truthfully, I was shocked that I ended in that place." The following month, November 20th, 5 days after my birthday, Stallion releases Good News, an album containing a track that references the case. "Imagine nigga lying about shooting a real bitch." Stallion raps on "Shots Fired" just to save face for a rapper nigga you chill with. Okay, the next year, the July of 2021, Lanez violates a protective order after attending and performing at the year's Rolling Loud Festival. Lanez performed alongside rapper DaBaby just moments after Stallion left the stage. As a result, a judge increases bail from $190K to $250K the following month. Later that year, toward the end of that year, in December 14th, during a testimony at a preliminary hearing, LA Police Department Detective Ryan Stogner revealed more details of the alleged assault. Lanez allegedly yelled "dance bitch" as he fired at Stallion, who he described as being half in, half out the car, which is exactly how Sean Kelly also described the scene he saw. Quote, Megan immediately felt pain to her feet, observed blood, fell to the ground, and then crawled to the adjacent driveway of a residence. She described her injuries as bleeding profusely, Stogner said, according to Rolling Stone. The next year, February of 2022, a social media post falsely claims that a pretrial hearing revealed that Lanez's DNA was nowhere to be found on the GUN. This misinformation gains traction. March 11th of 2022, Lanez releases Cap, which contains lyrics aimed at a partisan Fontaine, Stallion's boyfriend. The diss track follows a back and forth the two had on Twitter weeks earlier. April of 2022, Stallion performs a song at Coachella with references to Lanez ahead of her performance. Stallion teased the new song, later released under the name Plan B online. April of 2022, Stallion appears on CBS News in her first televised interview directly addressing the Udine. He is standing up over the window Udine, which is why Sean Kelly didn't initially see him. And I didn't even want to move. I didn't want to move too quick, she said. I don't know if he's going to oot something that's like super important. I don't know if he could oot me and unalive me. August of 2022, Stallion drops the album Traumazine, which includes another song that references to Udine. I feel like Biggie, who shot you. Stallion raps on Who Me, but everybody know who shot me, B. September 18th of 2022, singer August Alsina claims that Lanez assaulted him. August shares a photo of himself on the elevator with blood on his face, detailing his exchange with Lanez. There was never a fight. Alsina write in the lengthy post, simply an assault. Dude has no real friends and is on a crash out mission. This is why I also don't understand why so many people find it hard to believe that Tory shot Megan and not Kelsey, because Tory is the one with the extensive criminal arrest record and all these litigations around violence, from August Alsina to Prince, that he punched in the mouth in a Miami nightclub and had to settle in court with, to his rundown on Travis Scott about to beat his ass, to him pulling a GUN on another nigga while he sits in a car and make this man apologize to him on a live stream. Like, don't get it.
Yeah.
September 23rd, rapper DaBaby releases Baby on Baby 2, an album that features the song Boogeyman with lyrics referencing the incident. You Play With Me, that shit was childish. The day before she said that Tory Lanez shot her, I was fucking on Megan Thee Stallion. On October 4th of 2022, an interview with the Off the Record podcast, Lanez acknowledges the trial and the decades of prison time he could face. Guys, I'm actively facing 24 years next month, he said. Lanez is placed on house arrest in 2022 until the trial begins. He's ordered to wear an ankle monitor. The decision is made citing another violation of Lanez bail, in which he allegedly attacked singer August Alsina. November 2022, rapper 21 Savage and Drake released a new album, Her Loss. It includes Sir Rock Loco, where Drake references to Udine and casts doubt on Stallion. This bitch lie about getting shots, but she's still a stallion. She don't even get the joke, but she's still smiling. December 2022, jury selection for the trial begins in LA. Prosecutors also added a third felony charge, discharging a firearm with gross negligence, although it ultimately will not affect the length of imprisonment if Lanez is convicted. December 12th, the trial officially begins with opening statements from both LA County prosecutors and as well as defense attorney. The prosecution sets out to prove the Udine was motivated by Lanez being spurned by comments about his rap career. On the other hand, the defense argues that the case was based on jealousy, saying his client was definitely not the Uter, and asserted that nobody heard anyone say dance bitch. 3 officers, 1 who responded to the crime scene and 2 who made the arrest, testified along with a detective. Through evidence in the officials' respective testimonies, it is established that there was GUN shot residue found on both Peterson and Kelsey Harris. That would make sense since he tussled with her ass, that she would have GUN powder on her. December 13th of 2022, Stallion takes the stand as a witness for the prosecution, testified in detail about the night of the Udine. She recounts on record that Lanez tried to instigate a fight between herself and Kelsey Harris, her former assistant. Okay, so now we get Megan confirming that he asserted that truth, a truth that once again he wouldn't have been able to weaponize had she already diffused that by just keeping it real with her homegirl. That way, by the time he said it in the SUV, they could have been gagging his ass together, because what he didn't know was that her and Megan was on the same type of time. See, that's how you do a bad bitch duo. You don't put a nigga in a position to gag you and your bitch. You don't put a nigga in a position to be able to hold something against your girl or to be able to weaponize between y'all. That's why communication and honesty and coven is so motherfucking significant. But because Megan was on her bald-headed hoe shit, he was able to put that banana peel up in that motherfucker and divert from the situation. She recounts on record that Lanez tried to instigate a fight between herself and Kelsey, her former assistant. Stallion also testified that she saw Lanez oot her. Stallion also says she suffered from suicidal thoughts in the aftermath. I don't feel like I want to be on this earth, she testifies. I wish he would have just ooted and unalived me. If I knew I would have to go through this torture. Stallion also said that she and Lanez had an intimate but not exclusive relationship before the night of the ooting. December 15th of 2022, while taking a stand, Harris testified that she did not see Lanez oot Stallion and did not hear him say dance bitch. The testimony is a major blowback for the prosecution because Harris previously told authorities that Lanez had also threatened her. In recanting her story, Harris further casted doubt that Lanez attacked Stallion. The prosecution, which granted Harris immunity for her testimony, worked to convince jurors that the original testimony is the correct one. They asked her about whether Lanez had made bribes, sharing text messages between Harris and Stallion, and having Harris confirm that she herself did not oot Stallion. Dr. Lee Hirono, the surgeon who operated on Stallion in the same month as the attack, also provided testimony that Stallion was indeed shot. He showed x-rays that confirmed there are still foreign metallic bodies in her feet. December 16th of that same year, after the continued hesitancy of Kelsey Harris's during her in-court testimony and defense attorney, whatever the fuck that last name is, insinuation that Harris was being coerced by the district attorney's office, the DDA's moved to have Harris' entire September 2022 interview admitted into evidence, and thank God they did. In her 80-minute interview that was played in court for the jury and public, Harris sounded more relaxed and sure of her recollection of the night, saying that Tory Lanez did attack both her and Megan. Later in the day, 2 DNA experts, one from defense and one from prosecution, testified that Lanez's DNA was not found on the magazine of the GUN found on the scene, but came back inconclusive for being found on the firearm itself. Kelsey's full lyrics on December 19th to the song Bustin' Back were admitted into evidence by the prosecution after the defense attorney attempted to recite a portion of the lyrics to Harris while she was testifying. Quote, the purpose of submitting the full lyrics was to show that the content was the song states that Harris was not the ooter. In the afternoon session, EJ was called as a witness for the defense as Megan's ex-stylist. EJ testified to what happened at the pool party, how intoxicated Megan, Kelsey, and Tory were, and how although he was intended to give them a ride home, Megan and Kelsey instead left once with Tory's driver, then came back for Tory. EJ also testified that when Megan doesn't have security around, he knows she keeps tasers and mace to protect herself. When asked if he's ever seen Megan or Kelsey carry GUNs, he answered, not that I recall. On December 20th of 2022, the defense called Sean Kelly, the 911 caller who witnessed a portion of the assault from his bedroom window. During his testimony, Kelly waffled back and forth about the sequences of events, saying, I never saw a GUN, and that both Tory and Kelsey were near the muzzle flash. December 23rd of 2022, after the jury deliberated for 2 days, Lanez is convicted on all 3 felony counts: assault with a semi-automatic firearm, possession of a concealed unregistered firearm, negligent discharge of a firearm. He was taken into custody as soon as the verdict was read in court.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting about this timeline, because this isn't the most nuanced write-up on the timeline, is that Tory Lanez had said in his live stream, when he began to try to like low-key punch holes in Megan's story, when she had said she was shot, but she didn't say who she was shot by. She just said, I was shot, I was injured, da 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 da. Tory Lanez, in my opinion, got shook, because what he also claimed was that he had received a phone call from someone from Rock Nation who basically told him to keep his fucking mouth shut, don't say nothing, just chill the fuck out, lay the fuck low. But when Megan had let it be known that it wasn't glass, that she actually had been shot, I believe Tory Lanez got nervous and started to feel like maybe he was being set up because he didn't even know the individual who had caught him on Rock Nation's behalf. So I believe he started punching holes in order to try to get ahead of what was happening. And by him inadvertently getting anxious, he ended up triggering off a damn sequence of Final Destination events that ultimately led to Megan putting a full name on it, and then the DA eventually put his ass behind bars for it. Now, bring it all back to Kelsey and Megan. I think that all of y'all who answered that Q&A and said that y'all don't see nothing wrong with running up on your friends niggas, and that black
Please
women,
let that go.
and that no, I'm not, and that black women don't trust each other, baby. I hope y'all are what you call them people? I hope that y'all are what's the word? It's not loners I'm looking for. I hope that y'all are, baby, just stay the fuck away from community, baby. Like, baby, stay the fuck away from community. Please stay away from friendships.
Would you tell that to black men? Because they do the same thing.
I'm not going to distract to black men because we're here talking about
exactly. So then you can't tell us to do that. That's a hypocrite.
Hold on. I'm talking to begin with, and you must not know what the hell you're talking about, because 95% of my channel is based upon dragging the fuck out of black men and black men's motherfucking community and running down on them motherfucking niggas. So you don't know me, boo.
I know you TV. I watch you.
Secondly, we're talking about black women. So that's where we're going to keep it at. And what I'm going to tell black ass, low vibrational ass women, as Venus said, who think that it's okay to be dishonest to your girlfriends and to be sleeping with your girlfriends and your sisters, niggas, and husbands behind their backs, is do the community a whole favor and just stay the fuck to yourself. You really don't deserve no sisterhood and no friendship, because you don't know how to be in proper friendship and relationship. And y'all running into people who actually trust y'all and who actually letting their guard down with y'all and who actually believe in y'all and giving y'all the benefit of a doubt when y'all are the goddamn snakes in the goddamn grass, okay? Because it's not illogical for a person to believe another human being, especially when their intent is to actually build community, especially when their intent is to actually repair all the damage that Tarot the God has said is historical and has been historically done to black women. So you got in the middle of the space people who are trying to do that work in order to curb those narratives and to create a better day and a better future for black women. And you got those who are continuing to double down on the bullshit that is actually bringing total division to black women. And we just gonna have to make up our motherfucking minds here on which way we really want to.
If that was Venus' intentions, then she wouldn't have said she would have took a bribe from Tory. She's male centered, and that's what I'm saying. They fake when they come on this space and say that black women are together, but they're not, and that's dangerous. So it's better to operate in reality than to operate in delusion, because you're going to get hurt as a black woman. If you think this community of women is all together, that's the worst thing that you could ever do. That's what I'm saying. Function in the world as it is now, not what you like it to be. You're going to get hurt. So nobody's trying to harm black women. We're trying to give them game. Like, bitch, your head better stay on the swivel or you're going to get hurt. I don't see what's wrong with telling black girls and black young women the truth about our relationship.
Because
we're not trying to harm.
That's why.
Listen, I love black women that love me.
But I think you was adding the wrong person, because I wasn't one of those people, So
he was talking about me, and that's it.
No, I'm talking about somebody in the chat. I wasn't talking about that too.
I mean, I'm not opposed to you being included in the bunch of women that I addressed, but I was really talking about to everybody who voted off on that Q&A. That's why I said.
Yeah, I know what you said, but
that's why I said for those of you who voted on that Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay, now
that's why I was talking about Moesha.
The Tarot the God voted, and I'm talking about her ass too, and I'm talking about everybody else who voted in that Q&A.
I didn't vote. I was on the platform.
Okay, then
I'm just saying in general with the conversation, because I added to that notion that black women are not unified, and And why can't we operate where we can dismiss men that don't care for us? Like, that's what I'm saying.
It's okay, Moesha.
And I give grace to Kelsey. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying where she went wrong is when she continued to have communication with Tory. If you are my business partner, if we came up together and you still have compassion for this nigga when he whipped on both of us, and it is coming off as you having compassion for him, I'm gonna cut you off. I don't understand why you can't see her perspective. Like, and don't sexualize the whole thing of Black women wanting to just, we have the right to be sexual beings, and that's it. But we're not harming another Black woman by doing that. Now, Kelsey and Megan's relationship, they could have kept communication open about who they was fucking on. If they was fucking on the same nigga, that meant nothing to them. Where they went wrong is when Kelsey did not cut communications off with Tory completely. That's all I'm saying.
Wrong.
That's all I'm saying. That's my perspective.
This is a false and it's a wrong, factually incorrect perspective, not based upon the actual truth.
How? You said that, Kelsey?
I'm about to tell you how, because in the 4 hours and 48 minutes and 56 seconds that we've been doing this, we've already established that Megan never gave Kelsey an opportunity to not choose Tory. She received a phone call and the choice had been already made, and then you contradicting yourself because you've said over and over and over again and reminded us that Megan actually made that decision in the damn car. So
correct, because Kelsey chose her side.
So how on one hand you're gonna argue that Kelsey made the decision and she the one who doubled down and somehow stayed in relationship to Tory?
You wasn't listening to me.
But
you
then
didn't listen to
that
me.
Megan made that choice to not fuck with Kelsey.
Correct. Based off of Kelsey's reaction in that car. You wasn't listening to me.
What reaction? What reaction?
Like I said something else had to I said CTV. Something else had to transpire in that car.
You are being
Kelsey was just not holding on.
They told us what transpired. You just adding a bunch of non-existent things.
But the thing about it, if all of them are lying, because y'all said all of them are lying,
instead of dealing with what we've been told what transpired. It's no.
But y'all said that pieces are missing out. People are lying, so it leaves us, the public.
I'm not saying nothing is left out because I completely understand.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay.
Oh, what's left out? What's left out? What's left out? Because the only thing that was left out was Kelsey. So what else was left out? To your point, Megan had cut off everybody, right? To your point, Megan had decided, I ain't fucking with nobody, right? So then how the fuck is Kelsey upset? How the fuck did Kelsey make a decision? See, you saying too many things that actually prove my point. You saying, she made her choice in the car, so then that means that Kelsey didn't make a damn decision.
Not at all. What I'm saying is that you also reminded us
that Megan was the one who decided to cut everybody off. Now Megan was the one
are bringing confusion. You're bringing confusion because you
you are Tyro the lioness, because you are literally trying to conflate all this shit just to prove a point that still ends up contradicting you and ends up really strengthening my goddamn plight, because you are trying to have it every which way. Which
is that how you feel?
You actually not trying to have it which way. You're actually trying to just have it Megan's way, and it don't work because
I'm not. I'm just saying you're taking Kelsey's side and I'm taking Megan, and I have every
that's the big difference between me and you. Is I ain't actually taking nobody's side.
I cannot tell. I cannot tell. And that's where the contradiction with you comes.
I critique both sides, and I've held Megan accountable because she ultimately authored this confusion, and then she made the decision for the both of them in the end. She never gave Kelsey any other option. You lied to your good girlfriend about a nigga you put her on, and then you circle back around to get Tory Lanez when the universe had already left him where the fuck he belonged, which is with them pale assholes up there in Hollywood Hills. Then, by the time you spoke to her 2 days later, after she got her ass whipped on behalf of a situation you and Tory got yourself involved in. You called her not to ask her what should we do. You called her to tell her what the fuck you were going to do, which is send her ass back home. So
who did? Can you answer me this?
So Kelsey never had a single choice in this whole shit.
Okay, so can you answer me this? You previously said that Tory pulled up to Kelsey, right?
Yes.
So, in knowing that Kelsey was talking to Tory, you wouldn't feel some type of way that she still has a relationship with him? That's what I'm just asking.
See, that's
because
the thing I keep trying to establish here, Taro. See, I am somebody who literally, I go out of my way to try to have as much emotional intelligence as possible. So for me, like, I'm too reasonable of a person. If I know me and my friend shared a traumatizing experience together, I'm not villainizing my friend. And I'm damn sure not judging my friend off of what he did over a 2-day period where he had access to nobody but the person who traumatized us both. Because I am reasonable enough to move my emotions aside and think logically and understand that the last chapter we all left off on was I asked the nigga that abused me to help me. And then we were driving, me and my friend were in the car driving with this nigga to my house. So my friend had every reason to assume that it was okay for him to speak to this motherfucker. And I'm also going to give him the grace to do that because he didn't just abuse me. He abused my fucking friend too. And if my friend wanted to hear him out and my friend felt like, bitch, you need to pay this right. You need to pay me $1 million. You goddamn right, bitch. Get paid for every bullet wound. Get paid for every scratch, bruise, hemorrhage, hemorrhoid, every black eye, bitch. Yes, you answer that motherfucking phone, bitch, and see the way that he is going to make this shit right for you. Because once again, it ain't about just me and you. So by the time I talk to you, and I know I ain't spoke to you in 2 days, and I know I ain't had nobody from my team speak to your motherfucking ass, and then you still friending me because you letting me know, hey girl, this nigga just came over here. He said blah, 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 blah. Bitch, what we gonna do? I'm taking my bitch with me personally. I'm not throwing my friend to the motherfucking woods after putting him in a fucked up ass situation where he was forced to have my motherfucking back. And then I'm gonna kick his ass to the curb, haul off all over the set. All of the sunset, and then only look back for him when it can benefit me. Only when I need him to speak up for me. You would never, baby. Y'all about to make me call every motherfucker.
So if you think that,
baby, y'all about to make me call every friend and family member.
That's fine. So if you
phone and put them on the line to let them tell y'all what type of motherfucking nigga I am, baby. I don't understand.
Right. That's fine. The thing about it is like
I don't understand nothing about the way that Megan Thee Stallion moves in the situation.
Right.
Nothing.
Because the thing about it is like if you deem that as emotionally intelligent, I'm scared. Because like if you're continuing communications with him, I'm going to sit in logic and I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to cut you off immediately because that right there is a conflict of interest. This nigga shot me, he beat on you, and you still have compassion for him. You still trying to negotiate with him. You still trying to make money with this nigga. You're off. And that's it. But
hold on. See, this is the thing about, I don't know if you're doing it intentionally or you're doing it unconsciously, but see, you don't realize that.
Can I
say
something?
Hold on, wait. You don't realize that when you go to talk, Taro, you make accusations that are just unfounded. You keep saying, I'm not gonna fuck with a bitch who took money. She did not take money over a 2-day period. She had only had a conversation with Tory, a conversation that he initiated at that when he got out of jail. She then took that conversation to Megan, who she heard from shortly afterward. There was no transaction. There had not been no definitive choice that Kelsey had made at that point. It was only an interaction. So you can't keep saying, oh, she took a bribe and she decided to stay in what fucking relationship? This all happened over a 2-day period. And she didn't take a motherfucking thing. She didn't make no decision. She didn't take no motherfucking money. It didn't tell her friend what he put on the table so that they can decide together what should happen next. But to your point, Megan had already made her decision long before, baby, Tory Lanez ever pulled the fuck up. Right? She had made a decision, right? Long before Tory had ever pulled up, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
I don't see what the problem with that statement is. She made a decision in that car, which means something
Stop
transpired
blaming then
between
Kelsey.
Tory.
No, the problem with your whole logic is that you are literally blaming you are literally establishing that Megan is the one behind the control of the wheel. She the one who cut Kelsey.
No, I did not.
You go to blame Kelsey for being cut off by talking about an incident that happened long after the SUV ride.
Yes.
You said
that's what I'm saying. I am blaming Kelsey for that.
Megan already made her decision in. So you can't keep going back to her meeting up with Tory when you said that Megan had made the decision long before she
I think Megan was being nice when she was hearing Kelsey out. And Kelsey for the second time betrayed her. So cut her off 2 days from now. That's done. She's done. I think Megan was being nice by listening to her when she was telling that Tory pulled up. But Megan made that decision in that car. She probably wanted to hear her out, see if she was still on the same dumb shit, heard her, and cut her off. Megan was nice to her. She was nice. Kelsey is the blame for her part. Megan is the blame for her part.
Can I say something real quick?
Who is this?
Megan was a good friend to her.
Talk about Megan going. I'm screaming.
The team was in communicate with Kelsey, just Meg wasn't, because she said that on the jail call.
Hold on, what happened?
You said the team or Meg wasn't communicating with her, but the team wasn't communicating with her because she said that in the jail call.
She said what exactly?
She was saying I feel like she was like,
I ain't no feel like what she said then. Since you saying
she said the team.
What she said, honey?
It was like,
man, let's go ahead and let Kelsey speak for herself. Let's pull up the jail call. Kelsey Harris.
Did she say that?
Tory
yeah, she said the team is getting this straight and this straight. It's like she wanted to tell him what the team was doing. But
you sure that wasn't in the interview?
No, that's on the jail call.
I thought that was on the interview.
Oh no, I just listened to it, baby.
Okay, so let's see what the hell happened. I'm about to put it up. Courtesy of Street TV. Audio.
Oh, so she did talk to him. Okay.
This is the leak.
Period.
Call from Sorry. An inmate at LAPD jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept the call. Thank you for using Telmate.
Y'all got out safe and everything.
Huh?
Y'all got out and everything out good?
Megan's still in the hospital. I'm outside the hospital.
What hospital y'all at?
I'm out with it.
You said what?
You're listening to Street TV.
I said Megan's in the hospital still. I'm outside the hospital waiting.
What hospital are you at?
I don't know.
Girl.
Let me see. Cedar, something like that. Cedar.
No problem.
Sure.
I know she's ever gonna talk to me ever again, but bruh, I just want you to know, bruh. Nigga, I was just so fucking drunk, nigga. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on, bro. That ass. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on, bro. Like that ass, nigga. I never do some shit like that, bro. Just that, nigga, I was just so fucking drunk, nigga. I just didn't even understand what the fuck was going on, bro. Like, so whatever, bro. But you know, regardless, that's not gonna make anything right, and that's not gonna make my actions right, bro. But I'm just deeply sorry, bro. I never even moved like that, bro. Like, never moved like that at all, bro. Like, for real, dog.
I know. There's a lot that happens, but
a whole lot, bro. Like a whole lot, bro. I feel crazy, bro. But in this day, like, what happened already, bro. I can't take it back, bro. I'm just telling y'all, I'm sorry, bro. Like,
you're listening to Street TV.
I think I was just too drunk, bro. You know what I'm saying? When I got to the house, sure, he's like, all top niggas, they gave me like 5 shots, like off the door, like, you feel me? So I was out of there, like, wasn't in there with niggas, like, you feel me? We was taking shots past that time. I wasn't even there with niggas, like, bro. I don't even remember what we was even arguing about, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
Yeah, no, I didn't even, I was already fucked up by the time you got there, so I don't know how much.
it's like, you know, but tell me what hospital she's in.
You're listening to Street TV.
I just told you, Cedar.
So it's funny how, first of all, he's trying to justify what he did by talking about how drunk he was, and then as you see him low key deflect, trying to make it seem like, oh, they bombarded me with all this liquor. Somebody else is really responsible. You saw how they gave me 5, 10, 15, 25, 75 shots at one time. Like, oh, it just be the narcissism and the lack of accountability for me. Like you didn't have a choice to sit your ass there and take them shots.
Medical.
All right. You ain't got Corn's number, right? You ain't got my security number.
Quan, I do have his number.
Can you call this nigga Corn and tell this nigga, bruh? You get a chance, but just figure out what you gotta do to bail me out this shit.
Okay.
Phoenix, you need to chill out.
Sorry again, bro. Like,
I think honestly, I think we're gonna try to because obviously, like, the longer you're in there, the more hot it's gonna get, because you know it's already on, like, there's no names released yet, but the report is already out, you know.
but like,
so,
out is what? What you mean out?
it's on some app. You know, Megan's team is on top of this. So,
Yeah, but like, niggas don't. There's no way that Megan's on like the things.
no, what'd you say?
There's no way that Megan's like on the thing.
You're listening to Street TV.
No. So far, none of that is there. But I mean,
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be one of those. If anything, the only nigga that's gonna get this backlash is me. It's not gonna be her. But
yeah, I'll let you know.
alright, it is what it is. Regardless if I get out of here today or not, bro, I just wanna let y'all know, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I never did that shit if I wasn't that drunk, bro. Like, you feel me?
Okay, so where the hell did you hear in a sex that her ass had talked to the team?
That's why I was saying that it most likely was an interview. I don't remember it being on the call.
No, it ain't on the call. She's just making. She is just saying that she is just telling him that, like, I mean, obviously, you know that they're about to do PR because, I mean, like, obviously that's what the next logical thing is.
Shut the fuck out.
Figure out what the hell is going on. So now I'm glad we pulled up this call because now this lends more to Kelsey's comfortability. He's already offered to make it right. According to Ned's current documentary, he was already immediately remorseful, apologetic, willing to pay them, blah, 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 blah. Now he's on this call. He's doubling down in a weak-ass apology, but an apology nonetheless. So Kelsey's defenses are all the way down because Tory has neutralized himself as a threat. And now it's just a matter of her getting into contact and communication with Megan to see what we about to do next. But once again, to Tyro, God's point, the choice had already been made. So once again, Kelsey couldn't commit no wrong in a situation she wasn't given no damn wiggle room in to begin with. And Megan would have been out of order for expecting Kelsey to handle Tory the way she was going to personally handle Tory, because Kelsey gets to make that decision for herself. Megan doesn't. And I don't give a fuck about her being a superstar. I don't give a fuck about her being a professional ass shaker. I don't give a damn about her being a celebrity in the situation. See, all that shit is an illusion for her fans. She is a fucking human being, and you get the right to decide what your proximity is, but not what Kelsey's is. He abused to both of y'all. So once again, if she want to answer the motherfucking door, she can. If she want to answer the motherfucking call, she can. Because he fucked her up too. So she's entitled to hear what the fuck he got to say. And I totally believe the roommate who said that Kelsey came home packing her shit and saying that, you know, somebody gonna have to pay her, because rightfully so. Ain't the old adage in the black community is pay me for my pain? Ain't that funky that pay me for my pain, bitch? Okay, ain't y'all the same ones who file a workers' comp when y'all get a little ankle injury? Y'all get a little neck, head injury, baby. Ain't y'all the same one girl in a little speed bump want to run a bitch down for her life savings because of the little ding in your car, and you gonna tell a bitch you got her whole ass whipped and had to witness her best friend being shot, that she shouldn't be in a predicament to require a check from somebody, bitch, for what she going through? And this only her second day in LA, girl. Y'all got her fucked up.
Yeah.
Y'all got her fucked up, baby. Somebody gonna run me a motherfucking check so I can run down there to urgent care, Dr. Phil, Judge Judy, or somebody for some damn help. Somebody gonna cut it.
You're not making any sense.
When I signed up to be a PA for you, that did not involve getting my ass whipped on behalf of niggas you secretly fucking with behind my back. That's what the contract didn't include.
Sorry, CTV, you're not making any sense to me.
That's okay, baby, because you ain't made sense to nobody in 5 whole hours, sugar.
That's fine. That's fine.
Right.
That's fine.
Run her check. That's what's gonna be fine. Run her check.
So why would Megan consider the medicine? Why would Megan consider the friendship then? Why would Megan consider the friendship?
What you mean?
Why would she
told her friend to fuck on the nigga? She told her friend to fuck on the nigga. She told her friend to jump on the nigga. She told her friend to deal with the nigga. She told her friend to move from Texas to LA. That's what she did. She told Kelsey to pack up all her shit, baby. Pack up all your shit, bitch. I'm about to take you to the moon and over, girl. We about to go into the glory together. That's what Megan did. Baby, you better put your motherfucking frail ass eyeballs on this documentary and watch the way that Megan is big up in her bitch in this documentary. Because these are her words, not CTV's. You better watch all those lesbian ass scenes between her and Kelsey ass, all chummy and between each other's legs and hollering and screaming and girling and pussy throbbing and everything else. And her talking up for her bitch. You better look at that motherfucking documentary. I ain't putting nothing in that. I ain't putting a single word in that bitch's mouth. Not none. None. This was her friend, her sister. According to her. CTV. Not according to the authority invested in me in heaven or hell, but this was according to Miss Megan Pete.
Can I be here? Am I here? Everybody just go mute.
Yeah, you here, boo.
Okay, I want to make sure I was being I was making sure, I was making sure I was being heard. But that's what I said earlier. I said I can completely understand why Kelsey chose self-preservation. I said I just didn't understand that it took it far to the point. That's just me personally. But look, what happened. And I just feel like it just at the end it wasn't worth it because she's getting blamed for it. And now motherfuckers on the internet right now talking about she should be in jail and he gonna open that case, even though we know the nigga is not gonna get that appeal bump, is gonna get thrown out just with the other 3-4 of the motherfuckers. But still, he's still not getting out of there, and that's the point I'm happy for. I wish the motherfucker got more time, but I'm good with that. I'm just saying that was just my 2 cents in it.
Is what again? Like what the conclusion is?
I said that was just my 2 cents on it. I said I just didn't. I felt like a lot of things didn't happen that should have, and I saw both sides of it.
Megan should have never doubled back around for that nigga when God blessed her enough to leave his ass in that pool with them Indian assholes where he was.
Yeah,
she had to get her shoe.
No,
yeah, we are like.
Her shoe could have been shipped overnight USPS.
She had to get her shoe.
She didn't have to get a shoe that she could buy 10,000 pairs of.
But she did.
She wanted
she was attached to Tory.
I don't know that. None of y'all in that girl's head.
She was left next to.
None of y'all in that girl's head.
She went back for the nigga.
He said, "I'm going off the sheet."
Oh, my shoe happens to be next to the nigga that I want. Can we go back for my shoe?
Megan admitted in the documentary that she bonded. She was trauma bonding with Tory. So Tory meant a lot to her because she said she felt lonely. You know, she just lost her mom, and they was bonding over that because he lost his mom. And she said she was there with the nigga every day for like 2 months. So yeah, she felt she was very they didn't know each other, but you know, we all seen it online. They was, you know, each other faces. She twerking on them, all of this extra shit. She cared. It was more than just. I can say that it was more than just a
So
shoot.
that's where the contradiction comes in with y'all again. So everybody saw Tory and Megan online. We just saw a clip. Megan's titty out. Tory behind her. We saw all that. Megan with Tory at the Rock Nation brunch, and Kelsey is still the one that's confused. Like I just don't get it. But
That's what
y'all
I
saying that
when I
Megan
first came up
betrayed
here.
Kelsey because she was
No,
fucking on niggas behind her back. Like that's
That's what
crazy.
I was saying when I first got here. I said that's why I was going on both. I was on both Kelsey and Megan. Me personally, I can't speak for anybody else but myself. And I was saying, I said I didn't understand that specific part. I said because Megan and Tory timeline is way more public than him and Kelsey. I said I did not see that coming because they was constantly around each other. They was at events with each other. They was cheek to cheek, arm wrapped each other and shit. She was twerking on his little Instagram live shit. I said, me personally, I said I don't see where him and Kelsey had this, link on, and she didn't know, and all this extra stuff. I didn't, that part I said I did not believe. I was like, because there's no evidence proving that him and Kelsey and Tory was a thing. But there's hella evidence, videos, texts, and tweets towards each other, being all flirty and cutie towards each other with Megan and Tory. Now that part, when people saying that Kelsey had him first and she just went behind his back, that part I don't believe. But
I'm convinced that people just dislike Megan because
Tory,
she won.
But Megan was, but I do
She
believe
won.
Megan was upset at that damn party. I do believe that.
I believe Megan was drunk, just like everybody else.
They said that she was. All of them were.
I believe that.
Jay said that all their ass was drunk. All of them was drunk.
But Tory was the most.
Exactly. But we holding Megan's feet to the fire. We holding Megan's feet to the fire, nobody else's. Megan's the blame. Megan's the cause. Megan's the reason.
No one said
and
that.
that's what's crazy. I'm not talking to you. I'm
still gagging. I'm still gagging over the shoe because it's interesting to me that she went back for a shoe but got out the damn car in the middle of the night near Coyotes.
She was drunk. Like, you really think she in her right mind?
Hold on. I'm going to complete my statement. Bitch went back for a shoe but got out the car in the middle of the damn night near Coyotes in a 2-piece bikini to sit at a damn bus stop on the side of a sandy hill. But the bitch was concerned about a shoe. Get the fuck out of here.
Your point?
Fuck out of here.
Your point? She was drunk.
Get the exactly the shoe.
She was drunk. Yeah, she wasn't in her right state of mind. Of course, she's drunk. She's not in her right state of mind. But y'all making it seem like Megan was all knowing.
Yeah,
Megan was clear, concise. Like she was drunk. The girl was drunk.
They said at the party they said that she was at, that's why Kylie and I had to get it up because she was getting into it. At least that's what they said. I forgot who side was it, Kelsey or Tory. I don't think Tory even tried to explain that, but I think it was either Kelsey or somebody saying that they knew it was an EJ or something like that, saying that she got irritated. They said that she was like off and on, like she was trying to get nachos, she was bubbly, and then 1 second she was getting irritated with him, and then they got in the pool, then she got out the pool, and then I guess she must have made Kylie irritated, and she's like, you know what, all y'all niggas gotta go. Okay, I highly, and Tory was probably trying to be in Kylie's face, which I believe because he was talking about she's an angel and all that extra bullshit. And I think, he probably was being an asshole because he's a record of being an asshole, probably pissing Megan off on purpose because you seen in the video when they was in the pool, she was like, you could tell she was already irritated with him. She's like, don't get no water on my phone and back up. And he just smiled, laughing at her. And he probably went over there and got in Kylie's face knowing that was going to piss her off because they already had it. She was latched onto him. She was already latched onto him. They was trauma bonding, so
I don't see how telling a nigga back the fuck up because you getting water on my phone is love. I don't see how.
No, I didn't say it was love. I'm saying that's proof that she was already irritated towards him, and I could see him being childish and pissing her off by being in Kylie's face And that's probably what Kylie said, and that's what irritated him and got them arguing. Kylie said, no, y'all got to get the fuck out. I don't really care for none of this. Y'all got to get out of my house. I said, I believe that. I believe that they were drunk because the people were saying that she was back and forth. They said that she was, you know, she was dancing one minute, that she wanted some food and nachos, being cute, and then one minute she didn't want nobody in her face, and then she was getting irritated with Tory and all this extra stuff. So, you know, there was a whole lot going on. They was all intoxicated. I was saying all of them were. Tory, being the sensitive person that he is on record for, he can turn up and attack somebody over the simplest shit. Like he beat up August Alsina for not wanting to shake his fucking hand. Like who does shit like that? Busted his whole face up.
And
He attacked Prince. He attacked Prince just for being gay and thinking, oh, I ain't with that gay shit. Thinking that he was trying to hit on him, and he wasn't even fucking worried about him. Like that man he's already known to be thrown off in the head anyway. So I would not be surprised. Huh?
I want to say this because I genuinely believe both of these ladies had a friendship. I don't believe either one of them was jealous of each other. I think they loved each other down boots. And I'm going to go one further too. I don't think that Megan ass was jealous of Tory Lanez slobbering all over Kylie. I think
why was she?
I think the problem was because we can see from the little snippets we saw of them on live stream in the pool that Megan was very irritated by Tory because he was doing the most. And it had also came out that he was being a typical nigga. He was loud, obnoxious, just doing the most. And I felt like Megan knew this was a very important moment for her as a Black woman who is getting her shot in hip hop, and she already has the cosign of the Kardashians, and she invited Tory knowing that Kelsey was also there because she initially believed in his ability to conduct himself accordingly. But once he came through that bitch drunk, high on the nigga, doing the most all over Kylie, I believe that Megan started to feel like this nigga is embarrassing me. And that's what the fuck I'm mad at. I don't give a fuck about him. With a bitch. I don't even want him.
Yeah, I would have felt like he was trying to sabotage me.
Hold on. I think that when they got in the car the first time to leave, Megan made the excuse to go back for the shoe because it dawned on her, wait a minute, bitch, this nigga is back there alone with this white woman, and he not about to embarrass me because I'm the one who invited his ass. So that blood gonna be on my hands. Whatever the hell he do, however the hell he act, whatever the hell he break and fuck up at her damn house, it's gonna be a bad reflection on me because he's coming out of my entourage, and I'm not leaving his ass there because I still need that Kardashian cosign, bitch. I already done got the Nicki cosign, I done got the Cardi cosign, now I'm getting the Kardashian cosign, bitch, and I'm not leaving this drunk ass, belligerent, ignorant ass, squarehead ass bitch up there without supervision. He gonna have to bring his ass home too. So she created the excuse of let me go back around because she already knew low key that Kylie ass was getting irritated with his ass too, which is why when she went back, she was ready to scoot his ass out too. Like, here you go, bitch, take him, here you go, make sure he go with you, girl. Hey, come on, honey.
In the video
as well by Tory, and then because Megan was mad and felt embarrassed by his conduct around her good white company, her ass was giving him rightfully so silent treatment. He caught on to the energy, started fucking with her, and then the rest is history. But I don't think none of this is about jealousy.
Right. I don't agree with everything you say, but majority of the stuff you said sounds right. Yeah, because Megan wasn't jealous. What does she have to be jealous for? He was sabotaging what she had going on with the Jenners and the Kardashians. That was a big moment for her, and he acting like a fucking goofy. No, she was irritated, not love lost. Like that's what I don't get. A lot of females are projecting that onto her.
I'm glad that y'all brought that perspective because I didn't even think about that. I'm glad that you Conscious brought that different scenario that most likely happened. I didn't even think about think of it that way, that maybe she went down back there because he does
I'm a very clear thinking ass bitch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I thought that the whole time. Like I thought it had nothing to do with jealousy, that this nigga was trying to sabotage her shit. See, a lot of females are are jealous, and they projected that onto Megan. What does Megan have to be jealous for? She's rich. She's in the game. Like, she's made it. And this nigga is trying to sabotage her shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, no. Come on now.
Because I didn't, because I was like, I always thought like, because the trauma bonding part always made sense. I was like, oh, maybe she just like, she did admit in the documentary that she did latch onto him and they were trauma bonded about that. And she did, because she was lonely at that time and things, and she didn't feel good. She just wanted to, you know, she didn't really have family like that anymore after her mama passed. She was just trying to drink her sorrows away and be around everybody else. She said, my biggest problem was fucking and drinking. She said that verbatim. So I was like, okay, maybe that's the reason why, you know, maybe she was irritated, but, you know, with him he's trying to piss her off by fucking with Kylie in her face. Because people were saying that, you know, she was getting very irritated. We seen the video of the little Instagram live of her and Kylie being next to each other. And he, like, Conscious said, was in the back doing the most, touching shit, splashing water like a little 5-year-old little boy. And she was getting irritated, like, nigga, like, calm down. You can see him laughing. He looks at her for a second. You can see him laughing, like, okay, all right. And I was always told to me, I was like, oh, he's gonna start acting a fool for real. And that's part of the reason why she got upset and they started arguing over that. Like, you know, she cares about him enough to be around him so consistently and publicly, and they all up on each other. So I always thought that was the reason, you know. But the fact that you're saying that, you know, he does have a history of just impulsively becoming violent, even more so under the influence, that could be I can definitely see that being a reason why Megan turned back instead of being like, you know, get your ass, you know.
CTV, I gotta commend you, and I'm gonna say, you know, I envy black men, because the way y'all can redirect the conversation with black women, y'all have so much mind control over them. Like, it is crazy. Like, I commend, and I would even say you should destroy them, because, like, this is sick. Black women can't be on code for nothing. Like, the fact that you can bring this up and then, oh, I'm glad you brought up that perspective. I've never seen it like that. When a lot of black women logically thought about this and said that girl ain't jealous of nobody. See, they was on that white shit. Oh, that black girl jealous of that white girl. It makes sense. Yeah. Like, y'all have the ability to sway how black women think. I envy that. And that's why I'm saying black women will never be on code. We are not in unison, because y'all have too much control over their minds. And it's crazy, especially from this conversation. They hold on to your nuts, man. They swing on your nuts, man. And you know what? Go ahead. I ain't even gonna hate the player. Black women are doomed.
Now, Taro, I think you got a little bit of that Megan Thee Stallion spirit in you, babes. Because you are just not you're not going to acknowledge how you came out here calling people nigga bitches and
because they are nigga bitches. A nigga bitch. I'ma call a nigga bitch out. She can't think for herself. She needed your validation. She needed your validation. And I mean what I say. So you bringing up me calling her a nigga bitch. What does that prove? She's a nigga bitch. She's male-centered.
You're not going to take any responsibility.
She's male-centered. I said what I said. Like, I called her a nigga bitch because she's a nigga. She's a bitch that hangs on to a nigga
responsibility for the fact that you entered with a level of defensiveness.
I don't care. I want to defend it.
On a whole panel where you know you're going to be engaging with other people in conversation.
Megan is one of a kind. Megan is one of a kind.
Only person amongst the women who was doing all of that.
And I feel bad because she stands alone sometimes. Megan took all the accountability that she could. Megan took all accountability that she could.
But we asking, when are you going to take when are you going to take accountability, Taro God?
You know what? That sister stands alone, and I'm so sad because these black females are doomed. Like, it's only about 2% of us that think that way, that don't hang on to a nigga's nut. And every word that he said, you got the ability
to talk about the texture of their hair.
Listen, you got the ability to brainwash these broads. You got the ability to brainwash these broads. Hands down, you a player. You a player. I can't hate you, player.
It's like, not you a player, man. Baby.
You a player, man. You got the ability to pimp these hoes out. And you know what? Black women will never be on the same accord because
of the polls.
Man, I commend you. I'm
The
applauding
decision was
ETV.
made the moment you
You a
decided
pimp, bro.
to gobble up the
You a pimp,
ladies.
bro.
You
Keep
made the
pimping these
choice for
hoes.
them, just like
Listen,
Megan made that choice
keep
for
pimping these
Kelsey.
hoes.
You made that choice for them, boo, when you decided to be so off-putting.
Let me tell
When
you
you
that
decided
Venus
to speak so
is a
disrespectfully
nigga
to
bitch.
them.
She
When you
quotes
decided to
red pill
lead from
talking
that
points.
rage.
She
When
quotes
you
real
decided to
red pill
Miss
lead from
talking
Taro.
them
points.
patients, baby. The
Miss
Listen,
decision
Taro.
was
CTV.
made.
Listen, CTV. Black women have to tell each other the truth. If we can't tell each other the truth, there is
Black
no
women come
unity.
on
And
this,
the fact,
yeah,
and
but
the
it
Taro.
wasn't
fact that
about the
Venus,
truth.
hold
It
on,
wasn't
and
about
the
the
fact
truth,
that
though.
Venus, hold on, the
It
fact that
wasn't
Venus
about the
can come
truth,
up here,
Taro.
the fact
It
that
wasn't
Venus
about the
can
truth,
come up
though.
here and quote red pill talking points.
You are miscategorized. You are
That's fine. I'm
miscategorized.
talking
You are
about one person though.
miscategorizing. You
I'm
are
talking about one person.
miscategorizing. You are miscategorizing the
Miss
autopsy
Taro.
report.
That's
Hold on,
fine.
no, hold on,
That's
hold on.
fine. The
I'm here. No,
fact
it's
that
not. It's not.
that's
It's
fine.
not fun, baby. You are miscategorizing. You led with an angry, volatile, nasty, low down energy towards
Here's the thing.
and they were simply just speaking to you and rebutting you because this is a panel and it involves a collective dialogue. So you diverted to the only choice that made sense from the beginning, which was the generous king himself, which was guiding the conversation amongst everybody just fine. And nobody, including intersex, who felt the way about Venus, questioning her integrity, still didn't choose to respond to Venus by talking about her nappy head or talking about her dark skin or calling her a bitch or anything of the sort.
She called me a bitch too.
Intersex showed
I'm
you
supposed to just sit there and take it.
Showed you by example what it's like to have a rebuttal and a debate with decorum
by calling people drug addicts
and with ladylikeness.
She presented herself as that. She put a post up as having a name like Venus, but spews rhetoric from red.
But you have a name like Taro with
from
God.
real red pill
Where
nigga, because I read cards. Because I read cards.
Where's the God in your presentation?
Let me tell you something.
Where's
Like
the
I
God
said,
in your
if you
presentation?
hold on.
And then the audacity to call another woman's hair nappy when your avatar has an entire afro and
because I love black women. Because I love black
women. Weird to talk about
because I love real black women.
About another woman's skin tone and then your avatar is a dark skin.
I love real black women.
It's weird. You can't love women and then you use their
real black women.
You love their ethnic features.
I said real black women
to decide who
that
should
bitch
be
had a weave.
Miss Taro.
She had a wig.
Where's the God in your energy, baby? Where's the God in your energy?
Let me tell you this. Let me say, if I can say this real quick. If you are a black woman that operates in this world, you're not going to demonize anger against me. If you are a black woman operating in this world in real time, you have every right to be angry. That girl, Venus, I ain't even going to call her a bitch. That girl, Venus, is presenting herself. She's presenting herself as feminine. She's presenting herself as feminine, and friendly, and spewing black male rhetoric, that hatred towards women.
Got God in your name, baby.
That on all of the panel, but she's steadily trying to convince us that black women are in unison. That's a damn lie.
If we try to convince you anything. 47% of women in the audience. 47% of the women in the audience agreed with Venus because they weren't.
I don't give a damn about 47.
And that's the problem, that you don't give a damn.
Why would I give a?
You only care about one side of the.
No, I give a damn about.
No, you need to.
I give a damn about the.
No, you can't pick and choose, baby. You can't pick and choose.
You're picking and choosing.
Okay, your perspective is the only one that matters.
Venus.
You can't defend only your perspective.
You see, that's the thing, CTV. I'm not afraid of no black man. I'm not afraid of no black man. I commended you, player. I commended you, player. I commended you, player.
Everybody up here validated what you had to say.
Listen, I don't need that validation. What the fuck I need a nigga's validation for?
You did not represent oppressed people's validation. You to have painted every black woman as messy.
Every black woman? No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. The poll shows it. The poll shows it. Rewind the tape, bro. Rewind the tape, bruh. Your poll shows that black women are not in unity. Your poll shows that black women are not in unity. Listen,
that may be a reflection of the black women you got proximity to.
I
That may be a
commend you,
reflection
player.
of the black
I
women you
commend you,
become.
player.
That's
You
not
a
a
pimp.
reflection
You
of
a
all
pimp. You got
sisters,
these black
baby. I'm
hoes
so
wrapped around your
sorry.
fingers.
The
It's
chat
only
told you the
2%
truth,
of us
boo.
that's real. And
Venus
Megan is the
told you the
real
truth,
one.
love.
And Megan is a real one. And
Okay,
you
told you
hate
the
that
truth,
because you
baby.
can't wrap her around your finger.
Venus told you the
This is your
truth, baby.
platform, player. I can't be mad at you.
Miss
This is your
Carol.
platform,
But you
player.
real mad.
Player,
You're
player,
real
this is
mad.
your platform.
You're real
This is your
mad,
platform,
though.
player.
You're real
This is your
mad.
platform, player. You
Can I say
got them
something?
back. It's
Can I say
only
something, please?
2% of black women
Can I
that
say
think
something?
on their own and that can be in unity.
Miss-
The rest of these hoes, according to your poll, they said that black women are not in unity. You're talking about 47%. What about the percentage that said they are
47%
not?
out of
And what's the
52,
other?
girl. That is
Exactly.
literally a half and
52.
half.
So you
And
want to
you could
discredit
not
the 52?
deal with
It
the
sounds
other
like
half
you
of that
picking and
truth.
choosing.
You
It
couldn't
sounds
deal
like
with
you
the other
picking and
half of that
choosing.
fact. You
Listen,
couldn't
you
deal
a
with the
player,
other
bro.
half of that
Listen, I
sentence.
can't
You
hate the
couldn't deal
player.
with the
You a
other half
player,
of that
bro. You
revelation,
got
love.
him. You
You
got
could
him.
not
You
deal
got
with
him.
the other half
Listen,
of that
I'm
wisdom, baby.
congratulating you. Get
You
all that
wanted to
money.
carry a
Cause they
narrative
mammy.
and put a coat
They
on all
mammy.
black
They
women and
fucking
the
mammy. That's what
entirety
the
of
fuck
black
they
women
is.
and got upset when black women
Yeah,
were
all
great
right.
and told
Listen.
you who the hell they was.
Listen,
And
listen,
told you who the hell their impact was because you
I'm
can
still
only
trying to
speak
ask
for
you a
you.
question.
And you can
Listen.
only speak only for the
That
unfortunate
bitch
raggedy amount of
Venus is
women that
not a
you
real
have.
woman. She presents
Can
herself as
I
feminine,
They're
and
giving you the
feminine includes
tomatoes in the
black.
audience,
I don't
baby.
give a damn.
They're
They
giving
suck
you the
that, and they
tomatoes.
get
They're
on their
telling you to
knees
have a
too.
seed.
And they get on their knees too.
Miss
I'm not scared of no
Carol.
black bitch. What the fuck?
Why are you mad that every
serious?
black woman is
Are
not
you
to
serious?
show up
Are
the
you
core
serious?
female that you are
I need the
Why are
validation
you
of a
mad that
marginalized
all
group.
women in the world?
I need the
Why are you
validations of a
upset that
marginalized
there
group.
are
That's all I want
glorious,
to say.
accountable,
Answer me
ethical
that.
black women? Why are you upset
Answer
at
me
that?
this. Answer me
Why are
this.
you
I need
upset that healthy
but
black
here's
women
the thing.
exist?
Answer me
Why are
this.
you upset that trustworthy black women exist?
I need the
Why are you
validation of a
mad that there are
marginalized group.
successful friendships and sisterhoods amongst
Say
black women? Why
that's
are
a
you mad
lie.
at
That's
that?
a lie.
Why do you feel
We
triggered by
can't even
that?
get to that. We can't even
Why
get to that
can't you
because you
stand
accepting
that?
these
What
lies.
bothers
You
you and
can't
upsets
even.
you
How you
so
want to get to
bad
that
about
point?
that
Do you know
fact?
there's an order of operation? We are not at that point. And
I just
she's
want to know
lying and
why
saying
you're
that
upset
we
about that,
are.
sugar.
She's lying and saying that we are, and that's
They're
gonna
not like
harm
she
little
wasn't
girls.
lying. She didn't
That's
lie.
oh my
She
God,
just
that is
told
a
you
lie.
that
That's a lie. Do you know how
she
nasty?
let it be known that you don't speak for all black women, and you
I
don't.
don't.
You don't, and you don't know all black women. So you can't speak for the collective condition of black women. You can speak for you and the collective community that you in with black women. But she just gave you the other balanced perspective.
Listen, you a real pill nigga too. You a black man, so it is not far fetched that you don't have those
Baby,
same.
I'm part of the LGBT community.
It don't matter. You still a black.
I'm every color pill, but I'm
You
a
a
rainbow
black
pill,
man
boo.
first.
I'm
You
a rainbow pill, boo. Okay, my
I
flag affords me to be every pill in the
congratulated you,
capsule,
player.
boo. Okay. I don't know why you are upset that black women get along. You did not appreciate
That's a
them telling
damn
them that you don't.
You lying to these
Why
girls.
did
You
you get
lying to these
upset when a
little
black woman
girls.
told
You
you
lying to these
that
little girls. We
they
don't
get
have a
along with other
foundation.
folks? And that
We
didn't sit
don't have
well
a
with you. Why did that
foundation.
sit well with
We
you?
don't have a
Why
foundation.
did that not
You
sit
a
well with
player,
you,
bro. I
love?
commend you.
Why did that fact not sit well with
commend
you?
you, bro. I wish I had the nut sack
We
for them
don't
to hang off of.
understand.
I wish I had the nut sack for them bitches to hang
But
off.
you know what the
closest
other
is
reality
the deal,
is?
though.
We have
The
panels
closest is
every
the deal,
week,
though, because
all
these
week,
bitches,
every day.
these bitches hang on to your nuts, bro.
And black women have
These
been able to
bitches
come up
hang on
here
to
and have
your
community
nuts, bro.
and support each other
Like that's
and
crazy.
pray for each other and
Taro,
donate
one
to
of the
each
reasons
other and
why
celebrate each
us black
other
You
women,
and
lying
forward
to
move
these
each
black
other
women and
and handle
girls.
themselves
You lying
accordingly.
to these girls.
This channel is a whole entire proof and rebuttal to what you're saying
I'm
about
sorry.
the community of black
Listen,
women.
player,
I'm so
I commend
sorry.
you.
I'm so
Taro, your
sorry.
energy is all the way off to be someone who reads cards. And that is why us as women, us as Black women cannot evolve.
I wanted to ask
because speak on it, Pink Clover. I'm gonna drop the link.
I just wanted to ask, but since
I'm just letting her blood cry out from the land. Go ahead, Pink Clover.
Yeah, and Taro, let me just reiterate to you. You, whatever type of job you have or whatever type of business you run, me, myself, needing advice or wanting to know whatever you can provide to me, the way you speak about Black women, the way you speak to Black women, I wouldn't want to be associated with you. And that's why we do not evolve as Black women, because we refer to each other as floors and bees. We don't have respect for each other. And maybe one more thing, maybe you haven't found your best friend, someone who you can trust and confide in. It's because of the mentality you have, because of the attitude you have, baby. And I'm a grown woman, and you sound like you are an overgrown woman. And it seems like you can't even effectively communicate the point you're trying to get across.
Since what I said triggered the response out of her, I believe, because I was trying to see why she flipped so fast when I said I could see and believe his perspective, and she got angry at, I guess, at me and started going off the deep end. I was just trying to ask her what why was she upset about that.
I mean, we can have differences of opinion without getting loud, without calling each other out our names. I love CTV, and I am Megan. I'm a Megan fan. I'm an older hottie, 37 years old. I'm a Megan fan. But right is right and wrong is wrong. And I do have to agree with CTV on what he said about the dynamic between Kelsey's and Megan's relationship. It should have been handled better. And I love Megan down, but I don't uphold anyone in their wrong. And it's a red flag that she hasn't really taken accountability for that.
Yeah, that's why I said that's what I was saying earlier. That's I can see both sides of it, because I love Megan down boots. I was just at her concert this summer.
How is it that you don't have to be loyal to me about a man that you put me on to and didn't tell me the truth about you being involved?
Absolutely.
About coming to your defense on the internet, so how, once again, that's the selfishness and the whole, like, I'm picking and choosing, and I'm the only one who ultimately think I'm afforded a friend. I ain't got to be one of you, but you damn sure got to be one to me.
CTV, okay, if I may, because it's been a lot going on. First of all, let me just say this real quick. It's your girl, Sam Doles, aka Nurse Moonshine. What's up, everybody? I want to preface my statement by saying, first of all, I love CTV and I love everybody on the panel. I think what is taking place this evening has been hella high-key disrespectful and problematic. We welcome all opinions, but there's a way to do everything, and things just really have gone left this evening. Here's what I have to say. I'm 43 years old. I don't know how the hell old everybody else is, so this ain't about me being a fan, but it's about me weighing in just like everybody else, from a very public figure, who's, her life is playing out in real time in front of everyone. I said this in the comments earlier, and I'm going to say it again, just in case people didn't get to read it. I think what Meg lacks is that mother/big sister energy that keeps her grounded and holds her accountable. I think that's what she lacks in her life. Because she lost in those formative years, losing your dad at a young age, losing your mama. Yeah, she comes from a family of strong Black women who built her up and told her she was beautiful, X, Y, and Z. However, again, backdooring your homegirl, sleeping with the same dude, even in the name of even some of the most sexually liberated people we know, everybody got boundaries. You know what I'm saying? There's a girl code. So if you operating on that level, that's a character flaw. You understand what I'm saying? So as CTV said, it's supposed to, we just supposed to sidestep the fact that this whole situation happened as a result of Kelsey was shaded. You know what I'm saying? Finding that out in real time based on what I know. If I'm wrong, y'all correct me. We partying, my girl tripping harder than I am about the dude that she put me on to, who I'm supposed to be dealing with, but she dealing with him. She got an attitude. She mad. So that was an ambush on Kelsey.
I still don't believe that him and Kelsey were a thing, but other than that, I agree with everything.
No, I heard Kelsey say that.
I think
for the most part myself.
Hold on, I just want to insert this. I don't want y'all to keep getting hung up on whether they were an item, because we've already made room for that not to be the case.
Right.
What Nurse is saying, what I'm saying, what a lot of people are saying is we're talking about the principle. This don't have this. Don't make it about Tory. Make it about Megan. Y'all keep making it about Tory. We're making it about Megan, and we're making it about
her being accountable.
Yeah, and we're making it about Kelsey's expectation out of her
friend,
not Tory Lanez, out of Megan.
You hook me up with a guy, but then you go behind my back and you sleeping with him.
But after having said all that, and I agree with what you ladies were saying, I still wouldn't have gotten on that stand. I still would have got on the stand.
That's what I was saying. After a certain point, I wouldn't. Yeah, I would. That's what I was saying at the end of it. I said at that point,
it don't matter. Yeah, it don't matter what happened between us. We could have been going neck and neck that night. Whatever. We don't talk anymore, bitch. I don't like you. You don't like me. Whatever. But some people just don't have that integrity. And
I want to be clear. I want to make sure I'm understanding you, ladies, and I mean no disrespect. From the vein of which you speak, are you referring to Megan or Kelsey? Are you guys speaking from the vein that Kelsey went out of pocket or Meg went out of pocket? Because I really truly feel like Meg was dead ass wrong. Did she deserve to get shot? No. However,
that's what we're saying. Yeah,
I said based on what I believe, I said Megan was still wrong for neglecting.
Absolutely, and you got to think her choices, her choices, and listen.
I said only when it came to the I had him first and she went behind him. I said that because there's no real evidence to back that up other than she said it once and then went back and said, no, it's not like that. I said,
gotcha.
Megan leaving her hanging when she was supposed to be there for her friend, even though they was both going the same thing. I said that was wrong.
Well, and I want to jump. I want to jump, if I may, please. I want to jump. I think another person here who I don't think gets enough credit. Remember, when all of this came out, she was in a supposedly committed relationship with the guy. I don't know, the tall guy, Party, whatever his name is. I'll just say Party. She was in a relationship with what appears to be a strong black man who was really fully supporting her and he went at the baby and his crew like he was doing what a good man is supposed to do. And that man got humiliated in real time when the real tea started spilling publicly and legally. And she even said in court, my boyfriend is humiliated. So when it came out later and there was some songs that came out and he tried to speak up for himself, he was looked at yet again. Here it goes again. He was being looked at as a bad guy, like he said. What did he say? What was one of his lyrics? He said, the people who don't know you love you, but the people who really know you don't like you. And I remember him being attacked online and on the Shade Room like he was corny. I'm like, did people forget this man really stood in the paint and took on enemies for her, only for it to turn? She made a fool out of him too.
Because we don't know we don't know if he was we don't know if he was lying. All we know is that he was present. Because even in the documentary,
it's not.
Because even in the documentary, she was there having a whole anxiety type breakdown about how the way she's looking and stuff like that, and he over there kikiing, not minding his business and laughing with his friends, being unpresent, the only person that was there.
I don't think Carter said it's the man that we think he is.
I do want to say this. Perhaps. Let me say this. I do want to say this. Perhaps, because again, we saw in real time that man speaking up for her before a documentary, before the trial, before everything. We saw this man doing what a good boyfriend is supposed to do. He's supposed to step up. However, when it came down to it, with this this documentary, this shit just came out. Perhaps it was edited on his end to appear that way. Like she is having a breakdown and he just over in the corner laughing. Now, by any means, am I saying that Meg should have gotten shot? No, hell no. I'm a woman first before anything. I'm a human first. However, I'm big on self-accountability, and it just does not appear to me that she has anybody in her life that puts that mirror in front of her and says, hey, let's talk about your role and how all this shit got to this point. That's all I'm saying. So when I hear somebody yelling and screaming, interrupting the panel, being disrespectful, disrespecting CTV, and I don't mind the passion. I can respect it, but it's like, come on now, let's be for real. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
all gonna hold at least to some extent.
Yeah, but
You know what I'm saying?
I don't
I
want,
understand that,
and
but
we
I
don't
was
know
just
these
thrown by the
people,
comment of
right?
him
We
being.
don't.
I just was
I'm
thrown
sorry,
by
See,
go
you
ahead,
got
comment.
Meg.
people in the comment talking about Party cheated on her. The bottom line is we don't know the time. Like somebody just said, we don't know these people, but we did know when she needed somebody to speak up for her publicly. The nigga who she was supposed to be with was speaking up.
And I want to add, she did not identify what boyfriend, and she said that. So when Partisan had responded to what fans assumed was Partisan, her rebuttal was, I didn't even say his name. So, like, is
And
a
he
hit dog
came back and
hollering?
said that he did. He came back
And
and
the
said
real
that he did
man,
cheat.
and the real man would have just let it go. Listen, I'm not
Yeah, because
making
that
no
was before
song
him.
about
So
this
him being
girl.
obsessed,
Party's
him
like
being upset about
45
somebody
years
before
old or
him
something.
makes no sense.
He's too
That is
old for
Shouldn't be
that.
But
afraid
that
of it.
he may, yeah, but at the end of the day, if he knows her, look, somebody look, if you look, you may not say the
Listen,
name, but
I'm
if
a
I know
grown
you, I know
man.
you
I'm
talking
not
about me.
entertaining that. That's what men do. They don't
Yeah, but
go and make songs and talk about the personal business, especially
M-
knowing the
Ma'am, I
intricate
respectfully
things about
disagree.
what she
Artists,
went through.
artists put their life in their music and they art all the time. I respectfully,
yeah,
Queen, I respectfully disagree. We do it all.
No,
I'm a writer. I write
no,
books.
no, no. I
We
yeah.
do it all
said
the time, baby.
with everything she's been through, all the emotional damage she's been through, as a man, you and artists do talk about their lives all the time, but this is a man, an overgrown man with kids talking about this younger girl. That's
But
what
at
I
the end of
don't
the day,
agree with.
you're forgetting that in the midst of everything playing out, this same man stood up for her and she ultimately humiliated. She lied to him too. She humiliated him. You forgetting
I'm
this is the
cheating
same.
on her.
Really
I
Listen,
don't
though,
think
I'm
listen,
I
Party
cheating
mean,
is
on
an
her.
industry guy
me,
just like Megan. He knew what the rumors that was going around about her.
exactly. I
He,
said,
you
how did
know,
he?
so he
The
knew what
pot
he was
calling the
getting
kettle
into.
black. Y'all want to
Yeah,
hold the
and he
mirror up to
knows.
Megan, but I
Yeah,
can't
that's
hold it up to the
I can't.
collective of black women. Y'all are crazy. Like literally.
I can't get behind
Oh
that.
Lord, girl, you back.
Oh
who just
wow.
called us crazy?
The girl
Tara,
is back.
Tara, Tara. My name's Sam Doles, aka Nurse Moonshine, sweetheart. I do readings too, and I don't need no
I don't
cards,
care.
although I do dabble in
I
it.
don't.
You done showed your whole ass acting the motherfucking fool tonight. Don't get on this. Don't get on this bitch with that
So
bullshit.
I was
Put
just
some respect
saying.
on our name and act like you got some sense, girl, because you've been
Okay.
tripping.
So
Please.
Miss Blue, so Miss for Nurse
So
Moonshine. I was just saying when it came to the piracy thing, I said I can't give him. I said I can give him pros with staying, but I said but her being having assaulted by this man and her and him questioning her about something so traumatic as that and him using it as a way to say oh she being assaulted and him finding out that they had a sexual relation with which they were publicly flirting with each other and being on something that shouldn't be like Pink Clover said that was all over the internet. Ain't no way he was
exactly.
Hold on.
humiliating.
Who assaulted? Are you? I might have missed something, beloved. Are you saying that Party assaulted Megan, or are you talking about Tory, babe?
No, I said him. I'm talking about the fact that yeah, I'm talking about Tory assaulting May. I said
Oh,
him.
okay.
I
You
said I
lost me.
don't
I'm
agree with
sorry. I'm
the
sorry.
her being assaulted. Yeah, we understand. I said I knew you was going to understand me. I just missed my words up.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm just making
I
sure,
meant
baby.
Tory. Okay, it's fine. I was saying that he shouldn't feel humiliated because one, the rumors was already out there for years at that point. What a whole year before they got together. They didn't get together like what 6 months or a year afterwards. And I guess she publicly went out with him was in 2021 or something like that. And he shouldn't her being assaulted and him finding out that the person basically intimate partner violence happened. I'll say that's everybody already assumed that they were fucking and they were dating on the low and didn't want to come out. That was all over. It was at the Brock Nation Bronx. He had his whole penis on her ass and everything. I said that I said I don't agree with him. Like, oh, he was sticking her through the mud, and he did turn around right after they broke up. He went straight to the internet saying that she posting medication, saying basically implying that she was the reason why he was on medication and shit like that, doing porn. She slams. I said no, I can't. Just because he was present doesn't mean he was quote unquote good to her.
Okay.
In my opinion, I mean, it ain't like he was just swinging for her out here in these streets. He was fairly quiet, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
Ain't like he was just like,
beloved. I would have to beloved. I would have to disagree. Like, okay, let me jump a little bit. You know all that trouble that the baby got in at Rolling Loud about the comments he made. T.S. Madison set the record straight on Breakfast Club. She was like, what he can't come out and say that he should come out and say once the baby started catching all that heat about his statements. He was really throwing shots at Party because Megan was there. We know that. He was there too. So when he got on the microphone saying the shit he was saying about gay, he was really throwing shots at them niggas over there. But a whole bunch of other people got offended. But, and again, that's him defending Megan.
I'm going off what the things that he because he actually added the people that he went back and
forth. He did. I remember that. You're right. He did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I can't go based off of what we think he did. He probably was sneak dissing and subbing them niggas, and I wouldn't blame him because at the time that was his girl. But
he wasn't sneak dissing. He was real direct, and I ain't mad at that. He said something directly to Tory, and he said something directly to the baby, and they both responded.
I'm just going off based on when I saw him actually at their pages and said themselves. Everything else, it was only a few times. So he wasn't like Pink Clover said. He wasn't really out there.
He went out here windmilling for her.
He wasn't. He wasn't windmilling, but he was definitely speaking up publicly.
He did. I agree.
He wasn't quiet.
I agree. I definitely agree.
I don't want to lose this, but I got another theory too.
Okay, what's up?
All right.
Oh my God. I don't know why I didn't think about this before. See, there could be a lot of context here. Okay,
come on with the queen.
Come on with the original pool party situation, right? Okay, like I had hypothesized that Megan got irritated because I don't know if y'all also know, but Kylie Jenner was trying to gaslight her ex at the time, her ex baby daddy Travis Scott, by having Megan invite Tory to the pool party. So Kylie was trying to use Tory as an op. And because Megan was already lit and already not in the mood for the bullshit, Tory come through with his big personality, doing the most, being a nigga. She's irritated throughout the night. This is her contact, and she don't want him fucking this up for her. So But there's another reason why Megan could have also been very irritated. Now, this way it's gonna get kind of complicated, but guess what? We are very complicated people. As a people, we can be right and wrong at the same damn time. So it could be true that Meg was fucking off on Tory behind Kelsey's back. It also can be true because this was a secret. Like Megan was in her My Little Secret escape bag. But it also could be true that she might have felt the fucking way because she know on the surface, she done put Kelsey on to Tory. So the fact that you got the audacity to come over here and flirt with this bitch in front of my bitch face and disrespect Kelsey like this, even if Kelsey cool on it, bitch, I'm just pissed that you got the audacity to just disrespect my girl like this. So maybe her attitude about Tory's behavior, because he apparently was all over Kylie, was actually not about her being territorial. It was more so about her being pissed for Kelsey ass because of the optics. Because, Kelsey was there as her PA chilling. She gotta absorb old boy doing the most on Kylie. So do y'all think she might have also, it could be possible that she felt away on behalf of Kelsey?
They're gonna agree with you.
Even though Kelsey don't give a fuck, but Megan does. So like you could give more of a fuck about what's going on with your friend than your friend actually do. I done been that friend before where I'm more protective of you than you are yourself. I'm more offended for you than you are in the situation. Could that have been the case for Megan as well?
They're gonna agree with you. They're gonna build a house on your nuts, CTV.
You know what? CTV.
I'm just asking a hypothetical.
And it's a good one. And it's a good one. It's really good. But I don't think so.
Oh my God. Look at that.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't believe that. Me personally, I feel like
yes, sir.
Taro, can I speak right quick? I I see what you try to do there, but honestly, I don't feel like that's what happened.
And I like what you're trying to do. Yeah,
that's
but no.
I was like, I guess, but me personally, I feel like is that she was drunk. Okay, they were all drunk. She was going back and forth like people were saying, and she was just, you know, I'll probably lean more to the fact that I don't think she was jealous of Kylie. I just felt like she was getting irritated about Tory trying to, you know, play in her face and embarrass her.
Play in her in Kelsey's face. Now we here and we bring you here.
I feel like that's the reason why she was getting irritated because me personally, no, I'm not saying that your hypothetical situation happen, but me personally, I feel like it's nah. I feel like it was definitely about him playing in her face because you can see Kylie looked a little irritated too about him splashing around too. So I don't think Kylie was just like, oh yeah, he can stay. You know, I want to see what he about. I don't feel like she kicked them all. She kicked them out. Okay, she was not trying to have him stay over and stuff like that. I honestly believe he was trying to play in her face, trying to irritate because he was already getting on her nerves. She was already tipsy. He was already drunk, and she was like he was doing childish ass shit. And she was pissing him off because she was embarrassing him. You believe that? And he said, "Okay, I got something for you." And then he started flirting her and flirting in Kylie's face and shit like that because he came on the internet talking about she's an angel and the sweetest thing, blah blah blah. Knowing that was gonna get under Megan's skin, not because she like that's my man and blah blah blah. I feel like she was just like, "Nigga, please, like." Calm down. You act like you never been nowhere before. Like you fucking embarrassed the fuck out of me, and that irritated the fuck out of her because you know niggas don't know how to act when they around rich white people.
Nurse Moonshine tried to drag me in the comments. It was a dry drag. You tried it,
girl. Bitch, fuck you. I said what I said. Bitch, fuck you, and I said what I said. You don't know Megan. You're not getting paid the dick ride the way that you are. Bitch, fuck you with your disillusioned, ignorant, bitter ass. Fuck you, you raggedy ass, broke ass, pussy asshole. And I said what the fuck I said, you dumbass bitch. And you've embarrassed yourself. I've been coming on these panels. People love me. They know me. So if I cussed your stupid ass out, it's because they know your motherfucking ass deserve it. CTV, I apologize. But y'all gonna put some respect on my name. Fuck you, you stupid ass, dumb ass, dense ass bitch. And I said what I said. Go here, puss asshole.
I don't know. I think that was just another narrative. Lee in the comments saying that Kylie was just trying to get her to get back. I don't think so because she seemed very irritated in that video. She did not seem like she wanted nothing to do with Tory. Personally, she did not seem like she was trying to be on that man. He was doing a lot of childish ass fuck nigga shit, acting stupid.
Yes, for S Sweet, and hold on, y'all. For S Sweet, yes, I'm absolutely from Florida. You can hear when I call a bitch a puss asshole the way Florida bitches do. I'm absolutely from Florida. Hell yeah, puss asshole. Get the fuck up off here with that dumb ass shit, bitch.
I was because it was same energy that
I'm sorry to the other ladies. Y'all know this ain't directed at y'all. But yeah, she coming on here with that dumb ass shit. I'm sorry, but yeah, they clocked my ass good. I'm from Florida. Somebody else said I knew you was too. I'm CTV. I'm sorry. I try to keep it classy. I'm respectable. But she was disrespecting CTV the way I know. See, I told you I could read a bitch down. You know, this ain't my platform. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's on period. Sleepless and Sleepless in West, Sleepless in NYC. At the end of the day, she been CTV. You have had the patience of Job with her ass tonight. Even on mute or on low, you could just hear her just murmuring in the background. It's aggravating. Put some respect on our name. I don't know if the comments, when you call in, there's a comment section and then there's like a public comment section, but she was talking shit. So I went in. She brought that up. She brought that to the public. So I checked her ass. It is what it is. She was aggravating as fuck. Over talking to other ladies who got sense. At the end of the day, none of us don't know these people. None of us ain't getting paid behind these shit. We just weighing in. She need to chill the fuck out, and she need to work on herself. She's an ignorant ass bitch, and I said what I said.
So let me shout out to my baby mother, her story, because she just paid for Tarot God's banishment for the night.
Amen.
So Tarot, if you want to be unbanished, baby, you're gonna have to donate a larger amount than what her story did to the Cash App as well. So if you got 30 on it, you hit that Cash App, baby, and you can unbid your way out of purgatory. Okay,
Yeah, because
Somebody
you can
said, hold on. Somebody said that nurse got me clutching my pearls.
all of the donation links are in the description box below, baby. Okay,
I
you
can't
put 30
because
on
it
it,
was
then you can unmute yourself, sugar. All
because
right.
it was getting so bad that there was people in the comments confusing her ass with me.
For real, and I'm so CTV. I'm sorry. You always open your panel up to me. I'm sorry, and y'all know people who've been paying attention. I'm new around these parts, but people know the feedback. People love me. I normally keep it classy, but she was disrespecting CTV. I thought he was gonna go in on her ass, but I get it. I get
Yeah,
why
that's what I was.
I get it. I get why
I
he
was
handled shit the way he handled it. It's good content. It's great
yeah.
dialogue. But at the
No,
end of the
but
day,
you
she
know
was
what?
doing
It's
too
not
much.
even actually. I cannot stand it, but the reason I put up with it is because I really want to get us into I want both the right wing and the left wing of the bird to get into the habit of being able to have discord and to be able to even disagree intelligently with passion, but without disrespect. So I try to be very patient because I know that we haven't really cultivated that type of community. Like typically we are very tribe oriented. So like thinking people kind of galvanize in their own spaces together rather than there being space to be a community, even with people who oppose. Like that's really what community is. Community really is the entirety of the diversity and the of the adversity. So
Okay, so
I like to cultivate that. I like to encourage that, and because I know people are not used to that, I try to be
okay.
very patient to show people.
CTV, let me say something.
To show people that
CTV.
they are. Hold on, I do want to say this part. To show people that they actually are safe, and I'm just like, can't you see how nobody else is doing this with
I
you?
was about to say that. This is why I want to publicly give you your flowers.
Even though you are volatile, even though you are nasty, even though you are, but can't you see that all the other ladies are able to confront each other's thoughts without it having to be all of that? And this is the thing, right? This is another thing that I'm going to shut up. And and my patience really doesn't come from Job. It actually comes from Yahshua himself, because Yahshua told me that love is for the unlovable. Patience is for those who requires patience. So I try to understand that my patience really needs to be reflected, and not those who know how to act, but those who really don't know how the hell to act, and really trying to give them a shot to rest and know, baby, you okay. It's okay, sugar. We love you. This is sisterhood, brotherhood. This is family over here. We can all if we want to.
CTV, I want to say this, and I want to once more. I've done it before, but I want to once more give you your flowers, and you just said it. I want you to change your word usage, if you will. There's something that you say a lot, and I don't see it that way. Not when it comes to your ass, because you're a star. You speak of smaller content creators. I don't even have 400 people over on my page on my YouTube, but I'm not consistent. I'm not doing it the way that you're doing it. But if anybody goes out there and listens, it's some real shit I am talking with the videos that are out there. My point to you, when your 50-something thousand followers, as compared to others, like you said, the way that you do it ain't how other people are doing it. It's just like with me. I do reading. She's tarot, this and that. I'm just Nurse Moonshine. But anybody who know me, I'm Sam Doze. I write books. I got spiritual gifts. I talk to people all over the globe. You know what I'm saying? I prophesy. I do what I do. At the end of the day, the biggest motherfuckers, some of these very big names, I want to share something with y'all. I'm telling you this, CTV, for a reason. Some of these very big names that are going down publicly right now, I've known for years that this was coming, because the quote unquote little motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Somebody's always talking to somebody. Everybody know everybody. This is why people like you are important. And I want you to understand this, CTV. There's nothing small or little about you. So when you use that, smaller channels, blah, blah, I got this. Let me tell you something. It's the people with millions of followers, and this, that are consulting with you. You look on their page, they got this money. They in this tax bracket. They got these many followers. It's this, they at this table. People see them with this person, but low key, They texting me. They want my opinion. That's how I am. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, put some respect on your name. I appreciate the way that this goes. This is why people like yourself and even me, but this is, I'm giving you your flowers. This is why people like yourself are important. Because at the end of the day, there's shit said in a way that it needs to be said on this platform. I'm gonna jump a little bit. This is why there's space for people like Jaguar Wright, who I think, I'm careful to call her anything because I've been called names. You understand what I'm saying? However, I ain't saying that everything that she said is true. However, she is a mouthpiece for people who are way bigger than her. That's why she taught the shit that she taught, because there are bigger people speaking through her. Does that make sense? Because it's even been said, those channels that she's on there, we saw her cell phone, we see these contacts, we've seen the text messages. Yeah, because she ain't scared to say it because she ain't got shit to lose. They can't say it. I've had big people say that to me. Sam, I agree with the things that you say about spirituality and Christianity and blah, 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 blah. But because of my platform, I can't stand in the pulpit and say that. Yeah, because you are a well-known, prominent, traveling pastor, evangelist, blah, 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 blah. But you consulting on the back end with this witchy ass bitch who came out of Christianity a long time ago. You can't say that, but I'm dead on, but you can't say that. So you support me privately. You understand what I'm saying? And so I wanted to give you that. However, it's a way to do everything. And to my beloved who's still on with us right now, thank you. You're a sweetheart. There was somebody, I saw the roses. I couldn't see the name. Much love to you. And like I said, I'm cussing tarot out. But it's love to you too. But you on some stupid hoe shit. You don't know Meg to be riding as hard as you riding and doing what you do. We just motherfuckers weighing in publicly like everybody else. And honestly, I dreamt about Meg here in the recent past, and she met me and she loved on me like she loved me. I'm like I said, I'm 43 years old with 3 kids, bachelor's degree, all the things. I got a whole life. I'm tapping on 44. I don't really care about this shit like that. I'm just weighing in like everybody else. So I'm careful, but because of my proximity and my reach CTV, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna go, I am careful about what I say about public figures because of who I have been blessed to be able to work with and who has found me, X, Y, and Z. However, should I ever meet Meg, I wouldn't say anything differently than what I have said tonight on air. I do feel like Meg lacks that mother / big sister energy to say, yeah, you blah, 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 blah. But we also don't do this.
She was raised to be like, I mean, not raised to be, but because she was the only child.
I don't even know if it's that she was the only child, but again, it's certain atmosphere. I mean,
I've heard from a lot of only children who feel like they do have like an issue with like selfishness, like they.
Oh yeah. Oh God. Then now that selfish shit, that's real. That only child selfish shit, that is real. However, at the end of the day, you got to think also the age and the point in her life where she was, when she lost not only did she lose daddy, but she lost mama. So then you have people around you who are catering to that loss in addition to what they see you're becoming. Okay, not only does she not have her mom and she don't got her daddy, but I also see some talent, or I'm also seeing this light in her. So you have people around you who are not as brutally, keyword brutally. See, CTV, what you give is what my mama gave. You give brutal honesty. It's tight, but it's right, as my former pastor when I was in Christianity used to say. I was with my mom tonight because Halloween is my daddy's birthday.
It ain't for the faint of heart, baby.
It ain't for the faint of heart, but at the end of the day, I just came back from Hawaii. So I was in Hawaii. I just got back like in the wee hours Monday. And I sent my mama her flowers while I was in Hawaii. And like I told her, I'm just like you. Me and my mama are just alike in certain ways, but we are totally different in others. My mama will read a bitch down with no fucking cuss words, that articulate motherfucker. I'm an author because of her. Every gift she got, I got. You understand what I'm saying? However, I will say this: at the end of the day, there is especially for see, to whom much is given, much is required. CTV, you know that. I don't see. You got 50 something plus thousand followers. I don't even have 400. So how do you look to people who sit in my seat? You understand what I'm saying? And so from the 50 something thousand seat, how do the 6 figures followers and the 1 million plus followers look from that seat? But at the end of the day, you're still being used. You still have purpose. You're still important. That's why we can get over here and we can do what we do, how we do it, and you can continue to grow because there's a need for that. I pray, I'm gonna be honest with you, I pray that no matter how far you go, because you are going places, no matter how far you go, I pray that you're in a situation, you're in a space where you don't ever lose this. THIS, all bold red capital letters, that you don't ever lose this.
I'm gonna
Because
tell y'all
this,
why.
this is needed.
I'm gonna tell y'all why y'all will never have to worry about it.
Okay.
That's exactly why y'all ain't see me conform yet. I've been the same. I've been consistent. I've been the same person at every level, and I ain't going nowhere. And I think that that's the key to anybody who's looking to not sell their soul and stay authentic is you have to then be willing to be unliked. If you care about being liked, if you care about being a people pleaser, if you care about making sure that every single person who finds you, who finds your content will like you, then you are going to find yourself very much so compromised at some point in your own humanity and in your own walk and in where you're going. Once you have accepted, I don't give a fuck about being liked. I care about being true to myself. I care about what I'm being called to. And I understand that I ain't, and everybody ain't damn sure for me. So I'm okay with my tribe, whoever that is, whatever quantity that looks like. I'm not here for everybody. I'm here for the community I'm personally called to. So when you get in touch with that shit, then yeah, it ain't no changing. You can take it or leave it. You can like it or love it.
Right.
You can be here.
And I can't tell you enough thank you for what you do. You ain't perfect. None of us are. But at the end of the day, you have grown to the magnitude that you've grown to based off authenticity. And see, what it take to get you in is going to be what it take to keep you in. And some people lose sight of that. And again, I see people going in on tarot. I don't have a big channel, but also I don't put the energy into my channel the way people such as CTV do, etc. Even with my readings, yes, I take private bookings, but I also come with a disclaimer. I don't work with everybody.
Right.
That builds intrigue. Damn, this bitch, she known for accuracy, but damn, she turned money and people away. I do. I either hear a yes, no, or not right now in my spirit. I fuck with CTV and I come on these panels because it feels safe to do so. You know how many motherfucking channels it is like this out here? I would never. Nah. But at the end of the day, I just feel like it's a way to do everything. And like I said, I dreamt about Megan recently. It was weird. I dreamt about her and she like totally loved me. And it may be because what I give, also what CTV gives, people crave that when they don't have it. People crave that when they don't have it. There are people who are so big and high and mighty. And CTV, I'm pretty sure you know this, and they'll eat out your hand. If you put crumbs in your hand, they'll eat it out your hand because of just who you are, and they need that. So at the end of the day, I do want to apologize for disrespecting the channel for going the absolute fuck off because I was being disrespected on the. I think there's a private chat that people don't know about.
You don't have to ever apologize to disrespect and disrespect. Okay.
Well, thank you for saying that because again, you let me come on and I get to speak, but at the end of the day, we don't know, Meg. We're just all people just weighing in. But tonight, I think we all agree that it was some bullshit.
I want to bring it back there. I am very concerned about that Q&A that I posed, and I honestly am shocked. I was not expecting it to be a split down the middle. I did not expect, because my larger demographic is obviously women, is obviously Black women, and I'm shocked that there was a Q&A provided where my audience was split down the middle in terms of the trust. You know, it was damn near 50-50 about whether Black women can trust each other, and it was damn near 50-50 when I posed the question of, do Black women feel that it's right to basically, you know, snake their bestie for a nigga? And I don't what, because to tarot gods, and this is why I would have preferred tarot god to have been articulate, because as we all said, it's not that what you're saying is a lie. We're just saying that it's not the entirety of the truth. But dealing with what you're saying, yes, there is a division amongst that woman's community. There is mistrust. There is breakdown. There is envy. There is jealous. There is all of this stuff. No, is it the entire community? Of course not. There are well-to-do Black women who would be nothing today without the community of women that have lended their humanity and their virtue to band together to come together in emotional resources and spiritual resources and economic resources to take care of each other, to hold their communities together. You know, most of our communities, especially the communities that our parents and grandparents came from, could not have done it without the community, without the idea of it takes a village. And literally people were a fucking village. So this idea that there's only strife, there's only low vibrational shit going on amongst Black women, I would never be able to accept that narrative as somebody who has seeing clear 4K eyeballs. However, yes, you are acknowledging a issue. She talked about a historical issue. She talked about, you know, there being different contributing factors to what's driving a wedge between Black women. That's why I prefer her to be articulate so that she could be up here doing her shit, because, you know, there's the truth there. My question to y'all is, how do you heal that up? Like, how do you
hold on? CTV, that's intentional, and I'm gonna let you do your thing, sweetheart. I hear you. That's intentional. You have to want, WANT, all bold red capital letters. You have to be aware of that there's a need to heal that, and you have to want to heal that. And I'm gonna let my sister go ahead and do her thing.
Thank you. I was, and you got to actually put the work into that. And that's look, let me say, I'm younger. I'm Gen Z. I'm part of the older Gen Z, so I'm in my 20s, right? So,
oh wow, you a baby. I love that. I love it. So, girl, I'm 43, so I could be your mama probably.
Yeah, you're the same age as my mama, honestly. So
you have to want, hey S Sweet. I don't know who S Sweet is, but S Sweet be on. Hey S Sweet, you have to want it. Go ahead, baby.
Yeah, so my generation, statistically, factually, we have the most loneliest stats for when it comes to community and companionship, right? So when I see the interactions between me and other Black young women or Black girls or whatnot when I was in high school or something like that, I can see how that generation of just women in general, Black women, yeah, because I can only speak to that because that's who I was mostly around, but I'll say women in general across the board don't traditionally value friendships amongst other women, but with other women. They like that. They usually only focus on their love lives, regardless of their sexual orientation. Friendships with other women are never really prioritized. So, and I can see how generations of that, that vitriol going back and forth, and then complaining about you, fake ass, that you're not a real friend. Just seeing that how that trickles down all the way down to us now, the new adults.
Right.
How that affects us. Like we're like lashing. That's why that's so connected to how we're latching on to pop culture and these celebrities.
Can I ask you a question, babe? Because I saw something that S Sweet put in the comment. S Sweet be on it. She like me and you. She really be out here, and she'll sit back. And she said that her distrust started at S Sweet. Correct me if I'm wrong. No disrespect, because I don't like to misquote them. I'm a writer, so giving people their author credits and shit, that's a big deal for me. Would you agree when she said that her distrust started with her mother?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. So it ain't okay. So that's it. Okay. I was with my mom. I love you, Mom. Okay. Here you go.
It's like it trickles down from women that want to have that type of platonic companionship towards each other, regardless of mother and daughter, niece, auntie, or just a homegirl at school. Like it trickles down to that because we never, unlike I would say compared to men, they have completely different. They will never ever go against their homeboy about some woman. They don't care if that was his own wife. They would turn on her before they would ever turn on his best friend. He can know him for a year and he was still wouldn't. Men have that in the bag. And I feel like my generation across the board, because they're male and female, we're lonely. They said we have the loneliest.
And listen, somebody, I don't know who this person is, Alchemy's Alchemy. In the comments, they're saying we pass down dysfunction. Hello, entertainment to escape it. Yep. I appreciate this dynamic. And see, this is why, beloved, you sister who's speaking, and myself, CTV giving me and the other sister who's speaking, that this is what that means. I appreciate, you know what I'm saying, this platform to speaking and get it absolutely, because it's passed down. And this is why people like yourself, beloved, and CTV, this is why this is important. And we need these spaces.
Yeah, because like Moesha said, like me, like Gen Z, we were raised by these, you know, well, I guess you would say
super pygmy. Yeah, super pygmy generation. Yep.
You know, and it's always like this competition, and growing up with mothers and aunties and big sisters and cousins like that. That's like, and then my generation having the internet and seeing all these videos and having the internet and YouTube of years back in the day from 2010, being little kids looking at these discussions that we never seen before, and like seeing the involvement of like what real female friendship looks like, and seeing it on TV and wanting that, because I grew up like watching like R. Kelly and all that other stuff, and I was like, I always wanted to have like a best friend, stuff like that. And even if I did have childhood best friends, but I could never maintain it as much as I really wanted to. And then now as I turned as an adult, which is an adult, making friends in general is hard. But as adults, realizing like there's a disconnect here. Like, okay, we're both saying that I want friends and we have things in common and stuff like that, but we still, like, it's like almost like this anxiety, not wanting to like interact or get, you know, our feelings hurt, because we are a little more sensitive. I feel like because we're more aware of us, of the climate that we in, because we're on the internet. We damn near run the internet, Gen Z, because we were basically raised on it, watching y'all on MySpace. Like, we seen the evolution of it. So I feel like all that have really desensitized ourselves from it, from each other, and it didn't help that we were raised by these women who didn't value it. We seen them fighting over dick. We seen them killing each other over dick. We seen them abandon their own daughters over dick. I see all type of treachery, and then we grow up realizing like, okay, I want that, but you know, I want the opposite. But how do I go about it? You know, because we don't know, because we were raised seeing this, and then we see the complete opposite online, and it's just like this. You know, it's like this push and pull. It's like, how do I even have friendship? And now you see deep dives on YouTube talking about the lack of female friends, value, like why women can't make friends like men can make friends, and it's like there's a reason for that, and it's like, okay, so how do we go about it? You know, and I feel like, not like older generations aren't, but I feel like we're just, I think the anxiety is just too much, the trauma from
when you speak of anxiety, I can break in, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm just gonna check out because I got a big morning, y'all. Everybody can point their fingers to their screen or to their phones and just do spirit fingers, just wiggle your fingers towards me, because I got a big morning in the morning. First of all, thank you for your commentary. Of course, CTV, we love CTV, and you too, beloved, because at the end of the day, the bottom line is as it relates to anything spiritually, energetically, you have to want to be better. You have to want to improve, like it has to be. There are people, things, and situations that can happen that can spark that movement for you, for us, for them. But at the end of the day, you have to want it for yourself in order for it to be effective if you're going to do the work. So at the end of the day, I have to check out, but I love you. Thank you, CTV, for the opportunity. Thank you. You know I love you. Know you my baby daddy. You know that. Look, hey, the gag is I got a lot of baby daddies, but we'll talk about them. Educated, spiritual hood, all these accomplishments, but I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've done things. So I talk loud with my chest out in a way that I don't think matches some of the energy that we've seen here tonight, but in a way that says, hey, I've been there and I've done that. That's why God has made space for me to be able to be used. But I do want to thank you, CTV, and the Queen, who is still online. But thank you with your sweet self. I'm going to go. However, and I see there's a beautiful Queen that's come in and she's about to speak. But at the end of the day, do the work, and you have to want to be better. You have to want it for yourself. When a person really wants it for themselves, that's when you're going to really see change.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what to me, that is what CTV is all about. Like, you gonna get red, you gonna get your wig snatched, your beard pulled, you gonna get cussed the fuck out, you know what I'm saying, you gonna get offended, you might get hurt, but at the end of the day, this is a safe space of growth.
Yes,
and there's a lane for people like him and like us, period.
Yeah.
And I love y'all. Good night.
You too,
You too. Have a good night.
That was our moonshine.
Love y'all. Blessings. I love you. You too. Thank you, babe.
Good night. That was our moonshine.
Yeah.
Welcome to the platform, boo.
Oh, hey.
Hey, hello. Hello, CTV.
Hey.
And thank you for letting me come on your platform again. And you know what? I was listening to you guys on and off, right? So it brought back memories, right? Like not too far ago memories. Like I've lost friends and I've had to gain new friends based on a man and based on us. Like, because it's this whole thing of if we're friends, we're going to be friends no matter what. And to me, do I think that it's a black thing? Sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't, right? As women.
Yeah.
So, as women, what I have been through is, and it's a particular thing, I've been through a situation where as though I've literally blinked, like in your face, 3D, seeing my friend's boyfriend cheating on her, right? At my own birthday party. and then it wasn't a birthday party where as though it's random people there. It was my father, my uncles, and my brother, right? So they all witnessed that. And they all witnessed his behavior. And I addressed it to her because I'm like, I'm your friend. But I'll be honest, initially I didn't know how to come to her with that. Because how do you come to your friend and tell her that your boyfriend was trying to have sex with your sister? You know what I'm saying? So for a time, I was like pitching it to our other friends how to approach her. So I finally approached her, and what I got was negativity.
Yeah,
like
basically, they'll do it.
So basically, and this is real truth. Like I thought that I would never. The friend group that I had since the 7th grade all the way up to I was 32.
Oh, wow.
So I never thought that would happen, right?
Yeah.
I hesitated to tell her only because it was so intimate because of the person who he attempted to do that with. Not did, but attempted, like verbally saying and stuff, right? So I told her, and she immediately approached him, and he's gonna lie. So then she comes back to me with this other stuff, basically, and then I'm like, okay, cool, okay. But
so
then I think, and that wasn't the first incident. It was another incident, right?
Oh.
So, and I won't even get in detail with that because it was some slander and stuff with that, and I'm not going to sit there and be like, this person, da 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 da. But what I will say is that it was something that I would have to tell my friend. If you heard that, you would have to tell your friend that. Just on GP. And based on that, she decided to end a friendship with me, a long friendship with me. And then not only that, her boyfriend at the time was real cool with my other best friend boyfriend at the time. And he was very abusive, very manipulative. And he didn't like me either because I read tarot. And they called me a witch. And they said you had to choose. And this is not a lie. They said you, based on that, you had to choose between them and me because of Christianity.
That's basically, girl. You already know that's bad. That's what I call abuse.
Bullshit.
Abuse babble.
Yes.
That's what they like to isolate their victims from their
Yes.
friends.
Yes.
You know, the cautionary.
And you would think, and then you would think that someone, two people that you've been friends with since 7th grade, all the way into your 30s, would know better. They ain't know no better.
Because they don't. They never value it. They don't value it because most people see friendships as they use friendships as a form of service. And I guess at that point you didn't serve your purpose or whatever they were using for it before. That's me personally. Most people say, well, you need.
But then here's the crazy part though. You know. I gotta finish the story. I gotta add this. The other friend.
Hold on, boo. It's consistently like a static in your microphone every time you come up here. Is it like? Is it?
Oh my God! That's because I have earphones on. I'm going to take them off.
You gotta take them out because they're
kind of
cracking.
Okay. I know exactly what I need to do then. Hold on, give me a second, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to put myself on mute, and I'm going to get to a quiet space, take my earphones off, and hold on.
Okay, go ahead. All right, Eddie, you can continue.
Yeah, so I was saying that that's why I was saying that the nuances of why women don't value friendships with other women, because just like men, they see connections with women as a form of service. What are you providing for, whether it's emotional, most of the time it's emotional labor, or physical, like, oh, she's all, I know I can always depend on her when I need, when I'm in a stitch, stuff like that. So once the person that they feel, a person who doesn't even value friendships, period, and especially like that relationship type of woman, I mean, we all know those kind of women. Most women are raised like that to place her value on who her partner is, regardless of her sexual orientation. Traditionally with men, but you know what I mean. So once that friend is no longer, when she feels like she's in a real sweet spot with this nigga or with her boo or her lady, the friend no longer serves the person. Now you become in between us, because that's basically, she's describing a cautionary tale of friendships that go sour, women, regular everyday female friendships. I can relate, because I did have a friendship that I was with since the 1st grade all the way to high school, and she became one of those women who valued sexual or romantic relationships more than platonic, instead of having a balance like men would do, because they have a balance. They never let their relationship get in the way of their friendship, depending on the situation. But 9 times out of 10, they really don't. They usually choose a friendship, or they say they bros before hoes type thing. Women,
I want to capitalize off that a little bit too. I mean, of course, we know that niggas get very ignorant on niggas too. Like, it ain't all romantic. Like, niggas killing each other over women and everything too. But largely, yes, there is a noticeable difference between loyalty with men and loyalty with women. And here's why I think that is. There's a truth about most men, especially amongst the heterosexual community, that they don't want to admit, but it's nonetheless the case. And that is, most heterosexual men are opposite sex attracted, but same gender loving.
Yes.
Men love other men. Men want to impress other men.
They sure
Men
do.
want to make sure that they are living up to the expectations of other men, while women who are also under a male-dominated society are also being groomed and being socialized to also impress not women, but also impress men. Because men ultimately have to choose you. Men ultimately are where your resources are. And I think because of the issue of patriarchy and women kind of men getting a head start in a patriarchy that women didn't, that we still have generations of women coming up under a patriarchy still being socialized, even unbeknownst to them, to be subservient to men. So we live in a very male-oriented society where you have men trying to impress other men, you have women also trying to impress men, and this then can only result in women ultimately being pitted against each other.
Exactly.
Correct.
That's correct. So that's what I'm saying. That's why that's like it's already installed in us from generations to not for women to not value other women's companionship, even though statistically women are better at building communities amongst each other and like trying, like, you know, whether they're at their job, they, you know, even the most introverted still, you know how to network and make connections with humans a lot easier. But sustain, like holding on to those things and vetting them properly, that's when women fall off at, because we, just like men, just like CTV said, we use women's, we don't really value them as like a partner, as an equal, enough to the point that we will value them as outside of, you know, sexual or romantic or services, acts of services, just like they do. They know their homeboy is where their community lies. That's their tribe. They know they don't go back on that. Of course, they'll be like, oh, this nigga, you know, he fake, blah, 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 but they take that more to heart than their wife and their children or their daughters and stuff like that. Women, just like he said, we fall under that patriarchy when we don't see, like by nature, we don't see each other as, you know, that's my whole, like, I can, you know, we can get along, we see them as like, what she, you know, that same transactional type of relationship that men have with us, heterosexual men have with us. So
and I feel like if a woman is looking at another woman as inspiration, it's inspiration coupled with, once I use her as a measuring rod to build myself up and become her, also have to also eliminate her ass.
But it's hurtful. It's real hurtful though.
It
and
is.
I can understand based on my experience. Like I said, like even though the truth of the matter is, we all have people around for a season, and you know, you get a whole new friend group eventually, right? And I do have that. I'm forming that. But however, I will not lie and say it's not hurtful. And I will not lie and say I don't understand why certain females come to the conclusion that, I mean, even I'll just say the black female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's just not a black female problem, it really is just not that. It's more so of a female problem than it is based on a woman problem. Yeah.
And it's going to be that because all women are under a patriarchy. So yeah, it's going to be a woman thing, but it becomes,
we can work on it.
But
as a black female,
it becomes more injurious, of course, the more of a minority the woman is, because every minority community is hit the hardest with whatever the social ills are of the culture. So it's a woman's issue, but then it becomes completely magnified the lower you are on that totem pole, depending on what type of woman you are. A white woman versus a Hispanic woman versus a black and brown woman versus black woman. Yeah, so it gets worse as it trickles down to the base of the pyramid.
Yeah, because for me, as a black woman living in my black experience, things wasn't the best when I was growing up. So when I did meet that friend group in 7th grade, I held on to them. And it was vice versa. They held on to me, right? So I can understand because I felt that way at one point. But after, time goes past and then you heal and then you rethink and then you're like, okay, fine. They was not supposed to be around forever. But at the time I felt like my friends would be around forever. And, I can understand how a female who is melanated like myself, who is black, would actually turn cold towards her own people in that way. Because to be honest with you, if you are around all black women and they do that to you, it's a really bad betrayal. It is like getting a billion daggers in your heart, knowing that you've been nothing but good to them. So I can see how people feel. However, I also see the other part of it. The other part of it is that it's growing pains. Nobody is going to be around forever, and it's always a season, right? And
Yeah.
Well,
when it
no,
comes
not
to
It
necessarily.
doesn't have to be. It
Yeah,
doesn't
like
have
no,
to
not
be.
every situation. I mean, like some
not every
relationships are so long.
situation, but what I'm saying is that, as you
Amongst women, we're more
grow,
prone
you're
to
going to
that.
meet new people. That's what I'm really saying. As you grow, you're going to meet new people, and not everybody is going to always be there.
I feel like women we're more prone to that because we're already used to not having strong female relation friendships. So I feel like we are more, I guess that's why my generation are just like more accepting of just living alone. I'm fine being by myself and just come to that conclusion instead of, because the anxiety and the trauma from childhood or things like that. You know what? Maybe people just supposed to come in and out of your life. You're not supposed to have somebody that stays around. And I feel like it doesn't have
No,
to be
that's
that
not
way. But I feel
true.
like that
That's not true.
we lack having that support system or trying to build, going out there, putting ourselves out there to build that support system and vet and just get that experience. Personally, just
No,
speaking,
well, I'll say
from
this
I'm
though.
not saying that's what
The
you were saying. I'm just going off of that.
the I understand. The best thing that happened to me today, right? I have a
Mm-hmm.
favorite cousin, right? Like I was born in May, she was born in July. And ever since then we have been holding tight towards each other, right? And we have fell out real heavy, right? It had something to do with a nignog. I'm not gonna disrespect this platform. But it had something to do with that. We fell out real heavy. But we decided to not be around each other. We came back to each other. And when we came back to each other, I realized that, she wanted to do the same thing as I was doing, right? So we had this conversation today. And it's very crazy, like that I would have this conversation with her, right? Like, we're not supposed to just fall out with people. Some people are really in your soul group. Some people you spend lifetimes with and you have to learn from. And it was so crazy because I would talk about reincarnation and stuff like that to her at a time where I thought that she didn't understand what I said, right? Because she would say stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, now she's talking about reincarnation and we're having this conversation. And I'm just saying this because what you said actually made me think about this conversation today. And I'm glad I had it because the truth be told, like you said, everybody is not going to go in and out your life. And she was telling me, like, she was like, "You're my cousin. However, you're a different cousin. It feel like you are really in my soul group. Like, not just soul group, like we spent lifetimes together. And I feel like you're supposed to be here."
Yeah, that happens. I know for a fact I
And
was reincarnated, so I definitely get it. I have memories, so I definitely get that. And I feel like that's why my generation, Gen Z, is like we feel like people will say like y'all don't have a real reason. You just get your ass out there and do it, right? You know? And it's like I don't know. It's like we are aware. We came in here like with a veil really thin, I feel. And we're returning and we're just seeing like, I don't know, man, what the fuck is going on? And they're like, we know we're progressing. I commend us for that, for pushing that needle and being, mental health and the evolution of identity and stuff like that.
But I will say
It's
this.
like it's very lonely because it seems like we already have like a subconscious awareness of each other and how things, how this went or how human nature is and how valid it can be.
I think that's something that's going to be another ill of this society, because we are upon an awakening and we are already seeing like pockets of the country, of the world population, of the Black and brown community, of women's community, of LGBT community, like actually awakening and entering into this age of enlightenment. But because we're at the preschool level of it, like we're kind of the first a generation of the internet, of social media, this age of information traveling at the speed of light, the availability of wisdom and knowledge, almost like, these phones, tablets, and laptops almost act as a mechanical, what do you, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's like a mechanical, crystal ball, if you will, like the internet and the availability of the internet is almost like the physical personification of the Akashic record. So of course, as a result of access to information, gives us access to wisdom, to knowledge, to truth, to resources. So now we have a lot of conversations going around healing and around our history, and we're creating spaces of a community where people can galvanize together, people can get access to community, people can get access to mental health resources, people can get access to all type of shit that improves their life. Like literally sometimes I'm just in bed scrolling through Instagram reels and just watching all of this dope ass content that people have made about how you can lower your blood sugar by, at home remedies, household things that you can do to increase this, to lower that, to create this, to create that. Like the internet and the availability of information has really amplified a lot of people's lives and allowed them to amplify the wellness and the quality of their living. However, as a result of this like enlightenment age, it means that those who are waking up at an expeditious rate, the pitfall to the awakening is that you're going to be a part of the minority. So that can then default you to a sense of loneliness in your life, because you are like transcending the matrix, and then you're existing around a lot of people who are still plugged in to the matrix, who are still plugged into culture, plugged into what was normal, what was acceptable. And you have kind of broken that glass ceiling, but your family is still much so upholding patriarchy, upholding traditional ideas. Your friends and family, your city, your community is still very much so still dragging along antiquated, outdated ideology. And so, so when you are
so extreme.
So when you are a part of that awakening community, like it can make it hard to date. It can make it hard to find a proper friendship group, because obviously, like anybody else, you want to galvanize with like-minded people. You want to be able to see where you are reflected in actual community, so that you can actually have a space to indulge in your new self in, your new ideals in, your new lifestyle practices, and you want to see that reflected in community. So yeah, I asked somebody too. My friendship circle has really shrunk. The amount of relatives I deal with has shrunk dramatically, and but I've made peace with that because I'm really happy with the little cottage that I've created of community around me. I'm really happy that I have found the people, and even as it relates to dating, like there was a point when I started really dealing with who I wanted to be and where I wanted to be, and deepening my kind of self-care and self-love about myself, like also transcending the need for relationships. And then what I was able to learn about my personal desire, this don't go for everybody, this is what I discovered about my context. My context and desire around relationship, as a result of that desire diminishing because of self-love, was I realized that my personal desire was largely informed by personal incompetence. It was largely informed by the fact that I did not know how to really love myself. So I was then largely dependent upon being loved by someone else and being seen by someone else and being the recipient of someone else's affection for me. And so when I had transcended, I was like, oh my God, like this is why I don't desire this anymore. And I was just having a conversation with a guy who, you know, we've been talking about together for years. And at the time that I was still in a relationship oriented space, he kind of was not. He was like dealing with a lot of life shit. But now he's circled around and I'm kind of out of that headspace of thinking of relationships in a way that I used to. So we were having a conversation and he was just kind of like, you know, would I be open to doing the relationship thing? And I told him that I am in a place where we can do the dealing with each other thing, but I really don't want to put up with all the other logistics and all the other politics of a relationship. So we don't have to do the title thing. We don't have to do the monogamous thing. We don't have to actually kind of make love. We don't have to put those type of rudiments on the love thing. Just all you know is that you are attracted to me emotionally, you're attracted to me intellectually, you're attracted to me spiritually, you're attracted to me physically, I'm attracted to you in all those capacities. So let's just come together. Yeah, like let's just come together in that.
It's natural. Just let the vibe be the vibe.
Yeah, because that's really
it's real easy.
Well, I'm not gonna say it's real easy.
No, not the whole thing. What I'm saying is that when you're supposed to be with somebody, I found out based on, like, I'm married right now, right?
Oh, okay.
So I didn't realize that this is the person I was supposed to marry, right? Great example. I met him at a bus stop. Me and him was going on the bus, and we literally got to talking like we knew each other from way back. We was just talking, and then come to find out, we had the same bus, the same train, and everything together, and we was just talking and talking and talking like we knew each other. And then we was like, well, we just need to give each other our number, right? It was easy, as in, like, not saying that life is easy, the situation is going to be easy, but the feelings come easy. The attraction was easy. That's what I'm saying.
And what I was about to add on to that is why it's like you have to really be ready to, like, it's almost like you have to be living a lifestyle that's conducive to reducing your ego, because your ego is going to be with you forever. Even once you reach the place where you realize you want you don't want to lead from your ego, but because your ego is simultaneously imposed upon your divinity, you are still you still have access to, like, that duality always will be. So now it becomes a matter of managing which version of self is it that you ultimately want to rule your life. Is it that divine higher self mind, or is it that egotism? And so if you have not really taken time to cultivate challenging your ego, if you have not got accustomed to crucifying your ego, if you have not got accustomed to wrestling your ego down, you can, it's not going to be easy, because your ego is going to want to cling to your relationships in shallow ways, in superficial ways, in ways that really are not about anything truly other than your ego attempting to take ownership and take claim and make something into a property and to bring it into that logistic space. And so you have to, like, really be in a mindset of understanding that there's going to be a part of you that's always going to want to naturally do that. There's going to be a part of you that's going to always want to superficially cling, that's going to want to unnecessarily cling for the sake of control, which is what the ego needs in order to really be grounded. It needs to have a sense of self that's grounded in these ideas of authority, these ideas of dominance, these ideas of ultimately superficiality. So, but yes, once you like get there and you know who you want to be, then yes, it can be a very beautiful thing to be really free and liberated. And I've actually never been happier. And I wish I would have gotten here in my early 20s, because I would have saved myself so much unnecessary drama and so much like things that I know now were completely, I was going off in totally the wrong direction. And really there was a lot of unnecessary strife for no real reason at all. And I really could have been kind of experiencing an easier existence if I just would have opened my hand rather than having a closed fist attitude and thinking that I had to belong per se, when that wasn't true. Those were the lies of the Matrix, is that I had to belong, that I had to be seen in these shallow ways. And now all of that stuff is really irrelevant to me, and I just want my peace, and I just like being able to coexist, and I actually like being able to go to a garden and a park and observe rather than pluck from the garden, rather than remove something from the garden. I like to be a passive observer. I'm now learning how to also exist in my relationships to people and just really trust in that naturalness and just let be and keep my ego out of shit, and don't also entertain other people's egos as well. And just find and exist in as much of that ease and flow, and it really is healthier. It really is more free and beautiful. I'll shut up, y'all.
Yeah, that's, and you know what the thing is, I have the complete opposite issue. Because I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna go base. I'm a Gemini North Node, and my South Node is in Sagittarius. I have Aquarius in my 7th house. Okay, so when it came to just like the instinct, like this instinct based relationships, I've always been good at having that detachment and just like having that, that frequently like in and out, and not having that, the possessive part of me that was like, okay, this person I'm dealing with is I always had like this neutral being, like if my friends were also, I could be sexually attracted to, and I realized that these are not, like, they're not mine. Like I shouldn't have them feel, I've never had a, this possessive or like I'm claimed and this is my girl, this is my man type of thing. I always had that detachment. It's like, okay, is this what humans do? We interact with each other, and sometimes we catch a vibe, this happens, that happens, and we just understand that on that basic level, and there's nothing else to it. There's no like, agreement, disagreement. We just know that me and this person have some form of connection, and we're going to see how that goes. Me, I always had that. I was always natural, even as a little girl. Like that's why when it came to making friends, it was never like this. I never felt like a way into the point that people say, "Oh, you're just cold." You're cold, and you just you don't really care for this, and you just detach, and you have a detachment, personality trait and shit like that. And I would never understood. And I realized that my actions can come off mean and cold and like very dismissive and be like, okay, well, you go on by your way. And, there's always another type of thinking. And I never really considered anybody's feelings or emotion. That's the thing that I'm struggling with, and realizing that, maybe I do have anxiety, because I do have anxiety. I admitted that, especially after seeing a psychiatrist and stuff like that. I was like, what, when it comes to relationships, maybe I do, have a nervousness about it, and that's why I don't, really hold people to things. And I'm like, I never always wanted my space. I always wanted, that's what I say, like my generation have a higher rates of like wanting, like being happy, but just having a solo nomadic type of living. And that resonates well for me. It's not like, okay, then it got to the point that, what, I really do crave that, that coven, like having that coven of witches or whatnot, like this bond, like, okay, this is a balance between platonic and romantic. And it's just a natural human bond. And it's just that, right? But also it can be more. It doesn't have to be very superficial or transactional. It can be more in being, and I had I still do, because I'm very young. I have a strong sense of self, but it's like, to the point is like, do I really need, it's like, I don't, I want to be around y'all for too long. Now you come over here with your emotions and your problems, and I'm sorry, you're not going to get the reaction that you want. And I realized that, my family members and friends, the few friends that I have, and lovers alike, because I kind of almost blend them the same with friends and lovers, because I see them almost as a balance of two things in one. Me personally, maybe I shouldn't do that, but I've always had comments they would tell me when I would ask them after seeing a doctor and whatnot. And I was like, do you really, like, do I really make you feel that way? And it was like, yeah, you always seem like a loner. You always seem like you will get irritated when people feel like people are coming in your path, and you just dealt with people when you dealt with people. And I was like, okay, now I'm seeing the negative side of this, and say, okay, and now, and like recently, I was like, what, past 6 months to a year, I'm like, you know what? I do crave having maybe just a tad bit of a deeper human connection outside of just this instinct, almost like biological type of interaction with people. I was like, okay, it's one and the same. And like, it's this duality that I have. It's like, I just want experience. I just want to feel these people. I want to feel what they're feeling. I want to be on the same wavelength as them for this moment. And then if it doesn't go anywhere after that, it is what it is, And I always had that issue. And then after a while, I would just be like, this is getting a little bored. I was almost like, I'm bored with the basicness of it, or like just the instinctual part of it. And I was like, maybe it is, maybe it's a little something more, like something that's not connecting. And that maybe that's the reason why I don't really care for having like a real deep, like, support system, friendship, lover type of bond. It's like, you're my person and I'm your person. And I was just like, I don't know about that. I feel like it should, even though it's like every now and then I feel like that, I feel like, and it makes me uncomfortable. So I was like, okay, if it makes you uncomfortable, maybe it's for a reason. Maybe it should go that way. If it makes you uncomfortable, maybe you should go more towards it, And I've always been curious.
I think it depends. I think that you have to be deeply introspective in order, and it's important to make sure that you go down the rabbit hole when it comes to things that make you uncomfortable, because going down the rabbit hole, it helps you to understand like what that discomfort or that anxiety or that fear actually is informed by. Is it informed by trauma? Is it informed by certain patterns in your life? Is it informed by erroneous ideology, or is it informed by ideology? Is that ideology serving you now? Does that ideology, how does the ideology benefit you? It's so important for us as people to have a practice of being introspective and being very self-analytical, especially about our shortcomings or things that we fear or things that block us, so that we can resolve those things and know how to properly navigate. But you gotta diagnose it and analyze. Well, you have to analyze it in order to be able to properly diagnose it. And then once you properly diagnose it, that allows you to be very specific about how to remedy it, if it's something that needs to be remedied. So I always tell people, explore your fears. Don't just lean into your surface impulse. It's oh, okay, well, this don't feel like me. Okay, yeah, but what you feeling like now is you. Is actually you being fucked up. You need to actually, you actually need to you actually need to feel very differently than the way you do, and you don't even know that you're being very defensive, or in fact you're actually being very guarded, or you are, a lot of people are just operating so unconsciously, and they're just trusting and following their feelings, but they don't really challenge them. They don't have a dialogue with their feelings. They don't have a dialogue with their fears. They don't have a dialogue with any of the stimuli that's moving through them that is turning into action. They're just being led and driven by the action, and then just sum totaling that to, this is me. Okay, yeah, but what is that? What the fuck is you? And
Right.
Why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you making the fucking decisions that you're making? Why are you behaving the way that you're behaving? Why are you? That's why I was even asking old girl. I was like, what are you actually triggered by when it comes to the fact that healthy Black female relationships exist? What have you ever just thought about what is actually repulsing you about that? Why does that sound like raid to your eardrums? Why is that like roach spray to your
right?
What actually is in the underbelly of that? You're just raging off and having this adverse reaction every time the other part of the truth enters the group chat, which is that not all Black female relationships are fucked up, and there are sisterhoods and successful sisterhoods. What's actually bothering you about that? Because it sounds like you got a lot of pent up with trauma yourself around female dealings that you haven't resolved. If anything, you have decided this is the truth, this is the way it is, and I'm going to ultimately avoid other women so that I don't get burnt by them, because I've decided through my own anecdotal experiences that this is what comes with all women. And now you find yourself projecting in situations, and now you find yourself projecting in situations even when that's not happening to you, and you find yourself aborting actual healthy experiences because you have already decided that she on some fucked up time and that she can't be trusted, and you just end up really shortchanging yourself in terms of what you can have access to in this life.
That's why I was just letting her talk. I was letting her get angry. I didn't push back on. I didn't go back and forth on her, and I was just, I'm just talk to a gentle tone, because I have personal experience with a family member that resemble how the way she reacts, very vitriolic, very intense, very irate immediately. Everything is. Even when the lady Venus was up there and she was talking to me crazy on here in the chat and and stuff like that, I just didn't say anything. I was just like, girl, okay, I was like, I understand, we agree to a disagree, but it never has to get to the point. And then I say, maybe I guess that's just me having that. People are just gonna do extinct. People just have their ticks, their things, and that's why me being so young, I still know how to navigate and how to work around our personalities like that when they're met with just a little bit of pushback, whether they agree or whether it's true or not. It's still met with, how dare you, a complete offense every time, instead of just and they tell you they flip things on you, stuff like that. I was like, I'm very used to, I was like, I was getting a little. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna get on this goddamn panel, okay? Because I've been up here before. I was like, I'm not gonna get on this goddamn panel and fucking act a fool and get out of pocket with shawties. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get pocket with either one of them. And I was like, no, I'm gonna let them feel how the way they feel because, even in the even though I had my opinions with the Kelsey and Megan situation, I said people, and I was like, and that's why I could see both sides, and people's have a problem with me being, I guess, being neutral, being in the middle, and saying, I agree with this, and I don't agree with this, and I don't believe that, and I don't believe that, and people have a pushback on that, and I was like, because things, I always see things as very extreme, and as a person, especially as a teen that went through a lot. And know that when I feel my feelings, I feel them intensely. Well, I used to, and I was like, you know what? I'm turning. These are habits that I don't want. I don't want to reflect that. I don't want nobody to know me as that, and because it reminded me of some traits of people that raised me, and I know how much I didn't want to be around them. I still don't, and I don't. I don't want to be a risk. I don't want to replicate that, and then fuck up somebody else's day over the bullshit. Or bother somebody else with that when it doesn't cause for all that. So I was like, when that was happening and it was going out, I just kept saying, ma'am, excuse me, I'll let you have it. I'll let you talk. So once I said agree with seeing your hypothetical situation, that's like, okay, it makes sense. And she automatically started going on a tirade. I was just like, oh, sweetie. I say, baby, this reminds me exactly of said person, said family members. And this is funny. I'm going to just chuckle. I'm going to laugh. And I'm just let both of them have it. I'm going to let them call me slow, all this extra things, going in the chat, talking shit. I was like, girl, okay, yeah, both of y'all can have it. And I feel like as a younger person, I don't know if I should commit myself on that. Maybe I'm breaking my arm to give myself a pat on the back about it. But when that was happening, when I come up here, because she's been up here before, I'm just letting y'all know, she's been up here before a couple times doing the exact same thing, and it was like, it kind of was like, and I remember how I responded the first time she came up here. I'm not the Venus person. That was the first time me ever seeing me being on the same panel with her, me personally, up here with you and other people, but when it came to her, because she had a completely different name last time, Tarot. She had a completely different name. And I reacted. And I was like, people like that, it reminds me of that vampire energy. They strip and they keep going. And they purposely do that on purpose. That even if you do make sense, they'll say you don't. Even if you have a sensible, somebody says a truth or somebody has a different opinion, it's automatically met with attack. And I was like, okay, she was talking about, being a stan of Megan. I was like, I love Megan down boots, but it was never that serious to the point. I was like, yeah, Megan, what she did, neglecting and leaving Kelsey behind was wrong. That's wrong. We understand that she also, she got the worst of the assault by being shot. We get that, but no, y'all all on the same page at some extent to the point that y'all all thought y'all was cool. And until out of the blue for like 2 days? What? Just saying, fuck it, you're on your own. That's wrong. That's cold. And I said, that's why I was trying to make sense of trying to give like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Trying to give maybe a little more insight of why she would have done something like that to her best. Whereas they both saying like, man, we didn't give a fuck about him for real, like, bro, like it was never. And she said it multiple times. It was never about no goddamn dick. Like it was between me and her. What she did, what I did. Okay. And I said I can resemble that because I have people in my life tell me that you come off as cold. Like, you can push people out. You leave them, and you leave them all cold. You be all cold-hearted and shit, giving people the cold shoulder. You don't want to talk to them. Don't want to be around them. Making people feel ugly. Like, damn, bitch, what the fuck I did to you? Like it wasn't even like I thought we had an understanding here, and it's just like, And I know people didn't want to hear that. Say, oh, you're just making excuses for Megan Thee Stallion. I was like, no, y'all. I was like, it wasn't that. Oh, let's give her an excuse. Let's not hold her accountable. It was just like I was giving more nuance as to why she would do that out the blue. Just leave her cold out, and now she out here in the wind all the way in fucking Texas, don't know what the fuck she gonna do next. And that's why she picked to defend Tory still to this goddamn day, even though motherfuckers are blaming her for it. It doesn't matter, because she's still. And I was like, that's why I was saying, for me, I said for me, if I was in her situation, so I wouldn't let it go that far to the point that people will ruin my reputation, because motherfuckers still don't fuck just because they're saying they're calling Megan a liar. I think even though she already admitted in the court that she lied about fucking that little ass midget, but people see how people are going on now, and it was like, okay, well, she gonna go to jail. Now they're saying Megan going to jail. You see how irrational motherfuckers already are in the community? Well, so Blackistan, if you can even call it a community, how it is. You didn't what? You didn't get any justice. Now you left in more of a deeper hole out of just holding something for so long. And that's what I was just saying. Me personally, it wouldn't be worth it, because now motherfuckers are trying to drag her back in and say that no, Kelsey's the one that shooters. And now what the fuck you gonna do now? Because he ain't gonna pay your bills. He ain't gonna pay your bills this time. He ain't gonna pay for no lawyer fees. Motherfucker, now they gonna blame it on you and turn it on you. So what you gonna be? You gonna be stuck out of luck now. I don't know what you gonna do. Act Nicki Minaj or some bullshit. I don't know. Start a GoFundMe or something, or ask 1501. Because at the end of the day, what was the point of that? Now you finna have egg on your face for holding on to something that happened so long ago, even though what she did was fucked up, because you did have to start over. You still had to. She left you on a whim. Team, put your ass out there, say good luck, bitch, have a good day. That's fucked up. What Megan did was wrong. And between all that, motherfuckers was having an issue with it, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let them go, and I'm gonna just agree to disagree. And then I think shit just got lost in the sauce with her being irate because I agreed with CTV about a hypothetical situation that made more sense than what I thought, because I did not think that. And all of a sudden, I was all this, he's your pimp, and you're just gonna fucking do whatever he say. I say, girl,
I think, but what happens though too, like when people react like that, when they hear an opposition or anecdotal opposition, they take it as this invalidation of their experience, and a lot of people tend to do that subconsciously and consciously. They'll listen to you. You could be very logical to explain it well, and people tend to respond in a way as if because what I'm saying is an anecdotal or factual contrast you've invalidated it. No, it's not that you have invalidated that experience. You're saying like nuance. You've given a different angle of what that side's look at. Because everybody thinks that their side is the truth for some reason, but the truth includes both
Yeah.
sides. So it sounds like it's an objectivity. You try to be a little bit more objective in ways, and to be honest, certain things when you deal with relationships, I guess for some people um, they're not just dealing with things objectively as they are being quite subjective, because how things can not be in stone, right? You can say objectively, this is an ideology that I want to pay all of my bills this month, but you'll be subjective to what is going to happen around just the back end work of that, right? So I think for some people, I'm not giving an excuse here or anything like that for either side, but I can hear that people respond or internalize that if you are sharing something opposite or anecdotal to that, they respond
Yeah.
as if it's being invalidated. You know what I'm saying? What's happening, CCV, y'all? I was listening to y'all for a little bit of just sitting in the bushes and just listen to the lovely build.
Yeah.
I wanted to just speak to the opposite, of course, the opposite sex attractive and same gender love, and thank you to TV for putting that out there. I also have included just think about we'll see what we did with patriarchy. I think most people don't realize that they're programmed androphiliacs, and androphiliacs are people who are, it's like the fetishization of masculinity. It's not just a male thing. So I think by default that has a lot to do with why a lot of women, females, of have internalized misogyny, because they're androphiliacs. So if you, and I say this all the time, about certain religions. I said, well, honey, if you think that your vagina comes from all penis derived ingredients, you're probably an androphiliac. You see what I'm saying? Because if you can't recognize what makes you part of the grand design, I'm not talking about religion, just in the sense of nature, opposites, and science, and everything else. It's a thing like that. There's a consequence to that when you institutionalized, and it's a system. Like I tell people, as a spiritual heathen, it's not like you come to this conclusion to yourself about whatever God you serve. Your relationship, your intrapersonal, sure, but you didn't get that just from interpersonally. No, you were, regardless if it's a spiritual system, you had an externalized experience of that. So when most people um, going back to the subject of why women are, and it's not just women, why men in particular and women, I think we have a certain degree of androphilia, even if it's not sexualized. Um, even within a lot of culture, we don't really realize that bias there, not just bias as it is socialism, as it is reality for some people. So it sounds like to me it just was a thing where people respond, because I'm guilty of it too at times. They, but I think it's the pick. It's not the picking and choosing. It's just that, okay, at the time where you're being objective, someone is having very subjective feelings about a matter. So some people might take that as like, okay, well, okay, you want to be objective, but when it comes to your feelings, when it's on your end, I'm gonna be as objective. And then I think some people can either accept that, that's how it is, if that's truly what it is, but often most people don't. Like if it's a time where a person doesn't want you to be so objective as they want you to be subjective. I'm not saying that's wrong with that's being who you are, but I think that's the time, that's the clash. This person wants you to be subjective to their feelings, but not just objective to whatever the facts of it is.
Yeah, that's what like, you articulated that great, because that's basically what in a nutshell that episode with. I'm not even gonna say episode because I don't want to do that, but that's why her reaction is always the way it was, and you perfectly put it in words. I have to appreciate that, because that's exactly what it was giving. With
I didn't hear it. I just, but based on how you articulate yourself and explain that, I wasn't even here for it. But I
oh
kind of,
wow,
yeah, I wasn't here for it. But you speak well as well, so I could kind of piece it together, because but you described yourself very well, and that makes it easier for a person to kind of like, yeah, I could tell, like, yeah, it doesn't invalidate, and we all go through that. Like, people really think that you're invalidating. I'm like, no, and we really want to, that ego that Conscious was talking about. We really
yeah,
want to believe that our side is the truth, and to the degree of your experience in its individual totality, that is. So how you felt about it is the truth, but that
yeah.
might not be what exactly it is. You know what I
Right,
mean? How
because
you,
that's how she. That's
how
why
you,
Conscious was really trying to like girl, like you're like be honest, trying to understand, but it's like all this extraness. It's like sweet, like we get it. She would just go on, just go wailing, and just like bitch, you this, you bitch ass this. Da, da, da. I was like, okay, all right. All right, see, they want to suck your dick, bitch, and da, da, da. I was like, all right,
yeah.
because like she
Uh-huh.
wouldn't. It was disheartening, because I remember her constantly coming up here. It's like the same thing, and I'm like, okay, Like we feel strongly. Like I get it. I support Megan in this. I don't think anybody on this, at least besides the few people that was in here earlier a few hours ago, I think everybody considers know that Megan was shot and the nigga that did it is in jail where he's supposed to be. We can all agree on that. But when it comes to the dynamic between Kelsey and Megan, okay, we can see what people go if and as. But some people just have like you said, it's like that validation. Like what I'm feeling right now is real. Like this is how I'm very passionate about this topic or whatnot. And I feel like you're not. I want you to validate that energy back to me. And it's it can bother people when they feel like they're not. That's not being needed, or they feel like they're left out.
It's a tricky dance when you like. It's a really tricky dance what people do with themselves because it's like, intro. I used to write. I used to give a damn about those things. I used to write a cover letter that talked a lot about empathy, and a sense of, like, the thing about self-accusation, realization, and actualization is great, but then you also being tuned into self makes you, or allows you, should I say, to see the contrast and the differences others. And then you kind of can't, like, okay, yes, that's a balance. That's why I don't do perfection. I don't strive for perfection. Perfection for me personally is subjective to the motherfucker. Ain't no way I'm gonna let an imperfect scientifically, religiously convince me of what perfection is. It's just not logical. It's not spiritual for me. So I don't crave perfection. I strive for balance. So intrapersonally, that comes a point where, okay, what is the measurement of yourself? There's a way for you to healthily, of course, not always measure yourself against people, but we don't live in a vacuum, right? We live in most societies, so it is impossible for people to not still have the interpersonal, because what happens is it's a yin and yang, it's a push and pull. The interpersonal outside yourself experiences that you have is going to affect your introspective, your intrapersonal, and vice versa. Interpersonal, the shit that you just came with, just how you react, your body chemistry, however you want to slice it, your energy, is going to be a reaction different how you're going to react externally to your environment. Some people, I smoke plenty of weed. Do I think everybody should smoke weed? Fuck no. Some people got a completely different chemical balance. Some people got a completely different spirit. Alcohol is perfectly legal, but there are some people who should probably never have a drink, not just for their health. No, it's just the reaction of their lineage, their spirit, their body chemistry. So it's a thing. That's why we know that it's going to affect people. It's going to have the effect interpersonal on that person. And yes, it's going to have an interpersonal effect on the people around them. I tell people all the time, baby, I don't do the cop out. I don't have a heaven and hell to put you in. Bitch, you's a lie. I have to live around you while I yet live. You can tell yourself you don't have a heaven and hell to put me in, because that helps you pray and go to sleep at night. But I have to do here with you yet live. So you do have a heaven and hell to put people in, because people can put you in a state of mind of being in from your experience to where you feel like you're in hell and heaven. That's such a cop out to me.
Oh, I like that last part with that the heaven and hell is just a part of the consciousness and the state of mind. That's something I definitely believe in. Sweet girl. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he was being cute or not, but I appreciate it. I don't know, maybe. But back to what you were saying and what I can't call him CT. I don't know why. CTV was saying, okay, about this situation, because I do want to get past talking about overall, because she's just, whatever issue that she has, or what, I'm not gonna say issue, or underlining, trauma or whatever it was, or maybe she's just a troll and she does, stuff like that on purpose, because I've seen her a lot. I've her voice, the way she goes on is very recognizable. So I don't, regardless of what that is, healing.
I feel like when you talk about, I said, whom do we do not speak?
Right, because I feel like it's almost like
whom do we not speak vibe to it. Like,
right?
God
It's almost like I'm trying to.
damn.
Right, because you should have been here. You just rewind. She was doing it, and I came in late. Like an hour or two late, and they was like, she came on this motherfucker. I said, yeah, I know, because that's a very recognizable energy right there. Okay, so I'm not gonna talk about Shorty no more. I don't even want to fucking conjure her up. I'm gonna leave her be.
Yeah, well, I'm probably about to hop off here in just a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to actually
yeah.
I'm about to wrap up right now because I gotta go.
I love y'all. I'll holler at y'all later, baby.
All
right. Well, thank you for coming up, IG. This was amazing, you guys. This was awesome sauce. I appreciate you guys coming up. Any parting words? Uh-oh.
Oh well, I'll go. I'll say because I was waiting for mom down here.
She already. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So my parting words will be when it comes to this situation with Kelsey and Megan. It's sad to me because it really could have been handled a lot better on Megan's side in the beginning and Kelsey, in my opinion, towards the end of it, because now these motherfuckers don't care about justice for real, the victims of this situation, which they are the victims of this situation. There's no doubt about it, and they're getting equally dragged or not believed and being blamed. And it just feels like a big old clusterfuck that didn't have to happen when they could have easily just teamed up on this evil ass little nigga. Okay, to the point that now their discrepancy overshadows some of the most important, way more interesting topics of Megan's In Her Words documentary that I feel like a lot of people are missing out on. And it just went to hell. I really wish they could have. I really wish they could have stayed friends. And I could tell just by how the way Megan presented Kelsey in and showcasing her that I feel like they both, because even Kelsey recently in her interview, was it this year or last year? I think it was earlier this year.
It was this year.
Yeah, it was. I think it was earlier this year. I think after she dropped his, I think it was like a month after she dropped his, she started doing the interviews in January. I honestly feel like, because you could tell that they kind of miss each other. I feel like but I feel like it's too late. The damage has been done.
Because she put the popped on the stand and then she turned around and did that slick ass shit by promoting.
Exactly. I feel like it was such a waste of a bond that I felt like was beautiful and that was genuine. And I felt like they let this little demon in human skin.
But you know, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take that. I don't even think it's this demon. Meg allowed her lack of respect for her friend and her lack of integrity in that situation to cost her friendship. It wasn't about Tory, because we could insert any man in the situation and the principle it still would have been the same, whether it would have been Tory or partisan or anybody. It's like, it's not about who you did this with. It's about you, my friend. You broke my trust and you never said sorry. And then I put my life on the line for you and you booted me out without as much of a nothing, a thank you, or I'm coming back for you, a nothing. You just threw me away. And then you used me when it only served you the 2 times that we interacted after this whole ordeal, and left all of this brokenness between us and left all of this unfinished business between us. And you just went on into your life. You went on and you literally just left me out. I mean, I really feel terribly grieved for Kelsey, and maybe I am extra grieved for Kelsey because I take relationships so seriously. I take friendship so seriously. Like, I love, like, deeply right now. Matter of fact, I love so hardcore that my actual version of friendships are threats to my friendships, to my friends' relationships to their spouses. One of my friends right now is single because his girl couldn't even take me. She couldn't
Yeah.
take my friendship. That's how much, like, when I tell you I pour myself out over
Yeah.
like friendships. So when I tell you, and probably a lot of us can actually relate if we would take Megan, the superstar who we are familiar with, who we've grown to love, relative to Kelsey, who is just a sidekick, you know, in the situation. But if we take Megan out of it and just look at it without the celebrity of it, a lot of us know what it's like to love somebody down to the ground and to make incredible sacrifices for them, whether it's a spouse, whether it's a friend, whether it's a relative, and then for somebody to give you their ass to kiss, for somebody to literally just throw you away, to just betray you, to Judas you, like, that's very relatable. And because I love so hard, and I also have been through epic betrayals,
Yeah, so
I know
identify.
how deep that fucking pain and that anger is. And so when Kelsey was in that interview that you're talking about on our podcast, and you know, she's still working through all that shit. And obviously, even that slick ass shit she just did like a few weeks ago, trying to promote Nicki Minaj's shoe line, like knowing that Nicki is a Megan Thee Stallion op. Like, you know,
Yeah.
like I can tell that she's not done yet. Like she's still
Angry.
dealing with she's still dealing with an influx of emotion. She's still dealing with anger. She's still dealing with a lack of closure, sadness, all these things. And I really feel bad for Kelsey. I feel bad, obviously, for Meg as well. But I am not forgetting Kelsey in this ordeal. I'm not going to allow Megan to take up all the space in this situation. This is not just about her.
I understand. You because of personal experience, you identify more with Kelsey's and her plight and her trauma.
It's not even just more, but I just fully fully identify with them both. I just fully identify with them both. And I do see Kelsey as a victim because nobody has yet to tell me what Kelsey objectively did wrong. She communicated with the only person out of the camp who was willing to talk to her. She communicated with the same person that Meg wanted to help her herself, that she didn't even want to put behind bars for none of this. So I don't understand the double standard, and I'm not going to bow down to the double standard that, oh, Meg got to not lock Tory Lanez up. She got to not report him. She wanted to save him, and she said that in her own documentary. I didn't want anything bad to happen to Tory. I didn't want him shot. I didn't want him killed. I didn't want him anything. I didn't want anything to happen to any of us. And so when people trying to make these arguments like, oh, you know, she talking to, like, she talking to, that's a false equivalent to the fact that Megan didn't even hold this man legally accountable for what he did to her. It took the state to pick up this case.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I was trying. I don't know if I was conveying that right? Because, you know, they was getting irritated. But I was like, I could see both sides of it. And I feel like people, because I've not just my bad. I'm not gonna say people, but I'm gonna say maybe I would say more Black women can, especially like a person like me, I like you said, you can, fully understand what Kelsey is feeling and going through, because you, from personal experience, you know how that stuff feels and how the way you treat you know, very deeply and pour into your friendships, all your relationships. And
Let
so
me
you
ask you this, Eddie.
making sacrifices.
Let me ask you this, Eddie. Like, would you have had the heart if you knew that the same friend that if you knew that your friend had literally tried to take this nigga down to keep him from what she thought was a life or death situation, and you found out that that girl stood up to that man with that GUN in his hand and got beat down for you, and all in the name of trying to save your life, could you have thrown that away entirely? Could that have just been reduced to bye?
No, that's why I said I don't. That's like that's why I said no, I wouldn't. That's why I said that Megan was wrong. I said because she threw Kelsey away, and I was like, I was making people got mad, but I was like saying but I was like, I'm not saying but as in excusing and letting Megan take up all the space, and you know, it was getting lost in the sauce, and I was getting a little frustrated, so I couldn't explain that best to my ability. But I was saying that I can understand because I've been in a situation related to Meg when I came off cold and I've locked myself up and I threw, not left behind, but I shut down, and people was like, man, you fucking pushing everybody out. And I was like, I can understand both. I can empathize on both because it's been a time when I felt betrayed.
Now, I don't blame her for the space, but I blame her for the audacity to get angry and to almost villainize Kelsey and not
that's definitely
like
to make
because
her feel
you can't
like
control like the way that you experience trauma. Like if you just shut down, you shut
that's
down.
What I was
right?
trying to say.
Like, but so I can even understand that too. Like I wouldn't even blame her for shutting down and just needing to completely compartmentalize and kind of like separate herself from everything connected to that. But I cannot take her villainizing the living dog shit out of Kelsey. That's just so that's just so cold and so gaslighting and re-injurious to do that to Kelsey, knowing that that girl had your back and knowing that you the one who circled back around for the same nigga that ended up shooting you, knowing that you the one who asked that nigga to pick you up off the ground and asked to help you after he had just did this to you, like to just literally continue even 2 years later, even after it's not even 2, like 3 years later, like you ain't had enough introspective work to sit back and be able to give her the same grace that you giving yourself, because you didn't move perfectly either in the situation. You didn't make all of the top tier decisions. You're being criticized even now for the decisions that you made throughout this whole ordeal. People dragging you for trying to protect him. They're dragging you for saying you stepped on glass when you really got shot. They're blamed. Like, so why you can't give her the same grace that you're giving yourself? Like, y'all both were thrusted into something y'all were not prepared for.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. That's why I was just trying to convey. I said people to see the human aspect of it, because I was like, because that part of the documentary, I think the year was what? It was 2022. They said that was the year, because it was way before the trial when she saying that why she was crying on the bed being angry. It's like, why didn't you say anything? And I was like, well, like I said, Megan, what you expect? Y'all wasn't taught. You left her in the dust. Like, you thought she was just going, like, I said, you shouldn't expect nothing. Like, you shouldn't expect shit out of her. Just let the facts be the facts, which end up turning out in your favor in the end. But expecting her to, come out, even though Megan did say that, she always stood 10, like, no, that girl never did it. But outside of that, it's like that girl, she did do the most, because she could have easily got shot too that same night. And y'all both probably would end up dead if the motherfucker really was just really out of it and was just popping and really just got both of y'all. So that's what I was saying. I do understand that aspect. I feel like people were just getting triggered because they figured they more identify with the Megan, like, oh, I was a black woman assaulted.
Just like a caramel kiss, she has her entire mouth on Megan's puss. She's, a delusional fan who just can't keep her head out of Megan's asshole. She's an anti-woman ass chick, which is why she has zero compassion for Kelsey. And that's how karma works, because God forbid she turns around to find herself in the same situation, she'll know what type of time it is.
Right. Okay, so I was saying, like, okay, I was trying to convey, because we could see the human on both sides, and like at least TRAGS, like we still don't know to this day if what everybody is saying is a fact. We know that they're not telling the entire whole truth. And I was like, we don't know if these people really just only talked a couple times. We don't know. These motherfuckers probably cussing each other out for years back and forth. We will never know. We will never know. And that's probably the reason why both of them still have this softness and like kind of like, back of kind of graceness for each other still after all that. Because when I watched it, I was shocked that she gave Kelsey such like a time and showing how much they were just all lollygagging and basically damn near looking like a couple in that motherfucker. And you could tell that, like she's still hurt about, well, at least at that time, because I think that part was 2022. At that time, she still was longing for Kelsey, and I feel like the intensity was her knowing that she did fucked up. What she did to Kelsey was wrong by blocking her out and cutting her off, immediately being caught up in her own little world or whatever trauma response she had, and it was taking it out on Kelsey. That will always be wrong. And I felt like you could see it in her voice, and she's like, you can see, like, I do miss her. At least in 2022, she did.
I don't know if you saw the documentary, but I mean, she really is like selling it. Like, she shut up. I'm like, Meg, what else? What about?
I watched it.
What about the humanity you also like? What about what you owed to her? Like, stop acting like you were owed more. Like, you won't, and you won't even. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm just gonna be frank about it. I'm disgusted that Meg still chose to sit in this damn confessional. And
as of 2022, because we don't have
as of 2024 in this documentary, and still chose to not acknowledge this damn woman's
well, yeah,
the fact that this woman took, like, put her life on the line for you. Like, you literally are editing out other facts in this case in order to be selfishly committed to what happened to you and how you feel. Everybody did, but everybody in the situation got a feeling. Kelsey got her feelings about the way that shit should have happened. She got her feelings about the way shit should have happened. I mean, your feelings are your feelings, but
that's what I'm saying.
The fact that you done did some of the work, came this far, like, yeah, it probably is a dub now because it just got too fucked up. So it probably won't be no conversation. There won't be no full circle. They both were probably in the rest of their life not ever speaking to each other again. Perfectly fine. But there was a lot of space, especially before trial happened, for there to be a come to Jesus moment. And I'm going to hold Megan accountable for not wearing that crown well and circling back around to make at least make amends with Kelsey after everything that Kelsey did for her, for one, just when it came to her career, everything that she was contributing to Meg's success, and then for the sisterhood and loyalty she showed to Meg when it was time for some shit to really get put on the line. And I just could not imagine even seeing what Kelsey saw and watching Tory do this to Megan. And then I could not imagine being in a moment like that and fighting a man who has a GUN in his hand as a woman, and then getting beat profusely and not knowing if you are also spending the last moments of your own life right now, if this is probably going to be it, if he's going to take your fucking life. And then even after knowing and getting beat down, still commits to being a distraction. Like, this woman was really prepared to die for this woman. She was really prepared to die. She was really prepared. And I like, you have to be really fucked up to just not hold to that. You have to be fucked up to still, to this day, 3 years later, you still won't acknowledge those exhibit pictures of this woman's bruises and scars on behalf of you after you betrayed her that night. Kelsey inserted herself in that argument out of loyalty for you, even in the vehicle before bullets were shot. That girl was committed to you that whole night. The first thing she did when she got out of the damn jail was do what? I'm sitting out here in front of the hospital trying to get into Meg. This girl was team fucking Meg. She was only even fucking with Tory because of a recommendation, because of an order given to her by who? Meg. Like,
I feel like
you gotta be child. I don't
know. The thing is,
I don't want a friend like Megan Thee Stallion. I don't. I like her. Whatever that
I feel like
there, all that, baby, she can have all that. I can't.
I feel like since because I would fully agree with myself, but I don't know. Well, I don't think anybody knows. I said if any proof of them ever having any more conversations afterwards or whatnot, because both of them have whatever story they want to have. They both feel how the way they feel, whether it's rightfully or not. They did what they did, and they coped how the way they coped with it. And what the events happen at this, and I feel like we will never know if they ever had any more conversations. I feel like both of them, because how the way they are now, none of them have publicly addressed besides that interview with Kelsey. None of, especially Meg, she barely, she be paying everybody dust at this point. But I feel like there's more. I feel like they really did have more conversations than they're saying. I feel like they had way more verbal interactions than those 2 times out of the last 4 years. I do not believe that whatsoever, because the you can still see the graciousness on both sides, whether in the documentary and with the interviews with Kelsey. She's not, going hard. Even when the interviewers will make slick ass comments about Megan or whatnot, or people will go on the internet and tell Megan that she will always come out and say, no, that didn't happen. Stop with all this bullshit. And then Kelsey would be like, nah, stop it. You don't need all that. And she would just go back to, talking around, do what she feel like she could still do. And Megan does about her business. And I've seen this comments going crazy. But I feel like I feel like there's more to that. I just really feel like there's a lot more to that, and that's why they're not really going at each other like they really would be like, bitch, fuck you, and this, that, and the third. I do feel like Megan did her dirty. Okay? And I feel like at the end of it, I feel like when it really, I know that she doesn't owe, I'm not saying that she owed Megan anything. I feel like she just owed it to herself. She should have stick with the self-preservation, Kelsey, and make sure she, and people say, well, she did because she's not in jail now. But I was like, but look at the aftermath. People still don't give a fuck about that. See, people still, to this day, are hanging on the fact to get one of them, the victims, in prison instead of this motherfucker. And I know most people want to say, well, it's not about him, it's about them too. I say, but at that point, it shouldn't be that serious. You have a child, you have children. I think she had another baby, didn't she? Or she only got one. Did she got a son? You have more things to worry about. You have more love in your life outside of Megan. You seem to be doing somewhat better. You fucking linking up with Nicki Minaj and all them shit. So you ain't suffering that bad. And your man's executive at 1501. You seem to be like, you bounce back. Your man has you. But
and this is another thing that
I feel like at that point.
Oh shit. Thank you so much for baby mother Sam. Thank you, baby mother, for the old nasty piece of child support shit. Thank you, darling. I'm sorry, boo. I was also I had wanted to insert super quick and say that I also, it's interesting because this trial took place 2 years after the fact. Girl, how am I pressed on my channel? First of all, you the one who here. Like I'm where I'm supposed to be. You see the name on the channel. I can't be pressed on my shit. Wow. You the one who can't get enough, baby. You the one who can't not be here. You the one, baby, who just can't turn away, sugar. Okay? So deal with the source of it all, because I got that. Now, what I was gonna say about Kelsey is Kelsey, I think we didn't consider as well that this trial happened 2 years later. And by the time it happened, Kelsey is a family woman. She's also married. Unfortunately, she now does have ties into 1501, Meg's old label, who's in conflict with Megan. There's all of this lawsuit and litigation going on between Meg and 1501 and blah, 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 blah. And I think that what Kelsey also might have had to consider 2 years later, she's far removed from this friendship at this point. She now has a family. Her life is still in Texas. And she lives in proximity of a label that is upset with Meg or whatever the case may be. I think she considered the retaliation of it all. Like, I can't get out here and help this woman without knowing that it's going to cost me some consequences back at home. I can't get out here and I didn't even think of that. I don't. Like nobody considered the fact that because everybody is making an equivalent out of Kelsey and Meg. Megan is the global superstar. She's the one who can be out of the country. She's the one who can live anywhere she wants to. She's the one surrounded by bodyguards. She's the one surrounded by Secret Service. Kelsey's just an everyday woman. She doesn't have the luxury of being protected at the same level.
1501 is close to Prince.
All right, like Kelsey is the one who's more easily touched and can be touched than Megan is. So Kelsey had to really consider her reality. She had to consider the dynamics of her actual fucking life. She doesn't have the luxury of moving around and protecting herself and her family at the same extent that Megan can do when it comes to being self-guarded. And a lot of that also never really came up in the conversations around why Kelsey decided to just be neutral, if nothing else at best. She wasn't going to indict. She wasn't going to participate in indicting Tory, but at the same time, she wasn't going to throw Megan under the bus either. She just chose to try to just neutralize it and just disconnect herself from the whole fucking thing.
You know what? I didn't consider maybe she was under threat, and maybe she did feel like she had to keep it easy because Carl and them, because like I said, they are connected to the Prince family. You know how the fuck they get down. All that conspiracy around their ass. Just evil.
Look at all that shit that happened with the Migos.
Exactly. So I can see her.
Yeah, like she's a woman.
I can see her being scared.
Yeah, she had to consider her fucking well-being because she fucking with real niggas and shit get real as it already had gotten. And see, Kelsey already know how to really get because she lived through the whole Tory and Meg ordeal, and so she knows, just how out of control this shit can get. So when Kelsey said I had to do what was best I had to for one think about me. I thought about everybody else this whole thing. I stayed quiet. I was gaslit this whole time by both Kelsey and Tory. I was left behind. I was abandoned. I was beaten. I was bruised. I was rejected. I thought about everybody else in the situation but me. So 2 years later, I done been sucked into this trial. I'm going to do what's best for me.
Just had a baby.
Yeah, I just had a baby. I got shit to consider. I got shit to lose. I got shit that can happen to me. Yeah. And I don't have the same means that Megan Thee Stallion has. So I gotta do what's in the best interest of me.
Which is sad because you can still, like I said, like I can still tell on both sides that the connection, at least the longing for connection is still there. Like I feel it on both sides. And you can even tell in the interviews when they speak on each other. It's not really vitriol, like fuck that bitch or nothing like that. It's very like, you know what?
Even though they both put out diss tracks on each other.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I can see. That's like I just feel sad.
And that's why I was like, why y'all can't just talk then? Because if y'all can put that much energy into getting in the studio, dissing each other on music, that energy can be put toward a conversation and to sitting down and just really get into the heart of the matter. And you can even tell in the documentary that Meg also still loves Kelsey.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was surprised.
Yeah. And she was a teary-eyed the entire time talking about
exactly.
The whole situation.
She was like,
they both got unfinished as business with each other because this issue was not supposed to break their relationship. They were still supposed to be
I feel like before 2024 started, I feel like they had a chance, especially after the verdict came out and he was in that motherfucker. I feel like that wouldn't have been a great place to get back in contact. But I think either of them realized, you know what? I'm not sure if she won't talk to me anymore or I won't talk to her anymore. Our lives are in two different directions. She's a mom and a wife now. Girl, I'm fucking going to a damn mental health retreat and getting my shit back together, hitting the gym, try to be the fucking queen of rap type of shit, doing albums and shit and shows, still living that pop star, rock star lifestyle. And I feel like they just felt like, I'm gonna leave it. I'm not gonna do too much to her. I already did what I did. We already said what we said by each other. It is what it is, but it's no hatred. I don't hate the girl. But I feel like
you know,
that was before
you know,
2024.
you owe a little bit more than that to somebody who put their life on the line for you. You
Yeah,
don't
but I
just,
feel like
you shouldn't just
I
feel
feel like
like you get
Megan
to sit in
know.
a corner and get to say to yourself, okay, like I'm good on it and I'm just gonna move on. No, like you need to go back and make that right, sis.
I feel
And you are
like
going to, and
Megan.
you're going to experience continual karma, as if not. And that's why Meg's life continues to be like a combination of losses and wins. She is continuing, like she's not doing the work she needs to do, and she continues to drop the ball in every situation instead of rising to the occasion. And just like when her mom passed, she deflected by obsessing over work. And then when the shooting happened, she deflected over, you know, she deflected from that by just jumping headfirst into work.
Yeah.
And she, instead of doing the work, she doesn't do the work. She just finds an outlet to distract herself from. And then she wonders why she keeps this anxiety won't leave her. That anxiety and the residuals from all this loss in your life is being sustained because you are an avoider. You are an escapist.
Yeah, and I feel like that's not gonna happen over. That's why I said I feel like before 2024, I feel like that's never gonna happen at this point. But I feel like before before 2023 when she dropped Cobra in December, I think it was in December or before them during that year, because Megan basically went on the hiatus in 2023. She was barely outside. Yeah, so I feel like that would have been a perfect like to try, because I feel like Megan didn't know. She probably is embarrassed and realized, especially after getting out the funk, after going to the spirit retreat, that you know what, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna address this girl, or even if she even want to fucking talk to me more, because we don't know. Maybe Megan did try to reach out to her last year or the year before that, and that's probably why she was so emotional in the documentary in 2022.
Said that there's Kelsey confirmed there's only been two. There's only been two calls. There ain't been no.
Oh wow. Well, I would say maybe maybe she doesn't know how to approach that, because I'll be honest, I wouldn't fucking know.
Look,
I wouldn't fucking know how to approach it.
There is no how to. If you really love somebody and you have a conviction, you just act on your conviction. The same way that you acted on fucking Tory Lanez, you act on calling your good girlfriend. You act on calling your friend. You made every other conscious decision very easily. So making it right and make matters of the heart just as easy. You make matters of the puss very easy. Make matters of the heart even easier.
Yeah, but you know, it's easier.
I got a friend right now in my life who I'm in breakdown with, been in breakdown with, and he keep dancing around the situation too. And
that's what I'm saying. Some people don't know how to, or it's easier for some people.
No, it's not how. No, people know how to. People just think that eventually you're going to get over it and things are just going to go back to normal. They know damn well what to do. I know what I need to speak to you about. I know what we need to be talking about. I know what I need to be saying to you. I know what I did to you. And people just willfully act stupid. What I am clear about at this point, Eddie, especially at 38 going on 39 next month, is that people, 39 this month, it's officially November the 1st, is that people know exactly what the fuck they're doing. They do. People are not stupid.
Yeah.
People just play all these head games with you because they don't want to have to stand in the truth and the vulnerability of accountability. See, accountability is something that people just don't want, even when they know what it is. And I don't buy into this idea that people just don't know how to. Yes, you know how to, because you've been hurt yourself and you have been waiting on this same thing from the people that did you wrong. So you know exactly what other people are waiting on from you if you've done them wrong. And give that to them. And then if you're not going to give that to them, then let everybody else off the hook who hurt you, since you want other people to just let your ass up off the hook. Then keep the same energy. Let it go full circle. if you want to be able to injure somebody, hurt somebody, and then have it, kind of tucked away and disregarded, and nobody make you have to own up to your shit, and you not have to apologize. Cool, fine. Do all that to the motherfuckers who hurt you too. Take their ass all off the hook. But see, people don't like that. People want to be hypocrites. People want to be able to, oh yeah, tuck what I did to you away. But I'm definitely gonna be the judge. I'm gonna hold everybody to their shit. I'm gonna hold everybody accountable, but nobody hold me accountable. Nobody make me feel sorry. Nobody expect a closure out of me. Nope. Not at all. It's bullshit, man. But
people do that. You are right.
People are selfish as fuck, and they manipulative as fuck, and they egotistical as fuck. And I really feel sorry for everybody stuck up in their egos, because a lot of people fucked over a lot of good marriages, a lot of good friends, and a lot of good connections because they let the ego get in the way. They fucked over a lot of quality people, and all those people were looking for was I'm sorry. And just because you couldn't even bring yourself to say fucking that, you allowed a whole fucking rare phenomenon in your life go, simply because you couldn't let your ego bow down. Wow. Like, how much are people gonna let their egos cost them?
Yeah. Or you gonna run
because
to a person
you can go on to make money, you can go on to shoot a lot more videos, but you ain't gonna find a Kelsey on every other corner, boo, and she knows that. That's why she's sitting in that documentary still by herself and alone.
I mean,
you ain't gonna find too many people that fuck with you. You can find a lot of people who willing to be with you, but not a lot of people that really love you.
She still has her day one home, one of her day one homegirls.
One. That's a shame. She need a lot more than one, especially considering the gravity of her responsibility in life and the gravity of her gift.
Yeah, that's the consequences of her cutting off everybody, because she said it out her own mouth that she cut off everyone.
So, and she gonna be lonely as hell. And the people that she did have around her, aka Kelsey, that still could have been there to this day, offering herself up and being a great support and helping her in her legacy and being a friend to her and a professional for her, that was somebody that could have been there to this day, and it wasn't.
Yeah, that was, I feel like about a year or two ago, I said that after that, because at that point I think Kelsey didn't give a fuck either, because she started helping out Tory with the public with the harassments and playing vague, and every time Megan would drop something or do something, he on the Instagram on it, and she's doing something like, oh y'all ain't gonna know, and doing the conspiracy theories with them. I said, that's what I said. At a certain point, I was like, nah, no, Kelsey didn't give a fuck anymore, and she was in on it with Tory, because I mean, she what else? So I don't necessarily blame her for how it got to that point. I understand how she got to that point. And I said, but at that point, I was like, I feel like that's why. But after a year or two, I said,
you know why? Because Tory was the only person out of Meg who did her wrong, but also made it up to her. Like, Tory went immediately into apology mode, even if it was motivated to save his own ass. But nonetheless, he still paid her in whatever form or fashion he did. He did something objectively to make up for what he did. Megan never did.
Yeah,
So of course she was willing to keep it cool on him, because like, I get to forgive him, especially if he's willing to like make it up in whatever way I decide I need to look for me for it to be made up. So obviously there was some making up that happened. Whatever that looked like.
She probably believed that he would, because he still went out his way. Him and his team still went out his way. So maybe she thought he would, and he went back on his word after he felt like his ass was in the clear. Who knows? That's what I feel like he was doing, because I don't feel like he was genuinely sorry, because he attacked people during this whole thing.
I mean, he's Tory Lanez. Of course he wasn't. Of course he wasn't sorry. And like, that's why I said that, obviously he said sorry for his own self-gain. Like, it definitely was not genuine, but with all the conversation around, she took a payout, and more than likely he did pay her legal fees. I mean, he probably did help her with some things.
I still believe so.
Shit. Like at the end of the day, the honest to God truth is that's what he should have been doing. Like, and he should have honestly also paid Megan, not for her silence, but actually pay her for her pain too. Like, he should have been cutting her ass a check too, considering what he did to her. Like,
you're right, because you would expect how the way all these male celebrities who also have sketchy track records of being abusers and predators themselves, and how they, especially how they get now caught up with paying off their victims for years and stuff like that. It's surprising how he did try to offer up that route, but didn't fall through with it, because that would have, if he really all these,
and if I was Meg, I would have took the money and still talk shit. I mean, because
that's exactly.
I owed you that at the very. He owed you that at the very least. Is to have shit. He need to, nigga. You gonna do something.
Exactly. I would have still. I would say double that.
Talk shit. Still would have sold your ass out and would have got my $1 million all at the same time.
I feel like that's the. I think that's the reason why people have I think that's exactly the reason why people have less. I know men in general, they just don't want Tory to be held accountable for what he did. That's why they blame it on Kelsey. But I feel like for the women besides the alleged, going behind the over dick narrative, which I feel like that wasn't the case. I feel like it's generally just like being a bad friend at the wrong time. So I feel like that's one of the main reasons people are upset. Like, bitch, you could have really got your big one. You could have really took that damn money that he was offered, told him to double that shit. So he was offered $1 million, and we don't know the specific price that he gave you. We don't know how long he was. We don't know if he was paying you monthly, bitch. We don't know. But if he was, you could have easily, girl, you could have played that so well. Made that motherfucker believe that you was gonna go in there and take a girl. You would have had enough money to get you and your child out of that fucking state with them criminal ass people and that label, and you could have easily gave yourself a clean slate, fuck right out of there, and be like, fuck that nigga, go on that stand and be like, yeah, he actually did shoot her. He beat my ass and this, that, and the third, and he did this and he did that, and he was lying and this. I feel like that's the reason why. That's exactly
and
what
that's
you
the real.
said.
And that's the
People
real.
feel like she should have done that. And that's the reason why.
Real freaking frack. That would have been a real female duo right there. Like that's how you flip and reverse it on
that. That's what I'm saying. They could have really did it. She could have really.
That's how you recoup on the girl power of it all.
That would have been iconic. That would have been the gag of the century.
That would have been fucking epic.
But I feel like that's why people. I feel like that's why people are not willing to see Kelsey's heartache and her trauma and her being the victim as much as just trying to blame it on her to get him off, because they feel like, girl, over even though Megan Kelsey said herself it wasn't over dick, so people are like, okay, so you could have easily got everything you wanted out of this situation. Since you and Megan wasn't cool, you could have easily played, because he was the one that was in contact.
The problem was they definitely could have played the fuck out of Tory, but the only problem Kelsey was going to have is Megan's willingness to take accountability.
Because she did go cold turkey.
Yeah,
she did go cold,
and she used Tory shooting her as a way to not have to deal with betraying Kelsey. She wanted he shot me to be, that's it. I don't want to talk about nothing else around us. None of that shit matters. No, it matters, baby, because this is your friend and you snaked her, and your situation getting shot is separate from your issue with Kelsey, and you can't use getting shot as a way to not have to deal with your failure as a friend.
That was a huge... that's what I said. I agree that was a huge mistake on Megan. That was such an L, because she could have really. I said they could have really made amends. I said that's why I said when she in the documentary and it said 2023 and she just came back from the retreat from her hiatus. I said that would have been the perfect time, because that was like right before the trial was Was that right before? That was after or before? I'm getting my timeline mixed up, but you know what I'm trying to say. That because I don't think the trial was starting then, because she was still, she was still a little heavier. She was still a little curvy. You could tell that it was beginning of her going to her little weight loss journey. So I know it was before then. I'll say that would have been the perfect time for Megan to try some way, somehow, to get her information, contact her again, because she knew she was still in Houston, but Megan herself says that she hasn't been there since. It's like she could have called, she could have gotten contact. I know she don't want to talk to nobody at 1501. I feel like she could have easily. Not easily, because I'm not even gonna say easily, because they would have been on Kelsey's ass, and knowing the people that she's dealing with and connected to with her well, not baby daddy, her husband. That is a very sticky situation. That is a very scary situation, because they could have easily turned up the notch on her ass. But I will say that Megan had the resources to find a creative way to get her attention and do a apologize as best as she could, and actually made like, look, when I did 30, I know it's like 2 years later. It's about 2 years later, almost 3 years later, but I feel like that's what I say. At that point, I feel like Kelsey was already on the internet in cahoots. At that point, she didn't give a fuck no more. She said, "Man, fuck y'all." You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You fuck me, fuck you. So I feel like Kelsey would have never been. At that point in time, Kelsey would not have been open to that. She's like, "Oh, now all of a sudden, like," and she would have that right to feel that way. She definitely would have. And I say, it's just a waste.
I think that Kelsey would answer the phone. I think
you feel like it. I don't feel like she would have.
Because every time I see Kelsey speak about Megan, it's given I'm on the verge of crying. It
does.
She has a lot of shit I'm sure she want to say. There's a lot of things she want to hear from Meg as well. And it's I feel like Kelsey and both Meg are just like tolerating not having each other in each other's life. Like, but they haven't gotten over it. Like they're both just tolerating each other's absence, but they really want to. But Meg don't want to have that. She don't want to have the conversation that's going to be necessary for there to be reconciliation, if any is possible. Like, she's not willing to acknowledge what she did to Kelsey. She's not willing to acknowledge that she let Kelsey down as a friend. She's not willing to take ownership of that. Megan really has she either has a lot of shame around being wrong.
I feel like she does.
She really just does not know how to be wrong. Like, she is just really self-righteous as hell and truly just believes that, she can't be wrong, that she's incapable.
I don't get that from Meg. I don't get the self-righteousness from Meg. But
I'll tell you why, because at this point, it's given pathology. We saw the way you move with Kelsey. Even in the situation now, you're the one who chose to lie to the world about sleeping with this man. You didn't even have to answer those questions, but you chose to, and then you chose to answer them publicly, dishonestly. And now that you've admitted in a documentary, just like you did on the stand, that you slept with him, you are still angry at the public for clocking you about what they all knew to be true, instead of just being like, yeah, I lied. Right? I lied.
Well, she did.
I'm not a victim in that sense. Y'all clocked me, and I had made the mistake of answering dishonestly instead of just pleading the fucking fifth. And then y'all couldn't have held me responsible for what I said, because I ain't say shit. I ain't say shit. And so when I turned around ready to speak about it, y'all can't say I lied about it. I just didn't want to speak to y'all and didn't feel like I owed y'all. And
that's hard though, because the way the fucking heat that was on Megan's ass, boy, I don't know how the hell I would react. I'm not even gonna pretend like I would be like, oh, gracious, and not say shit. I would have been clapping back they would have triggered the shit out of me. I ain't gonna lie.
All she had to do was keep actually saying what she was saying. This is about this man shooting me. That's all it took. Like, it don't matter whether I slept with him or not. He shot me, and him sleeping together doesn't change that. It doesn't alter that. It doesn't anything. He's not right, even if I was fucking him every day.
Yeah, that's the perfect response. But when you in that seat, it's different. Because I'm be honest, I've cracked under pressure before. Because I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm not even gonna pretend like I would have had a logical response when it came to on the spot things, even if I agreed, oh yeah, we're gonna have this discussion, and then when it really happens,
Yeah,
oh
but
boy,
we gotta hold Megan to a different standard because she's a celebrity. She
yeah,
like this is what she does, and she chose to take an interview, and chose to take an interview talking about the shooting, and like, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's made choices, and she's not being held accountable for what choices she's making and what she did in those choices. Like, she
yeah.
chose
So
to talk. She chose to take the interview. She chose to talk to Gayle King about the shooting. She chose to sit there and take a pause to make it even more
yeah,
obvious that she's lying. No, I was not. It's just like, oh my God.
yeah,
Like, girl, sit down, please, Megan.
yeah. I feel like, so what's further repercussions that y'all want Megan to have? Y'all want her to get? That's my question
Huh?
to it. I was saying, besides owing or apologizing to Kelsey, I said, what other repercussions do y'all feel like Megan should get? Because I feel like the public
I feel
wouldn't.
like
They don't.
there's only two things that she really fucked up on. She dropped the ball when it came to Kelsey, and she played the victim when it came to the public about the nature of her and Tory Lanez relationship, and she lied. So I just felt like she just needs to own both of those things. I dropped the ball when it came to Kelsey, and I was not the victim when you guys clocked me about sleeping with Tory. I did sleep with Tory. We did have a sexual relationship. I fucked him at least twice. And if I didn't want to tell the truth, I had the option of pleading the fifth. I didn't choose to plead the fifth. I chose to actually lie. So
I mean,
I apologize.
for you, instead of, so well, she basically said the same thing you said, besides saying that I should have plead the fifth part. Maybe she, I don't know. I don't know if that would, since she already,
because when you start lying, this is why you don't get the luxury of having everybody believe you when it's time to take your word for something.
I don't want to. I already know that the people are never going. That's what I'm saying. For what you feel like it would suffice. I said, because she's already did it twice, and if you already know if she does it a third time, people say, "Okay, bitch, we know. We already know. You said it 3 times.
But no, because she said it on trial. But the thing about the trial wasn't really open to the public, so it wasn't like something that was like super highlighted when it happened during trial. But what everybody did see was that Gayle King interview. So she said that in a very public space. That statement went viral. That conversation went viral. And
I feel like they did.
And the problem was her playing the victim and lying about it when she was the one not telling the truth.
I feel like I could have sworn people were, that was going viral. A lot of especially a lot of male podcasts and stuff. But once that transcript came, I feel like it was I believe it was DJ Academics was the one that put that transcript, and that went viral about her. It
didn't go as viral as the Gayle King thing, because you had to be following a DJ Academics and you had to be following the case to get access to that. But the Gayle King thing had played out on commercial television. It had played out,
so I get
in
it,
a very mainstream way, like not like internet based and blog based, where you kind of have to be to see these things. And even as a commentator who was commentating at that time, like the transcript conversation where she admitted that there was an intimacy was definitely not as large in volume as the Gayle King interview, which
that's true. But I was saying that it was definitely,
but it's the whole principle of don't fucking lie. Like, your integrity depends upon the credibility of your word. You will always fuck up your credibility when you choose to be selective and gamble your integrity. You don't have to lie. You can just not say anything. It's okay to not say anything, and you're not doing anything wrong by not saying nothing.
Yeah, that was great advice for her back in the day.
You get to tell them it's none of their fucking business. You like, but you don't have it's not an excuse to lie. I'm not going to excuse her lying ever. Yeah. Even lying about her own business. You're lying. Like, don't lie. And then, you don't have to take the shame and walk back around when the truth comes out.
Yeah, but I feel like she was shameful. She does carry a lot of shame, and she probably did keep in thought that people want to, because they already slut shamed. They already been slut shaming her since 2019.
Yeah, but see,
and they feel. And I feel like she probably felt like they was going to further discredit because they already didn't believe her. I feel like she felt like they're going to further
she
discredit.
had nothing to lose. Then I had nothing to lose because first of all, I'm the one who branded myself as a slut, and then I'm the one who's saying that ain't no problem with being a slut. Therefore, I shouldn't have no hang-ups about saying who the fuck I done fucked. But I do know that her not wanting to say that about Tory was because of what had happened between them. She did not want to. But that's
a real thing that victims go through. They don't want to admit that the person that assaulted them, they were intimate with before. Because people choose.
That's why you don't choose to do interviews about the incident. Like the thing about it is, I'm just like, who gave you the green light to do this interview? Because
I feel like she did that herself.
Should have had somebody else around. But see, like, it was obviously premature because she wasn't ready. Like, if you were still going to come into the conversation and lie, you wasn't ready to have the conversation. Like, you didn't know how to have the conversation fully. And she should have once again decided to just move on about her business because talking to Gayle King wasn't going to clear up shit anyway. All it did was once again put the whole situation back into the fire, just like this fucking documentary and this conversation in this documentary. Just all it's doing for everybody else is helping Tory. It's not actually helping Megan. Which is why I don't, like I said in the beginning, I don't know why the fuck she continues to talk about this shit. He is locked away. I wouldn't want to talk about this shit ever again in my life. Like,
well, I don't know. Maybe it's her. I don't know. I don't agree with saying people they have a time period or how a victim gets to, how many times they get to tell their story. I believe that a victim can tell it every day on the internet if they feel like it, or 20 years later, 5 years later. I feel like they have that. That's just me personally. I know everybody else doesn't agree, but I say me personally, I don't
understand what Megan Thee Stallion wants. On one hand, like, it's too many mixed messages coming from her. Like, she wants to not ever talk about this again. She wants to put this behind her. She felt victimized by the conversations that were happening around us. And I'm just like, it's clear you're still not healed because you still ain't talked to Kelsey.
I mean, who would be healed from something like that?
And you're still crying throughout this whole documentary. Are you really going to are you really going to put this conversation back into this same abusive space where you're now going to be headlining and nobody's going to be talking about the positive parts of the documentary? You're going to only be talking about the sensationalized trial and this sensationalized shooting, and it's doing exactly what it did before. Look at every comment section. Every comment section is on Megan's neck. Everybody.
I know. I said, but maybe she felt like, I don't know, maybe because it was her. So maybe, I don't know, maybe she felt like it's been some time and she finally, wanted to put in her work, because she did admit that they offered to her 2 years before then. And I guess she must have felt like, especially I feel like when she came from that tree, she probably felt like, oh yeah, I could do this now. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe she felt like, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. And, not realizing that people wasn't going to give a fuck anyway, because they still angry. They still angry about the fact that motherfucker is in jail and he ain't coming out. So I don't know. Maybe it's a tone deaf on her part. But
it's very I'm not gonna deaf on her part. I'm not gonna. If I was a part of her, if I was a part of Megan's team, I would have encouraged her to publish something like this when she is resilient enough to deal with people gobbling and gnawing at this part of her story. And I would have made sure that she was ready to be the villain again. That she was ready to be
she's handling it. She seems to be handling it a lot better now, because she was on Twitter and she was tweeting and stuff today. And she seems to just be, I guess the media training, because she does have a media team now. So I guess they must be blocking her from that. But she seems to be responding a lot better from it now. So, because she did do an interview earlier this year. Was it a couple months back? Was it a couple months before her the Megan Part 1 album, saying that she does this? She said saying how she she didn't care for the support for niggas anymore, which is fact. Like she has every right to do so, and things like that. It just seemed like she was like, you know what? I already know what these niggas are going to talk about, but this time I'm a say it all the way through. I'm gonna put it out there, so every time they got something to say, whether they agree with it or not, whether they feel like I'm not taking accountability or not, is there. And at the end of this, because she already has a hella. I feel like she just want to move forward. I feel like she's finally to the at least a little bit more stable than she was 2 years before. I feel like, yeah, I really hope she is, because she seems like it. But we seen from the documentary that she was still out there smiling in front of all these crowds, being all, being her bubbly, nerdy self, and behind the scenes she was fucking shambles. So it's like I'm hoping that this is her being, because she seems to be on a good run this whole year. She's been on a real great run. She's talking about having shows that's coming out and more albums and tours and stuff coming out next year. And so it seems like she's like, you know what? I'm gonna put this here. And this part 2 seems to be pretty good. I don't know if you listen to it, but I'm a fan. But it's getting good reviews. It's doing well, and seems to be debuting. I think she's going to do what? They say that she's going to be debuting with probably number 3 again with this mixtape, and she's already doing millions of streams. So she seems like I think she felt, let me put this out here and fuck it. They wanted me to talk about it fully through, even though it wasn't always fully through. And she was just showing her parts of it. It is what it is. Here it is, because she seems like she's handling it better this time. And hopefully that she's actually is, and she's not in shambles about this shit all over again, because she should expect that these motherfuckers was not going to care about the fact of her bringing up him basically stalking her, saying that he's watching her, being a fucking damn near serial killer type, breaking restraining orders, following her around and shit. People not caring about none of that. Her making saying that he only wanted to get sexual with her when she was drunk out of her mind. People ain't talking about that shit, and I feel like that shit is extremely problematic, and nobody wants to talk about that. And I feel like she expected this, but I feel like she put it out. Like she said, she put it out for the hotties.
It's a weird kind of roll out. I really don't. I don't know. Like with Tory Lanez, once again, submitting emotions and shit, trying to get out of this. I don't know. And then it's the timing of the lawsuit. I didn't know that, like, because it's claims against that small ass blogger Fraud Radio about her calling Meg all type of alcoholic. I didn't know that in the documentary she was practically going to be talking about her alcoholism. So I'm just like, okay, well, you just pretty much validated that on behalf of the person that you're suing, for allegedly.
I mean, if she doesn't have the evidence,
putting out these narratives can now be substantiated. And if I was a small blogger, this would go into my defense. I would totally screen record that part of the fucking documentary of her hitting the bottle back to back to back to back, talking about her drinking and basically having a fucking problem. Like she just, it wasn't smart. This is not a smart.
But I feel like that can be easily. I can feel like that can be easily refuted, was because she said it was right after her mother died, and it's like, well, how many people don't find something to suffice because to cope with losing somebody they love, you know what I'm saying?
Though.
And it wasn't like she was.
But it also isn't wrong for an observer to question whether you have a problem or not.
Yeah, it's not that either. I was just saying.
In the context, it doesn't matter on why you are drinking. If you are over drinking and it seems to be that you are abusing alcohol, somebody questioning you about that, it's not defamation. Somebody coming to the conclusion that you might have a problem, a drinking problem, is based upon, circumstantial findings. And I mean, it just is what it is. Like, it's not going to help her
that
case.
Person. I feel like that person was speaking. She speaks. If I think we all know that she was speaking more of a fact. Even every now and then, when she would say allegedly, that doesn't protect you from.
No, she wasn't even speaking factually. Like, she literally just asked a question. She said, "Is she getting?" It was something about, "Is she getting like help for like does she have a handler? Or it was something like that. It wasn't like a factual statement. It was more like a snide
I'm because she does
questioning.
she had other race. I don't know, maybe it was AI, but she she had other race station head shows saying like a more like a
I know, but we can only deal with the ones that were actually cited in the lawsuit, and what was cited in the lawsuit that they're choosing to like sue her over wasn't those statements. Like it was her.
But I was just saying, I was just using that as example of like how that could be explained away if that was really what she was suing her for. How the her team probably most likely would use that as a explaining away. And I feel like Megan just wanted to end her little hottie because she has a how do we want party that she was just saying. I feel like she just wanted to end this month off. This was her favorite month of the year with a bang, and be like, she probably, also said she probably just feels so empowered. That's why she's like doing this lawsuit, dropping this this what you call it, this documentary. Tory is appealing around the same time. I feel like she just really it was planned, and she was like, you know what, I'm gonna just do it right here, boom, and fuck it. I'm gonna see what it is.
With the bang. I want her to go out with her healing, and I want her to do things that make sense, and I want her to just be well, and I want her to do things that are well thought out. I don't want her to make impulsive choices. I don't want her to be trying to shallow, like attack somebody who she just got annoyed by, that she really may not have a case against in all actuality. Because if that blogger wins that lawsuit, it's going to be embarrassing for Megan. And as somebody who read the lawsuit, and having to be honest, even though I don't like the other person who being sued, it was very weak. Like overall, it's a weak claim in my personal opinion. I'm going to be interested to see how this plays out and what happens. I also, left room to believe that maybe it's weak because it's not really about the verdict. It's just more so about just tying the other person up financially and just putting her in a situation. I don't know, but the lawsuit itself,
maybe she's doing
it wasn't. I've seen stronger suits than that, and the claims that they're making, it's she's that lawsuit.
I mean, I've seen
people that lawsuit is going to be able to be a lot of that lawsuit is going to be able to largely be dissolved through First Amendment, and people have to remember this is why even in Unhinged's situation with Cardi B, why the lawsuit was so monumental on Cardi B's behalf, because typically celebrities it's very, very difficult to prove the things that Megan is going to try to prove about the other person because of the fact that she is a celebrity and she is subjected to conspiracy. She is subjected to extreme fandom. Like she's subjected to, anti-groups, and every celebrity has one. Like there's the anti-Beehive, there's the anti-Garbs, there's the anti-Barty gang. I mean, like, it's just what comes with it. Proving that somebody is malicious, and then proving that you have really experienced some type of injury as a result of like one puny, pathetic person on the internet pretty much giving commentary about you that you don't like. I just hope that works out for her, because if it doesn't, it's absolutely going to pivot the other person. Absolutely. And I feel like it can go either way.
Yeah, it really could. But I hope that she went. I feel like with the lawyers that she got, I feel like she'd be all right. I feel like it's gonna be all right. I don't feel like it's gonna be as a big of a win as it's definitely not gonna be as big as a win as Cardi and that other motherfucker. But I feel like she's gonna be. I don't feel like she's gonna that Alex, the type of the heavy hitter that he is, I feel like he wouldn't go so strongly on something that we might feel like is okay, like it's kind of weak. What you gonna sue her for? But I don't know. Maybe they have something up their sleeves and they gonna toss it in. Who knows?
Yeah. Like that's why I say I'm gonna be all ears. I am very interested to see what how this is going to conclude. So we'll be keeping up with it. All right, I got to get out of here.
Yes, it was a nice talk. I know. I could talk.
No, all this was it was a very action packed, amazing panel, child. So no, you did your thing, and thank you for coming up here and joining the
You're
conversation.
welcome.
It was riveting.
It was very interesting. It was very
Yeah.
intellectually sparking. It was getting the juices flowing with the agreeing and
Yes.
disagreeing, the different opinions, which I always love about your channel.
Yes.
And others. And I can't wait to
I
see y'all
appreciate
back on
that,
the
boo.
panel with the others and things like that. So good well, not good night, baby. Good morning.
Good
All right.
morning, on
And
period.
and
All
you
right,
have a
boo.
good morning. Bye.
You too. Y'all, this was amazing. Almost 9 hours, girl. I worked my ass off. Okay. So y'all all are welcome. I agree with everybody. You know, shout out to Megan. I'm glad ultimately that she survived the ordeal. I'm glad Tory Lanez bald head ass is behind bars. Even though the situation between Meg and Kelsey looks bleak, I really hope that they at least get to have a conversation. They ain't never got to be friends again. They ain't never got to be besties again. But I really hope that they are just able to have a proper ending to that chapter in their life. I think they both deserve that from each other. And I stand by the fact that Kelsey was done wrong. And I feel she is entitled to a apology, but I also hope that Kelsey is not holding her breath for one, because you do not want to be dependent upon somebody else's sorry in order to give yourself permission to move forward. So I hope that Kelsey can really heal. I can tell she's not. I can tell she's still angry. That petty ass shit she pulled with Nicki Minaj a few weeks ago was very telling. Kelsey, your slip is showing, boo. All that crying that Meg did, talking about everything in Kelsey, it's clear that you got unfinished work. And I hope that they just both stop using all that energy in the wrong place. You know, you're talking to us about it. Y'all doing all this petty shit. Talk to each other. Talk to fucking each other. Turn to each other and motherfucking talk. That's it. That's all. I gotta finish watching the other half of it. If there's something that we need to come back and talk about in the other half of the documentary, we will definitely be back to do just that. Shout out to all of the contributors and donators. Cash App, $Consciouztv, PayPal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here on the platform. Make sure you guys follow me on Instagram. Email me all the tea at consciouztv@gmail.com. And I will see you all later. Happy Halloween and happy November 1st. It is officially my birthday month, and we are officially 14 days away from the King's 39th birthday. Oh my God. Okay? Everything. Shout out to you, the motherfucking Common Sense channel. Thank you, boo. Good night to you. Good night, Moesha, Thomas, all you guys. Thank you for being here. Share. Shout out to the new subscribers as well. We got some new subbies in the building. We at that 50.6 K period. I'll see you all later. Bye.